Chapter 1 of Characters from Sketches by Boz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sketches by Boz, by Charles Dickens. Illustrations by George Cruikshank. Chapter 1 of Characters. Thoughts about People. It is strange with how little notice, good, bad, or indifferent, a man may live and die in London. He awakens no sympathy in the breast of any single person. His existence is a matter of interest to no one save himself. He cannot be said to be forgotten when he dies, for no one remembered him when he was alive. There is a numerous class of people in this great metropolis who seem not to possess a single friend, and whom nobody appears to care for. Urged by imperative necessity in the first instance, they have resorted to London in search of employment and the means of subsistence. It is hard, we know, to break the ties which bind us to our homes and friends, and harder still to efface the thousand recollections of happy days and old times which have been slumbering in our bosoms for years, and only rush upon the mind to bring before it associations connected with the friends we have left, the scenes we have beheld too, probably for the last time, and the hopes we once cherished but may entertain no more. These men, however, happily for themselves, have long forgotten such thoughts. Old country friends have died or emigrated, former correspondents have become lost like themselves in the crowd and turmoil of some busy city, and they have gradually settled down into mere passive creatures of habit and endurance. We were seated in the enclosure of St. James's Park the other day, when our attention was attracted by a man whom we immediately put down in our own mind as one of this class. He was a tall, thin, pale person, in a black coat, scanty grey trousers, little pinched-up gaiters, and brown beaver gloves. He had an umbrella in his hand, not for use, for the day was fine, but evidently because he always carried one to the office in the morning. He walked up and down before the little patch of grass on which the chairs are placed for hire, not as if he were doing it for pleasure or recreation, but as if it were a matter of compulsion, just as he would walk to the office every morning from the back settlements of Islington. It was Monday. He had escaped for 24 hours from the thraldom of the desk, and was walking here for exercise and amusement, perhaps for the first time in his life. We were inclined to think he had never had a holiday before, and that he did not know what to do with himself. Children were playing on the grass, groups of people were loitering about, chatting and laughing, but the man walked steadily up and down, unheeding and unheeded, his spare, pale face looking as if it were incapable of bearing the expression of curiosity or interest. There was something in the man's manner and appearance which told us, we fancied, his whole life, or rather his whole day, for a man of this sort has no variety of days. We thought we almost saw the dingy little back office into which he walks every morning, hanging his hat on the same peg, and placing his legs beneath the same desk, first taking off that black coat which lasts the year through, and putting on the one which did duty last year, and which he keeps in his desk to save the other. There he sits till 5 o'clock, working on all day as regularly as the dial over the mantelpiece, whose loud ticking is as monotonous as his whole existence, only raising his head when someone enters the counting-house, or when, in the midst of some difficult calculation, he looks up at the ceiling, as if there were inspiration in the dusty skylight, with a green knot in the centre of every pane of glass. About 5 or half-past he slowly dismounts from his accustomed stool, and, again changing his coat, proceeds to his usual dining-place, somewhere near Bucklersbury. The waiter recites the bill of fare in a rather confidential manner, for he is a regular customer, and after inquiring, "What's in the best cut?" and "What was up last?" he orders a small plate of roast beef with greens and half a pint of porter. He has a small plate to-day, because greens are a penny more than potatoes, and he had 2 breads yesterday, with the additional enormity of a cheese the day before. This important point settled, he hangs up his hat. He took it off the moment he sat down, and bespeaks the paper after the next gentleman. If he can get it while he is at dinner, he eats with much greater zest, balancing it against the water-bottle, and eating a bit of beef, and reading a line or two alternately. Exactly at 5 minutes before the hour is up, he produces a shilling, pays the reckoning, carefully deposits the change in his waistcoat pocket, first deducting a penny for the waiter, and returns to the office, from which, if it is not foreign post night, he again sallies forth in about half an hour. He then walks home at his usual pace to his little back room at Islington, where he has his tea, perhaps solacing himself during the meal with the conversation of his landlady's little boy, whom he occasionally rewards with a penny for solving problems in simple addition. Sometimes there is a letter or two to take up to his employers in Russell Square, and then the wealthy man of business, hearing his voice, calls out from the dining-parlour, "Come in, Mr. Smith," and Mr. Smith, putting his hat at the feet of one of the hall chairs, walks timidly in, and, being condescendingly desired to sit down, carefully tucks his legs under his chair, and sits at a considerable distance from the table, while he drinks the glass of sherry which is poured out for him by the eldest boy, and after drinking which he backs and slides out of the room in a state of nervous agitation from which he does not perfectly recover until he finds himself once more in the Islington Road. Poor, harmless creatures such men are, contented but not happy, broken-spirited and humbled, they may feel no pain, but they never know pleasure. Compare these men with another class of beings who, like them, have neither friend nor companion, but whose position in society is the result of their own choice. These are generally old fellows, with white heads and red faces, addicted to port wine and Hessian boots, who, from some cause, real or imaginary, generally the former, the excellent reason being that they are rich and their relations poor, grow suspicious of everybody, and do the misanthropical in chambers, taking great delight in thinking themselves unhappy, and making everybody they come near miserable. You may see such men as these anywhere. You will know them at coffee-houses by their discontented exclamations and the luxury of their dinners, at theatres by their always sitting in the same place and looking with a jaundiced eye on all the young people near them, at church by the pomposity with which they enter, and the loud tone in which they repeat the responses, at parties by their getting cross at whist, and hating music. An old fellow of this kind will have his chambers splendidly furnished, and collect books, plate, and pictures about him in profusion, not so much for his own gratification as to be superior to those who have the desire but not the means to compete with him. He belongs to 2 or 3 clubs, and is envied and flattered and hated by the members of them all. Sometimes he will be appealed to by a poor relation, a married nephew perhaps, for some little assistance, and then he will declaim with honest indignation on the improvidence of young married people, the worthlessness of a wife, the insolence of having a family, the atrocity of getting into debt with £125 a year, and other unpardonable crimes, winding up his exhortations with a complacent review of his own conduct, and a delicate allusion to parochial relief. He dies, some day after dinner, of apoplexy, having bequeathed his property to a public society, and the institution erects a tablet to his memory, expressive of their admiration of his Christian conduct in this world, and their comfortable conviction of his happiness in the next. But next to our very particular friends, hackney coachmen, cabmen, and cads, whom we admire in proportion to the extent of their cool impudence and perfect self-possession, there is no class of people who amuse us more than London apprentices. They are no longer an organised body, bound down by solemn compact to terrify His Majesty's subjects whenever it pleases them to take offence in their heads and staves in their hands. They are only bound now by indentures, and, As to their valour, it is easily restrained by the wholesome dread of the new police, and a perspective view of a damp station-house terminating in a police office and a reprimand. They are still, however, a peculiar class, and not the less pleasant for being inoffensive. Can any one fail to have noticed them in the streets on Sunday? And were there ever such harmless efforts at the grand and magnificent as the young fellows display? We walked down the Strand a Sunday or two ago behind a little group, and they furnished food for our amusement the whole way. They had come out of some part of the city. It was between 3 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and they were on their way to the park. There were 4 of them, all arm in arm, with white kid gloves like so many bridegrooms, light trousers of unprecedented patterns, and coats for which the English language has yet no name, a kind of a cross between a great-coat and a surtout, with the collar of the one, the skirts of the other, and pockets peculiar to themselves. Each of the gentlemen carried a thick stick with a large tassel at the top, which he occasionally twirled gracefully round, and the whole 4, by way of looking easy and unconcerned, were walking with a paralytic swagger irresistibly ludicrous. One of the party had a watch, about the size and shape of a reasonable Ribston pippin, jammed into his waistcoat pocket, which he carefully compared with the clocks at St. Clement's and the New Church, the illuminated clock at Exeter Change, the clock of St. Martin's Church, and the clock of the Horse Guards. When they at last arrived in St. James's Park, the member of the party who had the best-made boots on hired a second chair expressly for his feet, and flung himself on this twopennyworth of sylvan luxury with an air which levelled all distinctions between Brooks and Snooks, Crockfords and Bagnigge Wells. We may smile at such people, but they can never excite our anger. They are usually on the best terms with themselves, and it follows almost as a matter of course in good humour with every one about them. Besides, they are always the faint reflection of higher lights, and if they do display a little occasional foolery in their own proper persons, it is surely more tolerable than precocious puppyism in the Quadrant, whiskered dandyism in Regent Street and Pall Mall, or gallantry in its dotage anywhere. End of Chapter 1 of Characters, from Sketches by Boz.
Chapter 2 of Characters, from Sketches by Boz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Sketches by Boz by Charles Dickens. Illustrations by George Cruikshank. Chapter 2 of Characters. A Christmas Dinner. Christmas time. That man must be a misanthrope indeed, in whose breast something like a jovial feeling is not roused, in whose mind some pleasant associations are not awakened, by the recurrence of Christmas. There are people who will tell you that Christmas is not to them what it used to be, that each succeeding Christmas has found some cherished hope or happy prospect of the year before dimmed or passed away, that the present only serves to remind them of reduced circumstances and straitened incomes, of the feasts they once bestowed on hollow friends, and of the cold looks that meet them now in adversity and misfortune. Never heed such dismal reminiscences. There are few men who have lived long enough in the world who cannot call up such thoughts any day in the year. Then do not select the merriest of the 365 for your doleful recollections, but draw your chair nearer the blazing fire, fill the glass and send round the song, and if your room be smaller than it was a dozen years ago, or if your glass be filled with reeking punch instead of sparkling wine, put a good face on the matter, and empty it off-hand, and fill another, and troll off the old ditty you used to sing, and thank God it's no worse. Look on the merry faces of your children, if you have any, as they sit round the fire. One little seat may be empty, one slight form that gladdened the father's heart and roused the mother's pride to look upon, may not be there. Dwell not upon the past. Think not that 1 short year ago the fair child now resolving into dust sat before you with the bloom of health upon its cheek, and the gaiety of infancy in its joyous eye. Reflect upon your present blessings, of which every man has many, not on your past misfortunes, of which all men have some. Fill your glass again with a merry face and contented heart. Our life on it, but your Christmas shall be merry, and your New Year a happy one. Who can be insensible to the outpourings of good feeling and the honest interchange of affectionate attachment which abound at this season of the year? A Christmas family party! We know nothing in nature more delightful. There seems a magic in the very name of Christmas. Petty jealousies and discords are forgotten. Social feelings are awakened in bosoms to which they have long been strangers. Father and son, or brother and sister, who have met and passed with averted gaze or a look of cold recognition for months before, proffer and return the cordial embrace, and bury their past animosities in their present happiness. Kindly hearts that have yearned towards each other, but have been withheld by false notions of pride and self-dignity, are again reunited, and all is kindness and benevolence. Would that Christmas lasted the whole year through, as it ought, and that the prejudices and passions which deform our better nature were never called into action among those to whom they should ever be strangers. The Christmas family party that we mean is not a mere assemblage of relations got up at a week or two's notice, originating this year, having no family precedent in the last, and not likely to be repeated in the next. No, it is an annual gathering of all the accessible members of the family, young or old, rich or poor, and all the children look forward to it for 2 months beforehand in a fever of anticipation. Formerly it was held at grandpapa's, but grandpapa getting old, and grandmamma getting old too, and rather infirm, they have given up housekeeping, and domesticated themselves with Uncle George. So the party always takes place at Uncle George's house, but grandmamma sends in most of the good things, and grandpapa always will toddle down all the way to Newgate Market to buy the turkey, which he engages a porter to bring home behind him in triumph, always insisting on the man's being rewarded with a glass of spirits over and above his hire, to drink a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to Aunt George. As to grandmamma, she is very secret and mysterious for 2 or 3 days beforehand, but not sufficiently so to prevent rumours getting afloat that she has purchased a beautiful new cap with pink ribbons for each of the servants, together with sundry books and penknives and pencil cases for the younger branches, to say nothing of divers secret additions to the order originally given by Aunt George at the pastry-cook's, such as another dozen of mince pies for the dinner, and a large plum cake for the children. On Christmas Eve grandmamma is always in excellent spirits, and after employing all the children during the day in stoning the plums and all that, insists regularly every year on Uncle George coming down into the kitchen, taking off his coat, and stirring the pudding for half an hour or so, which Uncle George good-humouredly does, to the vociferous delight of the children and servants. The evening concludes with a glorious game of blindman's buff, in an early stage of which grandpapa takes great care to be caught, in order that he may have an opportunity of displaying his dexterity. On the following morning, the old couple, with as many of the children as the pew will hold, go to church in great state, leaving Aunt George at home dusting decanters and filling casters, and Uncle George carrying bottles into the dining parlour, and calling for corkscrews, and getting into everybody's way. When the church party return to lunch, Grandpapa produces a small sprig of mistletoe from his pocket, and tempts the boys to kiss their little cousins under it, a proceeding which affords both the boys and the old gentleman unlimited satisfaction, but which rather outrages Grandmamma's ideas of decorum, until Grandpapa says that when he was just 13 years and 3 months old, he kissed Grandmamma under a mistletoe too, on which the children clap their hands and laugh very heartily, as do Aunt George and Uncle George. And Grandmamma looks pleased, and says with a benevolent smile that Grandpapa was an impudent young dog, on which the children laugh very heartily again, and Grandpapa more heartily than any of them. But all these diversions are nothing to the subsequent excitement when Grandmamma in a high cap and slate-coloured silk gown, and Grandpapa with a beautifully plaited shirt-frill and white neckerchief, seat themselves on one side of the drawing-room fire, with Uncle George's children and little cousins innumerable seated in the front, waiting the arrival of the expected visitors. Suddenly a hackney coach is heard to stop, and Uncle George, who has been looking out of the window, exclaims, "Here's Jane!" on which the children rush to the door and helter-skelter downstairs, and Uncle Robert and Aunt Jane and the dear little baby and the nurse and the whole party are ushered upstairs amidst tumultuous shouts of "Oh, my!" from the children, and frequently repeated warnings not to hurt baby from the nurse. And Grandpapa takes the child, and Grandmamma kisses her daughter, and the confusion of this first entry has scarcely subsided when some other aunts and uncles with more cousins arrive, and the grown-up cousins flirt with each other, and so do the little cousins too, for that matter, and nothing is to be heard but a confused din of talking, laughing, and merriment. A hesitating double knock at the street door, heard during a momentary pause in the conversation, excites a general inquiry of "Who's that?" and 2 or 3 children who have been standing at the window announce in a low voice that it's "poor Aunt Margaret." Upon which Aunt George leaves the room to welcome the newcomer, and Grandmamma draws herself up rather stiff and stately, for Margaret married a poor man without her consent, and poverty not being a sufficiently weighty punishment for her offence, has been discarded by her friends and debarred the society of her dearest relatives. But Christmas has come round, and the unkind feelings that have struggled against better dispositions during the year have melted away before its genial influence like half-formed ice beneath the morning sun. It is not difficult in a moment of angry feeling for a parent to denounce a disobedient child, but to banish her at a period of general goodwill and hilarity from the hearth round which she has sat on so many anniversaries of the same day, expanding by slow degrees from infancy to girlhood, and then bursting almost imperceptibly into a woman, is widely different. The air of conscious rectitude and cold forgiveness which the old lady has assumed sits ill upon her, and when the poor girl is led in by her sister, pale in looks and broken in hope, not from poverty, for that she could bear, but from the consciousness of undeserved neglect and unmerited unkindness, it is easy to see how much of it is assumed. A momentary pause succeeds. The girl breaks suddenly from her sister and throws herself sobbing on her mother's neck. The father steps hastily forward and takes her husband's hand. Friends crowd round to offer their hearty congratulations, and happiness and harmony again prevail. As to the dinner, it's perfectly delightful. Nothing goes wrong, and everybody is in the very best of spirits, and disposed to please and be pleased. Grandpapa relates a circumstantial account of the purchase of the turkey, with a slight digression relative to the purchase of previous turkeys on former Christmas days, which Grandmamma corroborates in the minutest particular. Uncle George tells stories and carves poultry, and takes wine, and jokes with the children at the side table, and winks at the cousins that are making love or being made love to, and exhilarates everybody with his good humour and hospitality. And when, at last, a stout servant staggers in with a gigantic pudding with a sprig of holly in the top, there is such a laughing and shouting and clapping of little chubby hands and kicking up of fat dumpy legs as can only be equalled by the applause with which the astonishing feat of pouring lighted brandy into mince pies is received by the younger visitors. Then the dessert, and the wine, and the fun. Such beautiful speeches, and such songs from Aunt Margaret's husband, who turns out to be such a nice man, and so attentive to Grandmamma. Even Grandpapa not only sings his annual song with unprecedented vigour, but on being honoured with a unanimous encore, according to annual custom, actually comes out with a new one, which nobody but Grandmamma ever heard before. And a young scapegrace of a cousin, who has been in some disgrace with the old people for certain heinous sins of omission and commission, neglecting to call and persisting in drinking Burton ale, astonishes everybody into convulsions of laughter by volunteering the most extraordinary comic songs that ever were heard. And thus the evening passes, in a strain of rational goodwill and cheerfulness, doing more to awaken the sympathies of every member of the party in behalf of his neighbour, and to perpetuate their good feeling during the ensuing year, than half the homilies that have ever been written by half the divines that have ever lived. End of chapter 2 of Characters from Sketches by Boz. Chapter 3 of Characters from Sketches by Boz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Sketches by Boz by Charles Dickens. Illustrations by George Cruikshank. Chapter 3 of Characters. The New Year. Next to Christmas Day, the most pleasant annual epoch in existence is the advent of the New Year. There are a lachrymose set of people who usher in the New Year with watching and fasting, as if they were bound to attend as chief mourners at the obsequies of the old one. Now, we cannot but think it a great deal more complimentary both to the old year that has rolled away and to the new year that is just beginning to dawn upon us, to see the old fellow out and the new one in, with gaiety and glee. There must have been some few occurrences in the past year to which we can look back with a smile of cheerful recollection, if not with a feeling of heartfelt thankfulness. And we are bound by every rule of justice and equity to give the new year credit for being a good one, until he proves himself unworthy the confidence we repose in him. This is our view of the matter, and entertaining it, notwithstanding our respect for the old year, one of the few remaining moments of whose existence passes away with every word we write, here we are, seated by our fireside on this last night of the old year, 1836, penning this article with as jovial a face as if nothing extraordinary had happened or was about to happen to disturb our good humour. Hackney coaches and carriages keep rattling up the street and down the street in rapid succession, conveying, doubtless, smartly dressed coachfuls to crowded parties. Loud and repeated double knocks at the house with green blinds opposite announce to the whole neighbourhood that there's one large party in the street at all events, and we saw through the window, and through the fog too, till it grew so thick that we rung for candles and drew our curtains, pastrycooks' men with green boxes on their heads, and rout furniture warehouse carts with cane seats and French lamps, hurrying to the numerous houses where an annual festival is held in honour of the occasion. We can fancy one of these parties, we think, as well as if we were duly dress-coated and pumped, and had just been announced at the drawing-room door. Take the house with the green blinds, for instance. We know it is a quadrille party, because we saw some men taking up the front drawing-room carpet while we sat at breakfast this morning. And if further evidence be required, and we must tell the truth, we just now saw one of the young ladies doing another of the young ladies' hair near one of the bedroom windows in an unusual style of splendour, which nothing else but a quadrille party could possibly justify. The master of the house with the green blinds is in a public office. We know the fact by the cut of his coat, the tie of his neckcloth, and the self-satisfaction of his gait. The very green blinds themselves have a Somerset House air about them. Hark! A cab. That's a junior clerk in the same office, a tidy sort of young man with a tendency to cold and corns, who comes in a pair of boots with black cloth fronts, and brings his shoes in his coat pocket, which shoes he is at this very moment putting on in the hall. Now he is announced by the man in the passage to another man in a blue coat, who is a disguised messenger from the office. The man on the first landing precedes him to the drawing-room door. "Mr. Tupple," shouts the messenger. "How are you, Tupple?" says the master of the house, advancing from the fire, before which he has been talking politics and airing himself. "My dear, this is Mr. Tupple." A courteous salute from the lady of the house. "Tupple, my eldest daughter. Julia, my dear, Mr. Tupple. Tupple, my other daughters. My son, sir." Tupple rubs his hands very hard, and smiles as if it were all capital fun, and keeps constantly bowing and turning himself round till the whole family have been introduced, when he glides into a chair at the corner of the sofa, and opens a miscellaneous conversation with the young ladies upon the weather, and the theatres, and the old year, and the last new murder, and the balloon, and the ladies' sleeves, and the festivities of the season, and a great many other topics of small talk. More double knocks. What an extensive party! What an incessant hum of conversation, and general sipping of coffee! We see Tupple now, in our mind's eye, in the height of his glory. He has just handed that stout old lady's cup to the servant, and now he dives among the crowd of young men by the door to intercept the other servant, and secure the muffin plate for the old lady's daughter before he leaves the room. And now, as he passes the sofa on his way back, he bestows a glance of recognition and patronage upon the young ladies, as condescending and familiar as if he had known them from infancy. Charming person, Mr. Tupple. Perfect ladies' man. Such a delightful companion, too. Laugh. Nobody ever understood papa's jokes half so well as Mr. Tupple, who laughs himself into convulsions at every fresh burst of facetiousness. Most delightful partner, talks through the whole set, and although he does seem at first rather gay and frivolous, so romantic, and with so much feeling. Quite a love. No great favourite with the young men, certainly, who sneer at and affect to despise him. But everybody knows that's only envy, and they needn't give themselves the trouble to depreciate his merits at any rate, for Ma says he shall be asked to every future dinner party, if it's only to talk to people between the courses, and distract their attention when there's any unexpected delay in the kitchen. At supper Mr. Tupple shows to still greater advantage than he has done throughout the evening, and when Pa requests every one to fill their glasses for the purpose of drinking happiness throughout the year, Mr. Tupple is so droll, insisting on all the young ladies having their glasses filled, notwithstanding their repeated assurances that they never can by any possibility think of emptying them, and subsequently begging permission to say a few words on the sentiment which has just been uttered by Pa, when he makes one of the most brilliant and poetical speeches that can possibly be imagined about the old year and the new one. After the toast has been drunk, and when the ladies have retired, Mr. Tupple requests that every gentleman will do him the favour of filling his glass, for he has a toast to propose, on which all the gentlemen cry "Hear, hear," and pass the decanters accordingly. And Mr. Tupple, being informed by the master of the house that they are all charged, and waiting for his toast, rises and begs to remind the gentlemen present how much they have been delighted by the dazzling array of elegance and beauty which the drawing-room has exhibited that night, and how their senses have been charmed and their hearts captivated by the bewitching concentration of female loveliness which that very room has so recently displayed. Loud cries of "Hear!" Much as he, Tupple, would be disposed to deplore the absence of the ladies on other grounds, he cannot but derive some consolation from the reflection that the very circumstance of their not being present enables him to propose a toast which he would have otherwise been prevented from giving. That toast, he begs to say, is "The Ladies." Great applause. The ladies, among whom the fascinating daughters of their excellent host are alike conspicuous for their beauty, their accomplishments, and their elegance. He begs them to drain a bumper to the ladies, and a Happy New Year to them. Prolonged approbation, above which the noise of the ladies dancing the Spanish dance among themselves overhead is distinctly audible. The applause consequent on this toast has scarcely subsided, when a young gentleman in a pink under-waistcoat, sitting towards the bottom of the table, is observed to grow very restless and fidgety, and to evince strong indications of some latent desire to give vent to his feelings in a speech, which the wary Tupple at once perceiving, determines to forestall by speaking himself. He therefore rises again with an air of solemn importance, and trusts he may be permitted to propose another toast. Unqualified approbation, and Mr. Tupple proceeds. He is sure they must all be deeply impressed with the hospitality, he may say the splendour, with which they have been that night received by their worthy host and hostess. Unbounded applause. Although this is the first occasion on which he has had the pleasure and delight of sitting at that board, he has known his friend Dobble long and intimately. He has been connected with him in business. He wishes everybody present knew Dobble as well as he does. A cough from the host. He, Tupple, can lay his hand upon his Tupple's heart, and declare his confident belief that a better man, a better husband, a better father, a better brother, a better son, a better relation in any relation of life than Dobble never existed. Loud cries of "Hear!" They have seen him to-night in the peaceful bosom of his family. They should see him in the morning in the trying duties of his office, calm in the perusal of the morning papers, uncompromising in the signature of his name, dignified in his replies to the inquiries of stranger applicants, deferential in his behaviour to his superiors, majestic in his deportment to the messengers. Cheers. When he bears this merited testimony to the excellent qualities of his friend Dobble, what can he say in approaching such a subject as Mrs. Dobble? Is it requisite for him to expatiate on the qualities of that amiable woman? No, he will spare his friend Dobble's feelings. He will spare the feelings of his friend, if he will allow him to have the honour of calling him so, Mr. Dobble, junior. Here Mr. Dobble, junior, who has been previously distending his mouth to a considerable width by thrusting a particularly fine orange into that feature, suspends operations, and assumes a proper appearance of intense melancholy. He will simply say, and he is quite certain it is a sentiment in which all who hear him will readily concur, that his friend Dobble is as superior to any man he ever knew, as Mrs. Dobble is far beyond any woman he ever saw, except her daughters, and he will conclude by proposing their worthy host and hostess, and may they live to enjoy many more new years. The toast is drunk with acclamation. Dobble returns thanks, and the whole party rejoin the ladies in the drawing-room. Young men who were too bashful to dance before supper find tongues and partners. The musicians exhibit unequivocal symptoms of having drunk the New Year in while the company were out, and dancing is kept up until far in the first morning of the New Year. We have scarcely written the last word of the previous sentence when the first stroke of 12 peals from the neighbouring churches. There certainly, we must confess it now, is something awful in the sound. Strictly speaking, it may not be more impressive now than at any other time, for the hours steal as swiftly on at other periods, and their flight is little heeded. But we measure man's life by years, and it is a solemn knell that warns us we have passed another of the landmarks which stands between us and the grave. Disguise it as we may, the reflection will force itself on our minds that when the next bell announces the arrival of a new year, we may be insensible alike of the timely warning we have so often neglected, and of all the warm feelings that glow within us now. End of Chapter 3 of Characters from Sketches by Boz.
Chapter 4 of Characters from Sketches by Boz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Raven Notation. Sketches by Boz by Charles Dickens. Illustrations by George Cruikshank. Chapter 4 of Characters. Miss Evans and the Eagle. Mr. Samuel Wilkins was a carpenter, a journeyman carpenter of small dimensions, decidedly below the middle size, bordering perhaps upon the dwarfish. His face was round and shining, and his hair carefully twisted into the outer corner of each eye, till it formed a variety of that description of semicurls usually known as aggravators. His earnings were all sufficient for his wants. varying from 18 shillings to £1 weekly, his manner undeniable, his Sabbath waistcoats dazzling. No wonder that, with these qualifications, Samuel Wilkins found favour in the eyes of the other sex. Many women have been captivated by far less substantial qualifications, but Samuel was proof against their blandishments, until at length his eyes rested on those of a being for whom, from that time forth, he felt fate had destined him. He came and conquered, proposed and was accepted, loved and was beloved. Mr. Wilkins kept company with Jemima Evans. Miss Evans, or Ivans, to adopt the pronunciation most in vogue with her circle of acquaintance, had adopted in early life the useful pursuit of shoe-binding, to which she had afterwards superadded the occupation of a straw-bonnet maker. Herself, her maternal parent, and 2 sisters formed a harmonious quartet in the most secluded portion of Camden Town, and here it was that Mr. Wilkins presented himself, one Monday afternoon, in his best attire, with his face more shining, and his waistcoat more bright than either had ever appeared before. The family were just going to tea, and were so glad to see him. It was quite a little feast. 2 ounces of 7 and 6penny green, and 1/4 pound of the best fresh. And Mr. Wilkins had brought a pint of shrimps, neatly folded up in a clean belcher, to give a zest to the meal, and propitiate Mrs. Ivans. Jemima was cleaning herself upstairs, so Mr. Samuel Wilkins sat down and talked domestic economy with Mrs. Ivans, whilst the 2 youngest Mrs. Ivanses poked bits of lighted brown paper between the bars under the kettle, to make the water boil for tea. "I was a-thinking," said Mr. Samuel Wilkins during a pause in the conversation, "I was a-thinking of taking Jemima to the Eagle to-night." "Oh my!" exclaimed Mrs. Ivans. "Law, how nice!" said the youngest Miss Ivans. "Well, I declare!" added the youngest Miss Ivans but one. "Tell Jemima to put on her white muslin, Tilly," screamed Mrs. Ivans, with motherly anxiety. And down came Jemima herself soon afterwards, in a white muslin gown carefully hooked and eyed, a little red shawl, plentifully pinned, a white straw bonnet trimmed with red ribbons, a small necklace, a large pair of bracelets, Denmark satin shoes, and open-worked stockings, white cotton gloves on her fingers, and a cambric pocket handkerchief, carefully folded up in her hand, all quite genteel and ladylike. And away went Miss Jemima Ivans and Mr. Samuel Wilkins, and the dress came, with a gilt knob at the top, to the admiration and envy of the street in general, and to the high gratification of Mrs. Ivans, and the 2 youngest Mrs. Ivanses in particular. They had no sooner turned into the Pancras Road, than who should Miss Jemima Ivans stumble upon, by the most fortunate accident in the world, but a young lady, as she knew, with her young man. And it is so strange how things do turn out sometimes. They were actually going to the Eagle too. So Mr. Samuel Wilkins was introduced to Miss Jemima Ivans's friend's young man, and they all walked on together, talking and laughing and joking away like anything, and when they got as far as Pentonville, Miss Ivans's friend's young man would have the ladies go into the Crown, to taste some shrub, which, after a great blushing and giggling, and hiding of faces in elaborate pocket-handkerchiefs, they consented to do. Having tasted it once, they were easily prevailed upon to taste it again, and they sat out in the garden tasting shrub, and looking at the busses alternately, till it was just the proper time to go to the Eagle, and then they resumed their journey, and walked very fast, for fear they should lose the beginning of the concert in the rotunda. "How heavenly!" said Miss Jemima Ivans, and Miss Jemima Ivans's friend both at once, when they had passed the gate and were fairly inside the gardens. There were the walks, beautifully gravelled and planted, and the refreshment boxes, painted and ornamented like so many snuff-boxes, and the variegated lamps shedding their rich light upon the company's heads, and the place for dancing ready chalked for the company's feet, and a Moorish band playing at one end of the gardens, and an opposition military band playing away at the other. Then the waiters were rushing to and fro with glasses of negus, and glasses of brandy and water, and bottles of ale, and bottles of stout, and ginger beer was going off in one place, and practical jokes were going on in another, and people were crowding to the door of the rotunda, and in short the whole scene was, as Miss Jemima Ivins, inspired by the novelty, or the shrub, or both, observed, one of dazzling excitement. As to the concert room, never was anything half so splendid. There was an orchestra for the singers, all paint, gilding, and plate glass, and such an organ! Miss Jemima Ivins's friend's young man whispered it had cost £400, which Mr. Samuel Wilkins said was not dear neither, an opinion in which the ladies perfectly coincided. The audience were seated on elevated benches round the room, and crowded into every part of it, and everybody was eating and drinking as comfortably as possible. Just before the concert commenced, Mr. Samuel Wilkins ordered 2 glasses of rum and water, warm with, and 2 slices of lemon, for himself and the other young man, together with a pint of sherry wine for the ladies, and some sweet caraway seed biscuits, and they would have been quite comfortable and happy, only a strange gentleman with large whiskers would stare at Miss Jemima Ivins, and another gentleman in a plaid waistcoat would wink at Miss Jemima Ivins's friend, on which Miss Jemima Ivins's friend's young man exhibited symptoms of boiling over, and began to mutter about people's imperence, and swells out of luck, and to intimate, in oblique terms, a vague intention of knocking somebody's head off, which he was only prevented from announcing more emphatically by both Miss Jemima Ivins and her friend threatening to faint away on the spot if he said another word. The concert commenced. Overture on the organ. "How solemn!" exclaimed Miss Jemima Ivins, glancing, perhaps unconsciously, at the gentleman with the whiskers. Mr. Samuel Wilkins, who had been muttering apart for some time past, as if he were holding a confidential conversation with the gilt knob of the dress-cane, breathed hard-breathing vengeance, perhaps, but said nothing. "The soldier tired," Miss Somebody in white satin. "Encore!" cried Miss Jemima Ivins's friend. "Encore!" shouted the gentleman in the plaid waistcoat immediately, hammering the table with a stout bottle. Miss Jemima Ivins's friend's young man eyed the man behind the waistcoat from head to foot, and cast a look of interrogative contempt towards Mr. Samuel Wilkins. Comic song accompanied on the organ. Miss Jemima Ivins was convulsed with laughter, so was the man with the whiskers. Everything the ladies did, the plaid waistcoat and whiskers did, by way of expressing unity of sentiment and congeniality of soul, and Miss Jemima Ivins and Miss Jemima Ivins's friend grew lively and talkative, as Mr. Samuel Wilkins and Miss Jemima Ivins's friend's young man grew morose and surly in inverse proportion. Now, if the matter had ended here, the little party might soon have recovered their former equanimity. But Mr. Samuel Wilkins and his friend began to throw looks of defiance upon the waistcoat and whiskers, and the waistcoat and whiskers, by way of intimating the slight degree in which they were affected by the looks aforesaid, bestowed glances of increased admiration upon Miss Jemima Ivins and friend. The concert and vaudeville concluded, they promenaded the gardens. The waistcoat and whiskers did the same, and made divers remarks complimentary to the ankles of Miss Jemima Ivins and friend in an audible tone. At length, not satisfied with these numerous atrocities, they actually came up and asked Miss Jemima Ivins and Miss Jemima Ivins's friend to dance, without taking no more notice of Mr. Samuel Wilkins and Miss Jemima Ivins's friend's young man, than if they were nobody. "What do you mean by that, scoundrel?" exclaimed Mr. Samuel Wilkins, grasping the gilt-knobbed dress-cane firmly in his right hand. "What's the matter with you, you little humbug?" replied the Whiskers. "How dare you insult me and my friend?" inquired the friend's young man. "You and your friend be hanged," responded the waistcoat. "Take that!" exclaimed Mr. Samuel Wilkins. The ferrule of the gilt-knobbed dress-cane was visible for an instant, and then the light of the variegated lamps shone brightly upon it as it whirled into the air, cane and all. "Give it him," said the waistcoat. "Horficer!" screamed the ladies. Miss Jemima Ivins's beau and the friend's young man lay gasping on the gravel, and the waistcoat and Whiskers were seen no more. Miss Jemima Ivins and friend, being conscious that the affray was in no slight degree attributable to themselves, of course went to hysterics forthwith, declared themselves the most injured of women, exclaimed in incoherent ravings that they had been suspected, wrongfully suspected, oh, that they should ever have lived to see the day, and so forth, suffered a relapse every time they opened their eyes and saw their unfortunate little admirers, and were carried to their respective abodes in a hackney coach, and a state of insensibility compounded of shrub, sherry, and excitement. End of Chapter 4 of Characters, from Sketches by Boz. Chapter 5 of Characters, from Sketches by Boz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Raven Notation. Sketches by Boz, by Charles Dickens. Illustrations by George Cruikshank. Chapter 5 of Characters. The Parlour, Orator. We had been lounging one evening, down Oxford Street, Holborn, Cheapside, Coleman Street, Finsbury Square, and so on, with the intention of returning westward, by Pentonville and the New Road, when we began to feel rather thirsty, and disposed to rest for 5 or 10 minutes. So we turned back towards an old, quiet, decent public-house, which we remembered to have passed but a moment before (it was not far from the City Road), for the purpose of solacing ourselves with a glass of ale. The house was none of your stuccoed, French-polished, illuminated palaces, but a modest public-house of the old school, with a little old bar and a little old landlord, who, with a wife and daughter of the same pattern, was comfortably seated in the bar aforesaid, a snug little room with a cheerful fire, protected by a large screen, from behind which the young lady emerged on our representing our inclination for a glass of ale. "Won't you walk into the parlour, sir?" said the young lady in seductive tones. "You had better walk into the parlour, sir," said the little old landlord, throwing his chair back and looking round one side of the screen to survey our appearance. "You had much better step into the parlour, sir," said the little old lady, popping out her head on the other side of the screen. We cast a slight glance around, as if to express our ignorance of the locality so much recommended. The little old landlord observed it, bustled out of the small door of the small bar, and forthwith ushered us into the parlour itself. It was an ancient, dark-looking room, with oaken wainscoting, a sanded floor, and a high mantelpiece. The walls were ornamented with 3 or 4 old coloured prints in black frames, each print representing a naval engagement, with a couple of men of war banging away at each other most vigorously, while another vessel or two were blowing up in the distance, and the foreground presented a miscellaneous collection of broken masts and blue legs sticking up out of the water. Depending from the ceiling in the centre of the room were a gas light and bell pull. On each side were 3 or 4 long narrow tables, behind which was a thickly planted row of those slippery, shiny-looking wooden chairs, peculiar to hostelries of this description. The monotonous appearance of the sanded boards was relieved by an occasional spittoon, and a triangular pile of those useful articles adorned the 2 upper corners of the apartment. At the furthest table, nearest the fire, with his face towards the door at the bottom of the room, sat a stoutish man of about 40, whose short, stiff, black hair curled closely round a broad, high forehead, and a face to which something besides water and exercise had communicated a rather inflamed appearance. He was smoking a cigar, with his eyes fixed on the ceiling, and had that confident, oracular air which marked him as the leading politician, general authority, and universal anecdote relater of the place. He had evidently just delivered himself of something very weighty, for the remainder of the company were puffing at their respective pipes and cigars in a kind of solemn abstraction, as if quite overwhelmed with the magnitude of the subject recently under discussion. On his right hand sat an elderly gentleman with a white head and broad-brimmed brown hat. On his left, a sharp-nosed, light-haired man in a brown surtout reaching nearly to his heels, who took a whiff at his pipe and an admiring glance at the red-faced man alternately. "Very extraordinary," said the light-haired man after a pause of 5 minutes. A murmur of assent ran through the company. "Not at all extraordinary, not at all," said the red-faced man, awakening suddenly from his reverie, and turning upon the light-haired man the moment he had spoken. "Why should it be extraordinary? Why is it extraordinary? Prove it to be extraordinary." "Oh, if you come to that," said the light-haired man meekly. "Come to that!" ejaculated the man with the red face. "But we must come to that. We stand in these times upon a calm elevation of intellectual attainment, and not in the dark recess of mental deprivation. Proof is what I require. Proof, and not assertions, in these stirring times. Every gentleman that knows me knows what was the nature and effect of my observations, when it was in the contemplation of the Old Street Suburban Representative Discovery Society, to recommend a candidate for that place in Cornwall there. I forget the name of it." "Mr. Snowby," said Mr. Wilson, "is a fit and proper person to represent the borough in Parliament. Prove it, says I. He is a friend to reform, says Mr. Wilson. Prove it, says I. The abolition of the national debt, the unflinching opponent of pensions, the uncompromising advocate of the negro, the reducer of sinecures and the duration of parliaments, the extender of nothing but the suffrages of the people, says Mr. Wilson. Prove it, says I. His acts prove it, says he. Prove them, says I. And he could not prove them, said the red-faced man, looking round triumphantly, and the borough didn't have him. And if you carried this principle to the full extent, you'd have no debt, no pensions, no sinecures, no negroes, no nothing. And then, standing upon an elevation of intellectual attainment, and having reached the summit of popular prosperity, you might bid defiance to the nations of the earth, and erect yourselves in the proud confidence of wisdom and superiority. This is my argument. This always has been my argument. And if I was a member of the House of Commons to-morrow, I'd make 'em shake in their shoes with it." And the red-faced man, having struck the table very hard with his clenched fist, to add weight to the declaration, smoked away like a brewery. "Well," said the sharp-nosed man in a very slow and soft voice, addressing the company in general, "I always do say that of all the gentlemen I have the pleasure of meeting in this room, there is not one whose conversation I like to hear so much as Mr. Rogers, or who is such improving company. Improving company, said Mr. Rogers, for that, it seemed, was the name of the red-faced man. You may say I am improving company, for I've improved you all to some purpose, though as to say my conversation being as my friend Mr. Ellis here describes it, that is not for me to say anything about. You, gentlemen, are the best judges on that point, but this I will say, when I came into this parish and first used this room 10 years ago, I don't believe there was one man in it who knew he was a slave, and now you all know it, and writhe under it. Inscribe that upon my tomb, and I am satisfied. Why, as to inscribing it on your tomb, said a little greengrocer with a chubby face, of course you can have anything chalked up, as you likes to pay for, so far as it relates to yourself and your affairs. But, when you come to talk about slaves, and that there abuse, you'd better keep it in the family, 'cause I for one don't like to be called them names, night after night. You are a slave, said the red-faced man, and the most pitiable of all slaves. Very hard if I am, interrupted the greengrocer, for I got no good out of the 20 million that was paid for emancipation, anyhow. A willing slave, ejaculated the red-faced man, getting more red with eloquence and contradiction, resigning the dearest birthright of your children, neglecting the sacred call of liberty, who, standing imploringly before you, appeals to the warmest feelings of your heart, and points to your helpless infants, but in vain. Prove it, said the greengrocer. Prove it, sneered the man with the red face. What? Bending beneath the yoke of an insolent and factious oligarchy, bowed down by the domination of cruel laws, groaning beneath tyranny and oppression on every hand, at every side, and in every corner. Prove it! The red-faced man abruptly broke off, sneered melodramatically, and buried his countenance and his indignation together in a quart-pot. Ah, to be sure, Mr. Rogers, said a stout broker in a large waistcoat, who had kept his eyes fixed on this luminary all the time he was speaking. Ah, to be sure, said the broker with a sigh. That's the point. Of course, said divers members of the company, who understood almost as much about the matter as the broker himself. You had better let him alone, Tommy, said the broker, by way of advice to the little greengrocer. He can tell what's o'clock by an 8-day, without looking at the minute hand he can. Try it on some other suit. It won't do with him, Tommy. What is a man? Continued the red-faced specimen of the species, jerking his hat indignantly from its peg on the wall. What is an Englishman? Is he to be trampled upon by every oppressor? Is he to be knocked down at everybody's bidding? What's freedom? Not a standing army. What's a standing army? Not freedom. What's general happiness? Not universal misery. Liberty ain't the window tax, is it? The Lords ain't the Commons, are they? And the red-faced man, gradually bursting into a radiating sentence, in which such adjectives as dastardly, oppressive, violent, and sanguinary formed the most conspicuous words, knocked his hat indignantly over his eyes, left the room, and slammed the door after him. Wonderful man, said he of the sharp nose. Splendid speaker, added the broker. Great power, said everybody but the greengrocer. And as they said it, the whole party shook their heads mysteriously, and one by one retired, leaving us alone in the old parlour. If we had followed the established precedent in all such instances, we should have fallen into a fit of musing without delay. The ancient appearance of the room, the old panelling of the wall, the chimney blackened with smoke and age, would have carried us back 100 years at least, and we should have gone dreaming on until the pewter pot on the table, or the little beer chiller on the fire, had started into life, and addressed to us a long story of days gone by. But, by some means or other, we were not in a romantic humour, and although we tried very hard to invest the furniture with vitality, it remained perfectly unmoved, obstinate, and sullen. Being thus reduced to the unpleasant necessity of musing about ordinary matters, our thoughts reverted to the red-faced man, and his oratorical display. A numerous race are these red-faced men. There is not a parlour, or club-room, or benefit society, or humble party of any kind, without its red-faced man. Weak-pated dolts they are, and a great deal of mischief they do to their cause, however good. So, just to hold a pattern one up, to know the others by, we took his likeness at once, and put him in here, and that is the reason why we have written this paper. End of Chapter 5 of Characters, from Sketches by Boz. Chapter 6 of Characters, from Sketches by Boz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Raven Notation. Sketches by Boz, by Charles Dickens. Illustrations by George Cruikshank. Chapter 6 of Characters. The Hospital Patient. In our rambles through the streets of London after evening has set in, we often pause beneath the windows of some public hospital, and picture to ourselves the gloomy and mournful scenes that are passing within. The sudden moving of a taper, as its feeble ray shoots from window to window, until its light gradually disappears, as if it were carried further back into the room to the bedside of some suffering patient, is enough to awaken a whole crowd of reflections. The mere glimmering of the low burning lamps, which, when all other habitations are wrapped in darkness and slumber, denote the chamber where so many forms are writhing with pain, or wasting with disease, is sufficient to check the most boisterous merriment. Who can tell the anguish of those weary hours, when the only sound the sick man hears is the disjointed wanderings of some feverish slumberer near him, the low moan of pain, or perhaps the muttered, long-forgotten prayer of a dying man? Who but they who have felt it can imagine the sense of loneliness and desolation which must be the portion of those who in the hour of dangerous illness are left to be tended by strangers? For what hands, be they ever so gentle, can wipe the clammy brow, or smooth the restless bed, like those of mother, wife, or child? Impressed with these thoughts, we have turned away through the nearly deserted streets, and the sight of the few miserable creatures still hovering about them has not tended to lessen the pain which such meditations awaken. The hospital is a refuge and resting place for hundreds, who but for such institutions must die in the streets and doorways. But what can be the feelings of some outcasts, when they are stretched on the bed of sickness with scarcely a hope of recovery? The wretched woman who lingers about the pavement, hours after midnight, and the miserable shadow of a man, the ghastly remnant that want and drunkenness have left, which crouches beneath a window-ledge, to sleep where there is some shelter from the rain, have little to bind them to life, but what have they to look back upon in death? What are the unwonted comforts of a roof and a bed to them, when the recollections of a whole life of debasement stalk before them, when repentance seems a mockery, and sorrow comes too late? About a 12-month ago, as we were strolling through Covent Garden, we had been thinking about these things overnight, we were attracted by the very prepossessing appearance of a pickpocket, who, having declined to take the trouble of walking to the police office, on the ground that he hadn't the slightest wish to go there at all, was being conveyed thither in a wheelbarrow, to the huge delight of a crowd. Somehow we never can resist joining a crowd, so we turned back with the mob, and entered the office in company with our friend the pickpocket, a couple of policemen, and as many dirty-faced spectators as could squeeze their way in. There was a powerful, ill-looking young fellow at the bar, who was undergoing an examination, on the very common charge of having, on the previous night, ill-treated a woman with whom he lived in some court hard by. Several witnesses bore testimony to acts of the grossest brutality, and a certificate was read from the house surgeon of a neighbouring hospital, describing the nature of the injuries the woman had received, and intimating that her recovery was extremely doubtful. Some question appeared to have been raised about the identity of the prisoner, for when it was agreed that the two magistrates should visit the hospital at 8 o'clock that evening to take her deposition, it was settled that the man should be taken there also. He turned pale at this, and we saw him clench the bar very hard when the order was given. He was removed directly afterwards, and he spoke not a word. We felt an irrepressible curiosity to witness this interview, although it is hard to tell why, at this instant, for we knew it must be a painful one. It was no very difficult matter for us to gain permission, and we obtained it. The prisoner and the officer who had him in custody were already at the hospital when we reached it, and waiting the arrival of the magistrates in a small room below stairs. The man was handcuffed, and his hat was pulled forward over his eyes. It was easy to see, though, by the whiteness of his countenance and the constant twitching of the muscles of his face, that he dreaded what was to come. After a short interval, the magistrates and clerk were bowed in by the house surgeon and a couple of young men who smelt very strong of tobacco smoke. They were introduced as dressers, and after one magistrate had complained bitterly of the cold, and the other of the absence of any news in the evening paper, it was announced that the patient was prepared, and we were conducted to the casualty ward in which she was lying. The dim light which burnt in the spacious room increased rather than diminished the ghastly appearance of the hapless creatures in the beds, which were arranged in 2 long rows on either side. In one bed lay a child enveloped in bandages, with its body half consumed by fire. In another, a female, rendered hideous by some dreadful accident, was wildly beating her clenched fists on the coverlet in pain. On a third, there lay stretched a young girl, apparently in the heavy stupor often the immediate precursor of death. Her face was stained with blood, and her breast and arms were bound up in folds of linen. 2 or 3 of the beds were empty, and their recent occupants were sitting beside them, but with faces so wan, and eyes so bright and glassy, that it was fearful to meet their gaze. On every face was stamped the expression of anguish and suffering. The object of the visit was lying at the upper end of the room. She was a fine young woman of about 2 or 3 and 20. Her long black hair, which had been hastily cut from near the wounds on her head, streamed over the pillow in jagged and matted locks. Her face bore deep marks of the ill usage she had received. Her hand was pressed upon her side, as if her chief pain were there. Her breathing was short and heavy, and it was plain to see that she was dying fast. She murmured a few words in reply to the magistrate's inquiry whether she was in great pain, and, having been raised on the pillow by the nurse, looked vacantly upon the strange countenances that surrounded her bed. The magistrate nodded to the officer to bring the man forward. He did so, and stationed him at the bedside. The girl looked on with a wild and troubled expression of face, but her sight was dim, and she did not know him. "Take off his hat," said the magistrate. The officer did as he was desired, and the man's features were disclosed. The girl started up with an energy quite preternatural. The fire gleamed in her heavy eyes, and the blood rushed to her pale and sunken cheeks. It was a convulsive effort. She fell back upon her pillow, and covering her scarred and bruised face with her hands, burst into tears. The man cast an anxious look towards her, but otherwise appeared wholly unmoved. After a brief pause, the nature of the errand was explained, and the oath tendered. "Oh no, gentlemen," said the girl, raising herself once more and folding her hands together. "No, gentlemen, for God's sake! I did it myself. It was nobody's fault. It was an accident. He didn't hurt me. He wouldn't for all the world. Jack, dear Jack, you know you wouldn't." Her sight was fast failing her, and her hand groped over the bedclothes in search of his. Brute as the man was, he was not prepared for this. He turned his face from the bed, and sobbed. The girl's colour changed, and her breathing grew more difficult. She was evidently dying. "We respect the feelings which prompt you to this," said the gentleman who had spoken first, "but let me warn you not to persist in what you know to be untrue, until it is too late. It cannot save him." "Jack," murmured the girl, laying her hand upon his arm, "they shall not persuade me to swear your life away. He didn't do it, gentlemen. He never hurt me." She grasped his arm tightly, and added in a broken whisper, "I hope God Almighty will forgive me all the wrong I have done, and the life I have led. God bless you, Jack. Some kind gentleman take my love to my poor old father. 5 years ago he said he wished I had died a child. Oh, I wish I had. I wish I had." The nurse bent over the girl for a few seconds, and then drew the sheet over her face. It covered a corpse. End of chapter 6 of Characters, from Sketches by Boz.
Characters 7 from Sketches by Boz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. Sketches by Boz by Charles Dickens. Illustrations by George Cruikshank. Chapter 7. The Misplaced Attachment of Mr. John Dounce. If we had to make a classification of society, there is a particular kind of men whom we should immediately set down under the head of old boys, and a column of most extensive dimensions the old boys would require. To what precise causes the rapid advance of old boy population is to be traced, we are unable to determine. It would be an interesting and curious speculation, but as we have not sufficient space to devote to it here, we simply state the fact that the numbers of the old boys have been gradually augmenting within the last few years, and that they are at this moment alarmingly on the increase. Upon a general review of the subject, without considering it minutely in detail, we should be disposed to subdivide old boys into two distinct classes: the gay old boys and the steady old boys. The gay old boys are paunchy old men in the disguise of young ones, who frequent the Quadrant and Regent Street in the daytime, the theatres, especially theatres under lady management, at night, and who assume all the foppishness and levity of boys, without the excuse of youth or inexperience. The steady old boys are certain stout old gentlemen of clean appearance, who are always seen in the same taverns, at the same hours every evening, smoking and drinking in the same company. There was once a fine collection of old boys to be seen round the circular table at Offley's every night, between the hours of 8:30 and 11:30. We have lost sight of them for some time. There were, and may be still, for aught we know, two splendid specimens in full blossom, at the Rainbow Tavern in Fleet Street, who always used to sit in the box nearest the fireplace and smoked long cherry-stick pipes, which went under the table, with the bowls resting on the floor. Grand old boys they were, fat, red-faced, white-haired old fellows, always there, one on one side of the table, the other opposite, puffing and drinking away in great state. Everybody knew them, and it was supposed by some people that they were both immortal. Mr. John Dounce was an old boy of the latter class. We don't mean immortal, but steady. A retired glove and braces maker, a widower, resident with 3 daughters, all grown up and all unmarried, in Cursitor Street, Chancery Lane. He was a short, round, large-faced, tubbish sort of man, with a broad-brimmed hat and a square coat, and had that grave but confident kind of roll peculiar to old boys in general. Regular as clockwork, breakfast at 9, dress and titivate a little, down to the Sir Somebody's head, a glass of ale and the paper, come back again and take daughters out for a walk, dinner at 3, glass of grog and pipe, nap, tea, little walk, Sir Somebody's head again, capital house, delightful evenings. There were Mr. Harris, the law stationer, and Mr. Jenkins, the robe maker, 2 jolly young fellows like himself, and Jones, the barrister's clerk. Rum fellow, that Jones. Capital company, full of anecdote. And there they sat every night till just 10 minutes before 12, drinking their brandy and water and smoking their pipes, and telling stories and enjoying themselves with a kind of solemn joviality particularly edifying. Sometimes Jones would propose a half-price visit to Drury Lane or Covent Garden to see 2 acts of a 5-act play, and a new farce, perhaps, or a ballet, on which occasions the whole 4 of them went together. None of your hurrying and nonsense, but having their brandy and water first, comfortably, and ordering a steak and some oysters for their supper against they came back, and then walking coolly into the pit, when the rush had gone in, as all sensible people do, and did when Mr. Dounce was a young man, except when the celebrated Master Betty was at the height of his popularity, and then, sir, then Mr. Dounce, perfectly well remembered, getting a holiday from business and going to the pit doors at 11 o'clock in the forenoon, and waiting there till 6 in the afternoon, with some sandwiches and a pocket handkerchief, and some wine in a phial, and fainting after all, with the heat and fatigue, before the play began, in which situation he was lifted out of the pit into one of the dress boxes, sir, by 5 of the finest women of that day, sir, who compassionated his situation and administered restoratives, and sent a black servant 6 foot high, in blue and silver livery, next morning with their compliments, and to know how he found himself, sir, by G. Between the acts, Mr. Dounce and Mr. Harris and Mr. Jenkins used to stand up and look round the house, and Jones, knowing fellow that Jones, knew everybody, pointed out the fashionable and celebrated Lady So-and-so in the boxes, at the mention of whose name Mr. Dounce, after brushing up his hair and adjusting his neckerchief, would inspect the aforesaid Lady So-and-so through an immense glass, and remark either that she was a fine woman, very fine woman indeed, or that there might be a little more of her, eh, Jones? Just as the case might happen to be. When the dancing began, John Dounce and the other old boys were particularly anxious to see what was going forward on the stage, and Jones, wicked dog that Jones, whispered little critical remarks into the ears of John Dounce, which John Dounce retailed to Mr. Harris, and Mr. Harris to Mr. Jenkins, and then they all 4 laughed until the tears ran down out of their eyes. When the curtain fell, they walked back together, 2 and 2, to the steak and oysters. And when they came to the second glass of brandy and water, Jones, hoaxing scamp that Jones, used to recount how he had observed a lady in white feathers in one of the pit boxes, gazing intently on Mr. Dounce all the evening, and how he had caught Mr. Dounce, whenever he thought no one was looking at him, bestowing ardent looks of intense devotion on the lady in return, on which Mr. Harris and Mr. Jenkins used to laugh very heartily, and Mr. Dounce more heartily than either of them, acknowledging, however, that the time had been when he might have done such things, upon which Mr. Jones used to poke him in the ribs, and tell him that he had been a sad dog in his time. which John Dounce with chuckles confessed, and after Mr. Harris and Mr. Jenkins had preferred their claims to the character of having been sad dogs too, they separated harmoniously and trotted home. The decrees of fate, and the means by which they are brought about, are mysterious and inscrutable. John Dounce had led this life for 20 years and upwards, without wish for change or care for variety, when his whole social system was suddenly upset and turned completely topsy-turvy, not by earthquake, or by some other dreadful convulsion of nature, as the reader would be inclined to suppose, but by the simple agency of an oyster. And thus it happened. Mr. John Dounce was returning one night from the Sir Somebody's Head to his residence in Cursitor Street, not tipsy, but rather excited, for it was Mr. Jennings' birthday, and they had had a brace of partridges for supper, and a brace of extra glasses afterwards, and Jones had been more than ordinarily amusing, when his eyes rested on a newly opened oyster shop, on a magnificent scale, with natives laid one deep in circular marble basins in the windows, together with little round barrels of oysters directed to lords and baronets, and colonels and captains, and every part of the habitable globe. Behind the natives were the barrels, and behind the barrels was a young lady of about 25, all in blue, and all alone. Splendid creature, charming face, and lovely figure. It is difficult to say whether Mr. John Dounce's red countenance, illuminated as it was by the flickering gaslight in the window before which he passed, excited the lady's risibility, or whether a natural exuberance of animal spirits proved too much for that staidness of demeanour which the forms of society rather dictatorially prescribe. But certain it is that the lady smiled, then put her finger upon her lip, with a striking recollection of what was due to herself, and finally retired in oyster-like bashfulness to the very back of the counter. The sad dog sort of feeling came strongly upon John Dounce. He lingered. The lady in blue made no sign. He coughed. Still she came not. He entered the shop. "Can you open me an oyster, my dear?" said Mr. John Dounce. "Dare say I can, sir," replied the lady in blue with playfulness. And Mr. John Dounce ate one oyster, and then looked at the young lady, and then ate another, and then squeezed the young lady's hand as she was opening the third, and so forth, until he had devoured a dozen of those at 8d. in less than no time. "Can you open me half a dozen more, my dear?" inquired Mr. John Dounce. "I'll see what I can do for you, sir," replied the young lady in blue, even more bewitchingly than before, and Mr. John Dounce ate half a dozen more of those at 8d. "You couldn't manage to get me a glass of brandy and water, my dear, I suppose?" said Mr. John Dounce, when he had finished the oysters, in a tone which clearly implied his supposition that she could. "I'll see, sir," said the young lady, and away she ran out of the shop and down the street, her long auburn ringlets shaking in the wind in the most enchanting manner. And back she came again, tripping over the coal-cellar lids like a whipping-top, with a tumbler of brandy and water, which Mr. Dounce insisted on her taking a share of, as it was regular ladies' grog, hot, strong, sweet, and plenty of it. So the young lady sat down with Mr. John Dounce in a little red box with a green curtain, and took a small sip of the brandy and water, and a small look at Mr. John Dounce, and then turned her head away, and went through various other serio-pantomimic fascinations, which forcibly reminded Mr. John Dounce of the first time he courted his first wife, and which made him feel more affectionate than ever. In pursuance of which affection, and actuated by which feeling, Mr. John Dounce sounded the young lady on her matrimonial engagements. When the young lady denied having formed any such engagements at all, she couldn't bear the men, they were such deceivers. Whereupon Mr. John Dounce inquired whether this sweeping condemnation was meant to include other than very young men, on which the young lady blushed deeply. At least she turned away her head, and said Mr. John Dounce had made her blush, so of course she did blush, and Mr. John Dounce was a long time drinking the brandy and water, and at last John Dounce went home to bed, and dreamed of his first wife and his second wife, and the young lady, and partridges and oysters and brandy and water, and disinterested attachments. The next morning John Dounce was rather feverish with the extra brandy and water of the previous night, and, partly in the hope of cooling himself with an oyster, and partly with a view of ascertaining whether he owed the young lady anything or not, went back to the oyster shop. If the young lady had appeared beautiful by night, she was perfectly irresistible by day, and from this time forward a change came over the spirit of John Dounce's dream. He bought shirt-pins, wore a ring on his third finger, read poetry, bribed a cheap miniature painter to perpetrate a faint resemblance to a youthful face, with a curtain over his head, 6 large books in the background, and an open country in the distance. This he called his portrait. Went on altogether in such an uproarious manner that the 3 Miss Dounces went off on small pensions, he having made the tenement in Cursitor Street too warm to contain them, and, in short, comported and demeaned himself in every respect like an unmitigated old Saracen, as he was. As to his ancient friends, the other old boys, at the Sir Somebody's Head, he dropped off from them by gradual degrees, for, even when he did go there, Jones, vulgar fellow that Jones, persisted in asking when was it to be, and whether he was to have any gloves, together with other inquiries of an equally offensive nature, at which not only Harris laughed, but Jenkins also. So he cut the two altogether, and attached himself solely to the blue young lady at the smart oyster shop. Now comes the moral of the story, for it has a moral after all. The last-mentioned young lady, having derived sufficient profit and emolument from John Dounce's attachment, not only refused, when matters came to a crisis, to take him for better, for worse, but expressly declared, to use her own forcible words, that she wouldn't have him at no price. And John Dounce, having lost his old friends, alienated his relations, and rendered himself ridiculous to everybody, made offers successively to a schoolmistress, a landlady, a feminine tobacconist, and a housekeeper, and, being directly rejected by each and every of them, was accepted by his cook, with whom he now lives, a henpecked husband, a melancholy monument of antiquated misery, and a living warning to all luxurious old boys. End of Chapter 7 of Sketches by Boz. Character 7. The Misplaced Attachment of Mr. John Dounce. Read by Tim Bulkley of bigbible.org.
Chapter 8 of Characters from Sketches by Boz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Sketches by Boz by Charles Dickens. Illustrations by George Cruikshank. Chapter 8 of Characters. The Mistaken Milliner. A Tale of Ambition. Miss Amelia Martin was pale, tallish, thin, and 32, what ill-natured people would call plain, and police reports interesting. She was a milliner and dressmaker, living on her business and not above it. If you had been a young lady in service, and had wanted Miss Martin, as a great many young ladies in service did, you would just have stepped up in the evening to number 47 Drummond Street, George Street, Euston Square, and after casting your eye on a brass door-plate, 1 foot 10 by 1½ ornamented with a great brass knob at each of the 4 corners, and bearing the inscription Miss Martin, Millinery and Dressmaking in all its branches. You'd just have knocked 2 loud knocks at the street door, and down would have come Miss Martin herself, in a merino gown of the newest fashion, black velvet bracelets on the genteelest principle, and other little elegancies of the most approved description. If Miss Martin knew the young lady who called, or if the young lady who called had been recommended by any other young lady whom Miss Martin knew, Miss Martin would forthwith show her upstairs into the two-pair front, and chat she would, so kind and so comfortable. It really wasn't like a matter of business, she was so friendly. And then Miss Martin, after contemplating the figure and general appearance of the young lady in service with great apparent admiration, would say how well she would look, to be sure, in a low dress with short sleeves, made very full in the skirts, with 4 tucks in the bottom. To which the young lady in service would reply in terms expressive of her entire concurrence in the notion, and of the virtuous indignation with which she reflected on the tyranny of Misses, who wouldn't allow a young girl to wear a short sleeve of an arternoon, no nor nothing smart, not even a pair of earrings, let alone hiding people's heads of hair under them frightful caps. At the termination of this complaint, Miss Amelia Martin would distantly suggest certain dark suspicions that some people were jealous on account of their own daughters, and were obliged to keep their servants' charms under for fear they should get married first, which was no uncommon circumstance, leastways she had known 2 or 3 young ladies in service who had married a great deal better than their missuses, and they were not very good looking either. And then the young lady would inform Miss Martin, in confidence, that how one of their young ladies was engaged to a young man, and was a-going to be married, and Mrs. was so proud about it there was no bearing of her, but how she needn't hold her head quite so high neither, for after all he was only a clerk. And after expressing due contempt for clerks in general, and the engaged clerk in particular, and the highest opinion possible of themselves and each other, Miss Martin and the young lady in service would bid each other good night, in a friendly but perfectly genteel manner, and the one went back to her place, and the other to her room on the 2nd floor front. There is no saying how long Miss Amelia Martin might have continued this course of life, how extensive a connection she might have established among young ladies in service, or what amount her demands upon their quarterly receipts might have ultimately attained, had not an unforeseen train of circumstances directed her thoughts to a sphere of action very different from dressmaking or millinery. A friend of Miss Martin's, who had long been keeping company with an ornamental painter and decorator's journeyman, at last consented, on being at last asked to do so, to name the day which would make the aforesaid journeyman a happy husband. It was a Monday that was appointed for the celebration of the nuptials, and Miss Amelia Martin was invited, among others, to honour the wedding dinner with her presence. It was a charming party, Somers Town the locality, and a front parlour the apartment. The ornamental painter and decorator's journeyman had taken the house. No lodgings, nor vulgarity of that kind, but a house. 4 beautiful rooms, and a delightful little wash-house at the end of the passage, which was the most convenient thing in the world, for the bridesmaids could sit in the front parlour and receive the company, and then run into the little wash-house and see how the pudding and boiled pork were getting on in the copper, and then pop back into the parlour again, as snug and comfortable as possible. And such a parlour as it was! Beautiful Kidderminster carpet, 6 brand new cane-bottomed stained chairs, 3 wine-glasses and a tumbler on each sideboard, farmer's girl and farmer's boy on the mantelpiece, girl tumbling over a stile and boy spitting himself on the handle of a pitchfork, long white dimity curtains in the window, and, in short, everything on the most genteel scale imaginable. Then the dinner. There was baked leg of mutton at the top, boiled leg of mutton at the bottom, pair of fowls and leg of pork in the middle, porter pots at the corners, pepper, mustard, and vinegar in the centre, vegetables on the floor, and plum pudding and apple pie and tartlets without number, to say nothing of cheese and celery and watercresses and all that sort of thing. As to the company, Miss Amelia Martin herself declared on a subsequent occasion that, much as she had heard of the ornamental painter's journeyman's connection, she never could have supposed it was half so genteel. There was his father, such a funny old gentleman, and his mother, such a dear old lady, and his sister, such a charming girl, and his brother, such a manly-looking young man, with such a eye. But even all these were as nothing when compared with his musical friends, Mr. and Mrs. Jennings Rodolph, from White Conduit, with whom the ornamental painter's journeyman had been fortunate enough to contract an intimacy while engaged in decorating the concert-room of that noble institution. To hear them sing separately was divine, but when they went through the tragic duet of Red Ruffian, retire, it was, as Miss Martin afterwards remarked, thrilling. And why, as Mr. Jennings Rodolph observed, why were they not engaged at one of the patent theatres? If he was to be told that their voices were not powerful enough to fill the house, his only reply was that he would back himself for any amount to fill Russell Square, a statement in which the company, after hearing the duet, expressed their full belief. So they all said it was shameful treatment, and both Mr. and Mrs. Jennings Rodolph said it was shameful too, and Mr. Jennings Rodolph looked very serious, and said he knew who his malignant opponents were, but they had better take care how far they went, for if they irritated him too much, he had not quite made up his mind whether he wouldn't bring the subject before Parliament, and they all agreed that it would serve 'em quite right, and it was very proper that such people should be made an example of. So Mr. Jennings Rodolph said he'd think of it. When the conversation resumed its former tone, Mr. Jennings Rodolph claimed his right to call upon a lady, and the right being conceded, trusted Miss Martin would favour the company, a proposal which met with unanimous approbation, whereupon Miss Martin, after sundry hesitatings and coughings, with a preparatory choke or two, and an introductory declaration that she was frightened to death to attempt it before such great judges of the art, commenced a species of treble chirruping, containing frequent allusions to some young gentleman of the name of Henery, with an occasional reference to madness and broken hearts. Mr. Jennings Rodolph frequently interrupted the progress of the song by ejaculating, "Beautiful! Charming! Brilliant! Oh, splendid!" etc., and at its close the admiration of himself and his lady knew no bounds. "Did you ever hear so sweet a voice, my dear?" inquired Mr. Jennings Rodolph of Mrs. Jennings Rodolph. "Never, indeed I never did, love," replied Mrs. Jennings Rodolph. "Don't you think Miss Martin, with a little cultivation, would be very like Signora Maraboni, my dear?" asked Mr. Jennings Rodolph. "Just exactly the very thing that struck me, my love," answered Mrs. Jennings Rodolph. And thus the time passed away. Mr. Jennings Rodolph played tunes on a walking stick, and then went behind the parlour door and gave his celebrated imitations of actors, edge tools, and animals. Miss Martin sang several other songs with increased admiration every time, and even the funny old gentleman began singing. His song had properly 7 verses, but as he couldn't recollect more than the first one, he sang that over 7 times, apparently very much to his own personal gratification. And then all the company sang the national anthem, with national independence, each for himself, without reference to the other, and finally separated, all declaring that they had never spent so pleasant an evening, and Miss Martin inwardly resolving to adopt the advice of Mr. Jennings Rodolph, and to come out without delay. Now, coming out, either in acting or singing or society, or facetiousness or anything else, is all very well, and remarkably pleasant to the individual principally concerned, if he or she can but manage to come out with a burst, and being out, to keep out and not go in again. But it does unfortunately happen that both consummations are extremely difficult to accomplish, and that the difficulties of getting out at all in the first instance, and, if you surmount them, of keeping out in the second, are pretty much on a par, and no slight ones either. And so Miss Amelia Martin shortly discovered. It is a singular fact, there being ladies in the case, that Miss Amelia Martin's principal foible was vanity, and the leading characteristic of Mrs. Jennings Rodolph an attachment to dress. Dismal wailings were heard to issue from the second-floor front of No. 47, Drummond Street, George Street, Euston Square. It was Miss Martin practising. Half-suppressed murmurs disturbed the calm dignity of the White Conduit Orchestra at the commencement of the season. It was the appearance of Mrs. Jennings Rodolph in full dress that occasioned them. Miss Martin studied incessantly. The practising was the consequence. Mrs. Jennings Rodolph taught gratuitously now and then. The dresses were the result. Weeks passed away. The White Conduit season had begun and progressed, and was more than half over. The dressmaking business had fallen off from neglect, and its profits had dwindled away almost imperceptibly. A benefit night approached. Mr. Jennings Rodolph yielded to the earnest solicitations of Miss Amelia Martin, and introduced her personally to the comic gentleman whose benefit it was. The comic gentleman was all smiles and blandness. He had composed a duet expressly for the occasion, and Miss Martin should sing it with him. The night arrived. There was an immense room, 97 sixpenn'orths of gin and water, 32 small glasses of brandy and water, 25 bottled ales, and 41 neguses, and the ornamental painter's journeyman, with his wife and a select circle of acquaintance, were seated at one of the side tables near the orchestra. The concert began. Song, sentimental, by a light-haired young gentleman in a blue coat and bright basket buttons. Applause. Another song, doubtful, by another gentleman in another blue coat and more bright basket buttons. Increased applause. Duet. Mr. Jennings Rodolph and Mrs. Jennings Rodolph. Red Ruffian, retire. Great applause. Solo. Miss Julia Montague, positively on this occasion only. I am a friar. Enthusiasm. Original duet, comic. Mr. H. Taplin, the comic gentleman, and Miss Martin. The time of day. "Bravo! Bravo!" cried the ornamental painter's journeyman's party, as Miss Martin was gracefully led in by the comic gentleman. "Go to work, Harry!" cried the comic gentleman's personal friends. Tap, tap, tap went the leader's bow on the music desk. The symphony began, and was soon afterwards followed by a faint kind of ventriloquial chirping, proceeding apparently from the deepest recesses of the interior of Miss Amelia Martin. "Sing out!" shouted one gentleman in a white greatcoat. "Don't be afraid to put the steam on, old gal!" exclaimed another. "Sss!" went the 25 bottled ales. "Shame! Shame!" remonstrated the ornamental painter's journeyman's party. "Sss!" went the bottled ales again, accompanied by all the gins, and a majority of the brandies. "Turn them geese out!" cried the ornamental painter's journeyman's party with great indignation. "Sing out!" whispered Mr. Jennings Rodolph. "So I do," responded Miss Amelia Martin. "Sing louder," said Mrs. Jennings Rodolph. "I can't," replied Miss Amelia Martin. "Off! Off! Off!" cried the rest of the audience. "Bravo!" shouted the painter's party. It wouldn't do. Miss Amelia Martin left the orchestra with much less ceremony than she had entered it, and, as she couldn't sing out, never came out. The general good humour was not restored until Mr. Jennings Rodolph had become purple in the face by imitating divers quadrupeds for half an hour, without being able to render himself audible. And to this day neither has Miss Amelia Martin's good humour been restored, nor the dresses made for and presented to Mrs. Jennings Rodolph, nor the local abilities which Mr. Jennings Rodolph once staked his professional reputation that Miss Martin possessed. End of Chapter 8 of Characters from Sketches by Boz.
Chapter 9 of Characters from Sketches by Boz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. Sketches by Boz by Charles Dickens. Illustrations by George Cruikshank. Chapter 9 of Characters, The Dancing Academy. Of all the dancing academies that ever were established, there never was one more popular in its immediate vicinity than Signor Billsmethi's of the King's Theatre. It was not in Spring Gardens, or Newman Street, or Berners Street, or Gower Street, or Charlotte Street, or Percy Street, or any other of the numerous streets which have been devoted time out of mind to professional people, dispensaries, and boarding-houses. It was not in the West End at all. It rather approximated to the eastern portion of London, being situated in the populous and improving neighbourhood of Gray's Inn Lane. It was not a dear dancing academy. 4 and 6pence a quarter is decidedly cheap upon the whole. It was very select, the number of pupils being strictly limited to 75, and a quarter's payment in advance being rigidly exacted. There was public tuition and private tuition, an assembly room and a parlour. Signor Billsmethi's family were always thrown in with the parlour, and included in parlour price. That is to say, a private pupil had Signor Billsmethi's parlour to dance in, and Signor Billsmethi's family to dance with, and when he had been sufficiently broken in the parlour, he began to run in couples in the assembly-room. Such was the dancing academy of Signor Billsmethi, when Mr. Augustus Cooper, of Fetter Lane, first saw an unstamped advertisement walking leisurely down Holborn Hill, announcing to the world that Signor Billsmethi, of the King's Theatre, intended opening for the season with a grand ball. Now Mr. Augustus Cooper was in the oil and colour line, just of age, with a little money, a little business, and a little mother who, having managed her husband and his business in his lifetime, took to managing her son and his business after his decease, and so, somehow or other, he had been cooped up in the little back parlour behind the shop on week-days, and in a little deal box without a lid, called by courtesy a pew, at Bethel Chapel on Sundays, and had seen no more of the world than if he had been an infant all his days, whereas young White, at the gas-fitters over the way, 3 years younger than him, had been flaring away like winkin, going to the theatre, supping at harmonic meetings, eating oysters by the barrel, drinking stout by the gallon, even out all night, and coming home as cool in the morning as if nothing had happened. So Mr. Augustus Cooper made up his mind that he would not stand it any longer, and had that very morning expressed to his mother a firm determination to be blowed in the event of his not being instantly provided with a street-door key. And he was walking down Holborn Hill, thinking about all these things, and wondering how he could manage to get introduced into genteel society for the first time, when his eyes rested on Signor Billsmethi's announcement, which it immediately struck him was just the very thing he wanted, for he should not only be able to select a genteel circle of acquaintance at once, out of the 75 pupils at 4 and 6pence a quarter, but should qualify himself at the same time to go through a hornpipe in private society, with perfect ease to himself and great delight to his friends. So he stopped the unstamped advertisement, an animated sandwich, composed of a boy between 2 boards, and having procured a very small card with the signor's address indented thereon, walked straight at once to the signor's house, and very fast he walked too, for fear the list should be filled up, and the 75 completed before he got there. The signor was at home, and what was still more gratifying, he was an Englishman. Such a nice man, and so polite. The list was not full, but it was a most extraordinary circumstance that there was only just 1 vacancy, and even that one would have been filled up that very morning, only Signor Billsmethi was dissatisfied with the reference, and being very much afraid that the lady wasn't select, wouldn't take her. "And very much delighted I am, Mr. Cooper," said Signor Billsmethi, "that I did not take her. I assure you, Mr. Cooper, I don't say it to flatter you, for I know you're above it, that I consider myself extremely fortunate in having a gentleman of your manners and appearance, sir." "I am very glad of it too, sir," said Augustus Cooper. "And I hope we shall be better acquainted, sir," said Signor Billsmethi. "And I'm sure I hope we shall too, sir," responded Augustus Cooper. Just then the door opened, and in came a young lady, with her hair curled in a crop all over her head, and her shoes tied in sandals all over her ankles. "Don't run away, my dear," said Signor Billsmethi, for the young lady didn't know Mr. Cooper was there when she ran in, and was going to run out again in her modesty, all in confusion like. "Don't run away, my dear," said Signor Billsmethi. "This is Mr. Cooper of Fetter Lane. Mr. Cooper, my daughter, sir, Miss Billsmethi, sir, who I hope will have the pleasure of dancing many a quadrille, minuet, gavotte, country dance, fandango, double hornpipe, and faringaholka-jingo with you, sir." "She dances them all, sir, and so shall you, sir, before you're a quarter older, sir." And Signor Billsmethi slapped Mr. Augustus Cooper on the back, as if he had known him a dozen years, so friendly, and Mr. Cooper bowed to the young lady, and the young lady curtsied to him, and Signor Billsmethi said they were as handsome a pair as ever he'd wished to see, upon which the young lady exclaimed, "Law, pa," and blushed as red as Mr. Cooper himself. You might have thought they were both standing under a red lamp at a chemist's shop, and before Mr. Cooper went away it was settled that he should join the family circle that very night, taking them just as they were, no ceremony or nonsense of that kind, and learn his positions in order that he might lose no time and be able to come out at the forthcoming ball. Well, Mr. Augustus Cooper went away to one of the cheap shoemakers' shops in Holborn, where gentlemen's dress pumps are 7 and 6d., and men's strong walking just nothing at all, and bought a pair of the regular 7 and 6d., long-quartered, town-maids, in which he astonished himself quite as much as his mother, and sallied forth to Signor Billsmethi's. There were 4 other private pupils in the parlour, 2 ladies and 2 gentlemen. Such nice people! Not a bit of pride about them. One of the ladies in particular, who was in training for a Columbine, was remarkably affable, and she and Miss Billsmethi took such an interest in Mr. Augustus Cooper, and joked, and smiled, and looked so bewitching, that he got quite at home and learnt his steps in no time. After the practising was over, Signor Billsmethi, and Miss Billsmethi, and Master Billsmethi, and a young lady, and the 2 ladies, and the 2 gentlemen, danced a quadrille, none of your slipping and sliding about, but regular warm work, flying into corners, and diving among chairs, and shooting out at the door, something like dancing. Signor Billsmethi in particular, notwithstanding his having a little fiddle to play all the time, was out on the landing every figure, and Master Billsmethi, when everybody else was breathless, danced a hornpipe with a cane in his hand and a cheese plate on his head, to the unqualified admiration of the whole company. Then Signor Billsmethi insisted, as they were so happy, that they should all stay to supper, and proposed sending Master Billsmethi for the beer and spirits, whereupon the 2 gentlemen swore, strike 'em vulgar if they'd stand that, and were just going to quarrel who should pay for it, when Mr. Augustus Cooper said he would, if they'd have the kindness to allow him, and they had the kindness to allow him, and Master Billsmethi brought the beer in a can, and the rum in a quart pot. They had a regular night of it, and Miss Billsmethi squeezed Mr. Augustus Cooper's hand under the table, and Mr. Augustus Cooper returned the squeeze, and returned home too, at something to 6 o'clock in the morning, when he was put to bed by main force by the apprentice, after repeatedly expressing an uncontrollable desire to pitch his revered parent out of the 2nd-floor window, and to throttle the apprentice with his own neck-handkerchief. Weeks had worn on, and the 7 and 6d. town-maids had nearly worn out, when the night arrived for the grand dress ball, at which the whole of the 75 pupils were to meet together, for the first time that season, and to take out some portion of their respective 4 and 6d. in lamp oil and fiddlers. Mr. Augustus Cooper had ordered a new coat for the occasion, a £2 tenner from Turnstile. It was his first appearance in public, and, after a grand Sicilian shawl dance by 14 young ladies in character, he was to open the quadrille department with Miss Billsmethi herself, with whom he had become quite intimate since his first introduction. It was a night. Everything was admirably arranged. The sandwich boy took the hats and bonnets at the street door. There was a turn-up bedstead in the back parlour, on which Miss Billsmethi made tea and coffee for such of the gentlemen as chose to pay for it, and such of the ladies as the gentlemen treated. Red port wine negus and lemonade were handed round at 18d. a head, and in pursuance of a previous engagement with the public-house at the corner of the street, an extra pot-boy was laid on for the occasion. In short, nothing could exceed the arrangements, except the company. Such ladies! Such pink silk stockings! Such artificial flowers! Such a number of cabs! No sooner had one cab set down a couple of ladies, than another cab drove up and set down another couple of ladies, and they all knew, not only one another, but the majority of the gentlemen into the bargain, which made it all as pleasant and lively as could be. Signor Billsmethi, in black tights, with a large blue bow in his buttonhole, introduced the ladies to such of the gentlemen as were strangers, and the ladies talked away and laughed as they did. It was delightful to see them. As to the shawl dance, it was the most exciting thing that ever was beheld. There was such a whisking and rustling and fanning, and getting ladies into a tangle with artificial flowers, and then disentangling them again. And as to Mr. Augustus Cooper's share in the quadrille, he got through it admirably. He was missing from his partner now and then, certainly, and discovered on such occasions to be either dancing with laudable perseverance in another set, or sliding about in perspective, without any definite object, but, generally speaking, they managed to shove him through the figure, until he turned up in the right place. Be this as it may, when he had finished, a great many ladies and gentlemen came up and complimented him very much, and said they had never seen a beginner do anything like it before, and Mr. Augustus Cooper was perfectly satisfied with himself, and everybody else into the bargain, and stood considerable quantities of spirits and water, negus and compounds, for the use and behoof of 2 or 3 dozen very particular friends, selected from the select circle of 75 pupils. Now, whether it was through the strength of the compounds, or the beauty of the ladies, or what not, it did so happen that Mr. Augustus Cooper encouraged rather than repelled the very flattering attentions of a young lady in brown gauze over white calico, who had appeared particularly struck with him from the first, and when the encouragements had been prolonged for some time, Miss Billsmethi betrayed her spite and jealousy thereat, by calling the young lady in brown gauze a creetur, which induced the young lady in brown gauze to retort, in certain sentences containing a taunt founded on the payment of 4 and 6pence a quarter, which reference Mr. Augustus Cooper, being then and there in a state of considerable bewilderment, expressed his entire concurrence in. Miss Billsmethi, thus renounced, forthwith began screaming in the loudest key of her voice, at the rate of 14 screams a minute, and, being unsuccessful in an onslaught on the eyes and face, first of the lady in gauze, and then of Mr. Augustus Cooper, called distractedly on the other 73 pupils to furnish her with oxalic acid for her own private drinking, and the call not being honoured, made another rush at Mr. Cooper, and then had her stay-lace cut, and was carried off to bed. Mr. Augustus Cooper, not being remarkable for quickness of apprehension, was at a loss to understand what all this meant, until Signor Billsmethi explained it in a most satisfactory manner, by stating to the pupils that Mr. Augustus Cooper had made and confirmed divers promises of marriage to his daughter on divers occasions, and had now basely deserted her, on which the indignation of the pupils became universal, and as several chivalrous gentlemen inquired rather pressingly of Mr. Augustus Cooper whether he required anything for his own use, or, in other words, whether he wanted anything for himself, he deemed it prudent to make a precipitate retreat. And the upshot of the matter was that a lawyer's letter came next day, and an action was commenced next week, and that Mr. Augustus Cooper, after walking twice to the Serpentine for the purpose of drowning himself, and coming back twice without doing it, made a confidant of his mother, who compromised the matter with £20 from the till, which made £20 4 shillings and 6pence paid to Signor Billsmethi, exclusive of treats and pumps. And Mr. Augustus Cooper went back and lived with his mother, and there he lives to this day, and as he has lost his ambition for society, and never goes into the world, he will never see this account of himself, and will never be any the wiser. End of Chapter 9 of Characters, from Sketches by Boz. Chapter 9 of Characters, from Sketches of Boz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. Sketches by Boz by Charles Dickens. Illustrations by George Cruikshank. Chapter 10 of Characters. Shabby-Genteel people. There are certain descriptions of people who, oddly enough, appear to appertain exclusively to the metropolis. You meet them every day in streets of London, but no one ever encounters them elsewhere. They seem indigenous to the soil, and to belong as exclusively to London as its own smoke, or the dingy bricks and mortar. We could illustrate the remark by a variety of examples, but in our present sketch we will only advert to one class as a specimen. That class which is so aptly and expressively designated as shabby-genteel. Now shabby people, God knows, may be found anywhere, and genteel people are not articles of greater scarcity out of London than in it, but this compound of the two, this shabby gentility, is as purely local as the statue at Charing Cross, or the pump at Aldgate. It is worthy of remark, too, that only men are shabby-genteel. A woman is always either dirty and slovenly in the extreme, or neat and respectable, however poverty-stricken in appearance. A very poor man, who has seen better days, as the phrase goes, is a strange compound of dirty slovenliness and wretched attempts at faded smartness. We will endeavour to explain our conception of the term which forms the title of this paper. If you meet a man lounging up Drury Lane, or leaning with his back against a post in Longacre, with his hands in the pockets of a pair of drab trousers plentifully besprinkled with grease spots, the trousers made very full over the boots, and ornamented with 2 cords down the outside of each leg, wearing also what has been a brown coat with bright buttons, and a hat very much pinched up at the side, cocked over his right eye, don't pity him. He is not shabby-genteel. The harmonic meetings at some fourth-rate public house, or the purlieus of a private theatre, are his chosen haunts. He entertains a rooted antipathy to any kind of work, and is on familiar terms with several pantomime men at the large houses. But if you see hurrying along a by-street, keeping as close as he can to the area railings, a man of about 40 or 50, clad in an old rusty suit of threadbare black clothes, which shines with constant wear as if it has been beeswaxed, the trousers tightly strapped down, partly for the look of the thing, and partly to keep his old shoes from slipping off at the heels. If you observe, too, that his yellowish-white neckerchief is carefully pinned up, to conceal the tattered garment underneath, and that his hands are encased in the remains of an old pair of beaver gloves, you may set him down as a shabby-genteel man. A glance at that depressed face, and timorous air of conscious poverty, will make your heart ache, always supposing that you are neither a philosopher nor a political economist. We were once haunted by a shabby-genteel man. He was bodily present to our senses all day, and he was in our mind's eye all night. The man of whom Sir Walter Scott speaks in his Demonology did not suffer half the persecution from his imaginary gentleman usher in black velvet that we sustained from our friend in quondam black cloth. He first attracted our notice by sitting opposite to us in the reading room at the British Museum, and what made the man more remarkable was, that he always had before him a couple of shabby-genteel books, 2 old dog's-eared folios, in mouldy worm-eaten covers, which had once been smart. He was in his chair every morning just as the clock struck 10. He was always the last to leave the room in the afternoon, and when he did, he quitted it with the air of a man who knew not where else to go for warmth and quiet. There he used to sit all day, as close to the table as possible, in order to conceal the lack of buttons on his coat, with his old hat carefully deposited at his feet, where he evidently flattered himself it escaped observation. About 2 o'clock, you would see him munching a French roll or a penny loaf, not taking it boldly out of his pocket at once, like a man who knew he was only making a lunch, but breaking off little bits in his pocket, and eating them by stealth. He knew too well it was his dinner. When we first saw this poor object, we thought it quite impossible that his attire could ever become worse. We even went so far as to speculate on the possibility of his shortly appearing in a decent second-hand suit. We knew nothing about the matter. He grew more and more shabby-genteel every day. The buttons dropped off his waistcoat one by one. Then he buttoned his coat, and when one side of the coat was reduced to the same condition as the waistcoat, he buttoned it over on the other side. He looked somewhat better at the beginning of the week than at the conclusion, because the neckerchief, though yellow, was not quite so dingy, and in the midst of all this wretchedness he never appeared without gloves and straps. He remained in this state for a week or 2. At length one of the buttons on the back of the coat fell off, and then the man himself disappeared, and we thought he was dead. We were sitting at the same table about a week after his disappearance, and as our eyes rested on his vacant chair, we insensibly fell into a train of meditation on the subject of his retirement from public life. We were wondering whether he had hung himself, or thrown himself off a bridge, whether he really was dead, or had only been arrested, when our conjectures were suddenly set at rest by the entry of the man himself. He had undergone some strange metamorphosis, and walked up the centre of the room with an air which showed he was fully conscious of the improvement of his appearance. It was very odd. His clothes were a fine, deep, glossy black, and yet they looked like the same suit. Nay, there were the very darns with which old acquaintance had made us familiar. The hat, too, nobody could mistake the shape of that hat, with its high crown gradually increasing in circumference towards the top. Long service had imparted to it a reddish-brown tint, but now it was as black as the coat. The truth flashed suddenly upon us. They had been revived. It is a deceitful liquid, that black and blue reviver. We have watched its effects on many a shabby-genteel man. It betrays its victims into a temporary assumption of importance, possibly into the purchase of a new pair of gloves, or a cheap stock, or some other trifling article of dress. It elevates their spirits for a week, only to depress them, if possible, below their original level. It was so in this case. The transient dignity of the unhappy man decreased, in exact proportion as the reviver wore off. The knees of the unmentionables, and the elbows of the coat, and the seams generally, soon began to get alarmingly white. The hat was once more deposited under the table, and its owner crept into his seat as quietly as ever. There was a week of incessant small rain and mist. At its expiration the reviver had entirely vanished, and the shabby-genteel man never afterwards attempted to effect any improvement in his outward appearance. It would be difficult to name any particular part of town as the principal resort of shabby-genteel men. We have met a great many persons of this description in the neighbourhood of the Inns of Court. They may be met with in Holborn between 8 and 10 any morning, and whoever has the curiosity to enter the Insolvent Debtors' Court will observe, both among spectators and practitioners, a great variety of them. We never went on 'Change by any chance, without seeing some shabby-genteel men, and we often wondered what earthly business they can have there. They will sit there for hours, leaning on great, dropsical, mildewed umbrellas, or eating Abernethy biscuits. Nobody speaks to them, nor they to anyone. On consideration, we remember to have occasionally seen 2 shabby-genteel men conversing together on 'Change, but our experience assures us that this is an uncommon circumstance, occasioned by the offer of a pinch of snuff, or some such civility. It would be a task of equal difficulty, either to assign any particular spot for the residence of these beings, or to endeavour to enumerate their general occupations. We were never engaged in business with more than one shabby-genteel man, and he was a drunken engraver, and lived in a damp back parlour in a new row of houses at Camden Town, half street, half brickfield, somewhere near the canal. A shabby-genteel man may have no occupation, or he may be a corn agent, or a coal agent, or a wine merchant, or a collector of debts, or a broker's assistant, or a broken-down attorney. He may be a clerk of the lowest description, or a contributor to the press of the same grade. Whether or not our readers have noticed these men in their walks, as often we have, we know not. This we know, that the miserably poor man, no matter whether he owes his distress to his own conduct, or that of others, who feels his poverty and vainly strives to conceal it, is one of the most pitiable objects in human nature. Such objects, with few exceptions, are shabby-genteel people. End of Chapter 10 of Characters, from Sketches by Boz.
Chapter 11 of Characters, from Sketches by Boz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Sketches by Boz, by Charles Dickens. Illustrations by George Cruikshank. Chapter 11 of Characters. Making a night of it. Damon and Pythias were undoubtedly very good fellows in their way, the former for his extreme readiness to put in special bail for a friend, and the latter for a certain trump-like punctuality in turning up just in the very nick of time, scarcely less remarkable. Many points in their character have, however, grown obsolete. Daemons are rather hard to find in these days of imprisonment for debt, except the sham ones, and they cost half a crown. And as to the Pythiasses, the few that have existed in these degenerate times have had an unfortunate knack of making themselves scarce at the very moment when their appearance would have been strictly classical. If the actions of these heroes, however, can find no parallel in modern times, their friendship can. We have Damon and Pythias on the one hand, we have Potter and Smithers on the other, and lest the two last mentioned names should never have reached the ears of our unenlightened readers, we can do no better than make them acquainted with the owners thereof. Mr. Thomas Potter, then, was a clerk in the city, and Mr. Robert Smithers was a ditto in the same. Their incomes were limited, but their friendship was unbounded. They lived in the same street, walked into town every morning at the same hour, dined at the same slap bang every day, and revelled in each other's company every night. They were knit together by the closest ties of intimacy and friendship, or, as Mr. Thomas Potter touchingly observed, they were thick and thin pals, and nothing but it. There was a spice of romance in Mr. Smithers's disposition, a ray of poetry, a gleam of misery, a sort of consciousness of he didn't exactly know what, coming across him he didn't precisely know why, which stood out in fine relief against the off-hand, dashing, amateur pickpocket sort of manner which distinguished Mr. Potter in an eminent degree. The peculiarity of their respective dispositions extended itself to their individual costume. Mr. Smithers generally appeared in public in a surtout and shoes, with a narrow black neckerchief and a brown hat, very much turned up at the sides, peculiarities which Mr. Potter wholly eschewed, for it was his ambition to do something in the celebrated kiddie or stage-coach way, and he had even gone so far as to invest capital in the purchase of a rough blue coat with wooden buttons, made upon the fireman's principle, in which, with the addition of a low-crowned, flower-pot saucer-shaped hat, he had created no inconsiderable sensation at the Albion in Little Russell Street, and divers other places of public and fashionable resort. Mr. Potter and Mr. Smithers had mutually agreed that on the receipt of their quarter's salary, they would jointly and in company spend the evening, an evident misnomer, the spending applying, as everybody knows, not to the evening itself, but to all the money the individual may chance to be possessed of, on the occasion to which reference is made. And they had likewise agreed that on the evening aforesaid they would make a night of it, an expressive term, implying the borrowing of several hours from to-morrow morning, adding them to the night before, and manufacturing a compound night of the whole. The quarter-day arrived at last. We say at last, because quarter-days are as eccentric as comets, moving wonderfully quick when you have a good deal to pay, and marvellously slow when you have a little to receive. Mr. Thomas Potter and Mr. Robert Smithers met by appointment to begin the evening with a dinner, and a nice, snug, comfortable dinner they had, consisting of a little procession of 4 chops and 4 kidneys, following each other, supported on either side by a pot of the real draught stout, and attended by divers cushions of bread and wedges of cheese. When the cloth was removed, Mr. Thomas Potter ordered the waiter to bring in 2 goes of his best Scotch whisky, with warm water and sugar, and a couple of his very mildest Havannahs, which the waiter did. Mr. Thomas Potter mixed his grog and lighted his cigar. Mr. Robert Smithers did the same. And then Mr. Thomas Potter jocularly proposed as the first toast, the abolition of all offices whatever, not sinecures, but counting houses, which was immediately drunk by Mr. Robert Smithers with enthusiastic applause. So they went on, talking politics, puffing cigars, and sipping whisky and water, until the goes, most appropriately so called, were both gone, which Mr. Robert Smithers perceiving, immediately ordered in 2 more goes of the best Scotch whisky, and 2 more of the very mildest Havannahs. And the goes kept coming in, and the mild Havannahs kept going out, until what with the drinking, and lighting, and puffing, and the stale ashes on the table, and the tallow grease on the cigars, Mr. Robert Smithers began to doubt the mildness of the Havannahs, and to feel very much as if he had been sitting in a hackney coach with his back to the horses. As to Mr. Thomas Potter, he would keep laughing out loud, and volunteering inarticulate declarations that he was all right, in proof of which he feebly bespoke the evening paper after the next gentleman, but finding it a matter of some difficulty to discover any news in its columns, or to ascertain distinctly whether it had any columns at all, walked slowly out to look for the moon, and after coming back quite pale with looking up at the sky so long, and attempting to express mirth at Mr. Robert Smithers having fallen asleep by various galvanic chuckles, laid his head on his arm, and went to sleep also. When he awoke again, Mr. Robert Smithers awoke too, and they both very gravely agreed that it was extremely unwise to eat so many pickled walnuts with the chops, as it was a notorious fact that they always made people queer and sleepy. Indeed, if it had not been for the whisky and cigars, there was no knowing what harm they mightn't have done 'em. So they took some coffee, and after paying the bill, 12 and 2d the dinner, and the odd 10d for the waiter, 13 shillings in all, started out on their expedition to manufacture a knight. It was just 8:30, so they thought they couldn't do better than go at half price to the slips at the City Theatre, which they did accordingly. Mr. Robert Smithers, who had become extremely poetical after the settlement of the bill, enlivening the walk by informing Mr. Thomas Potter in confidence that he felt an inward presentiment of approaching dissolution, and subsequently embellishing the theatre by falling asleep with his head and both arms gracefully drooping over the front of the boxes. Such was the quiet demeanour of the unassuming Smithers, and such were the happy effects of Scotch whisky and Havanas on that interesting person. But Mr. Thomas Potter, whose great aim it was to be considered as a knowing card, a fast goer, and so forth, conducted himself in a very different manner, and commenced going very fast indeed, rather too fast at last for the patience of the audience to keep pace with him. On his first entry, he contented himself by earnestly calling upon the gentlemen in the gallery to flare up, accompanying the demand with another request, expressive of his wish that they would instantaneously form a union, both of which requisitions were responded to in the manner most in vogue on such occasions. "Give that dog a bone," cried one gentleman in his shirt sleeves. "Where have you been a having half a pint of intermediate beer?" cried a second. "Tailor!" screamed a third. "Barber's clerk!" shouted a fourth. "Throw him over!" roared a fifth, while numerous voices concurred in desiring Mr. Thomas Potter to go home to his mother. All these taunts Mr. Thomas Potter received with supreme contempt, cocking the low-crowned hat a little more on one side whenever any reference was made to his personal appearance, and standing up with his arms akimbo, expressing defiance melodramatically. The overture, to which these various sounds had been an ad libitum accompaniment, concluded, the second piece began, and Mr. Thomas Potter, emboldened by impunity, proceeded to behave in a most unprecedented and outrageous manner. First of all, he imitated the shake of the principal female singer, then groaned at the blue fire, then affected to be frightened into convulsions of terror at the appearance of the ghost, and lastly, not only made a running commentary in an audible voice upon the dialogue on the stage, but actually awoke Mr. Robert Smithers, who, hearing his companion making a noise, and having a very indistinct notion where he was, or what was required of him, immediately, by way of imitating a good example, set up the most unearthly, unremitting, and appalling howling that ever audience heard. It was too much. "Turn them out!" was the general cry. A noise as of shuffling of feet, and men being knocked up with violence against wainscoting, was heard. A hurried dialogue of "Come out!" "I won't!" "You shall." "I shan't." "Give me your card, sir." "You're a scoundrel, sir," and so forth, succeeded. A round of applause betokened the approbation of the audience, and Mr. Robert Smithers and Mr. Thomas Potter found themselves shot with astonishing swiftness into the road, without having had the trouble of once putting foot to ground during the whole progress of their rapid descent. Mr. Robert Smithers, being constitutionally one of the slow goers, and having had quite enough of fast going, in the course of his recent expulsion, to last until the quarter-day then next ensuing, at the very least, had no sooner emerged with his companion from the precincts of Milton Street than he proceeded to indulge in circuitous references to the beauties of sleep, mingled with distant allusions to the propriety of returning to Islington, and testing the influence of their patent Brahmas over the street door locks to which they respectively belonged. Mr. Thomas Potter, however, was valorous and peremptory. They had come out to make a night of it, and a night must be made. So Mr. Robert Smithers, who was 3 parts dull, and the other dismal, despairingly assented; and they went into a wine vaults to get materials for assisting them in making a night, where they found a good many young ladies, and various old gentlemen, and a plentiful sprinkling of hackney coachmen and cab drivers, all drinking and talking together. And Mr. Thomas Potter and Mr. Robert Smithers drank small glasses of brandy and large glasses of soda, until they began to have a very confused idea, either of things in general or of anything in particular; and when they had done treating themselves, they began to treat everybody else. And the rest of the entertainment was a confused mixture of heads and heels, black eyes and blue uniforms, mud and gaslights, thick doors and stone paving. Then, as standard novelists expressively inform us, all was a blank. And in the morning the blank was filled up with the words "station house," and the station house was filled up with Mr. Thomas Potter, Mr. Robert Smithers, and the major part of their wine vault companions of the preceding night, with a comparatively small portion of clothing of any kind. And it was disclosed at the police office, to the indignation of the bench, and the astonishment of the spectators, how one Robert Smithers, aided and abetted by one Thomas Potter, had knocked down and beaten in divers streets, at different times, 5 men, 4 boys, and 3 women; how the said Thomas Potter had feloniously obtained possession of 5 door knockers, 2 bell handles, and a bonnet; how Robert Smithers, his friend, had sworn at least £40 worth of oaths, at the rate of 5 shillings apiece, terrified whole streets full of her Majesty's subjects with awful shrieks and alarms of fire, destroyed the uniforms of 5 policemen, and committed various other atrocities, too numerous to recapitulate. And the magistrate, after an appropriate reprimand, fined Mr. Thomas Potter and Mr. Robert Smithers 5 shillings each for being what the law vulgarly terms drunk, and £34 for 17 assaults at 40 shillings a head, with liberty to speak to the prosecutors. The prosecutors were spoken to, and Messrs. Potter and Smithers lived on credit for a quarter, as best they might. And although the prosecutors expressed their readiness to be assaulted twice a week on the same terms, they have never since been detected in making a night of it. End of chapter 11 of Characters from Sketches by Boz. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey.
Chapter 10 Characters of Sketches by Boz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. Sketches by Boz by Charles Dickens. Illustrations by George Cruikshank. Chapter 12 of Characters. The Prisoner's Van. We were passing the corner of Bow Street on our return from a lounging excursion the other afternoon, when a crowd assembled round the door of the police office attracted our attention. We started up the street accordingly. There were 30 or 40 people standing on the pavement and half across the road, and a few stragglers were patiently stationed on the opposite side of the way, all evidently waiting in expectation of some arrival. We waited too, a few minutes, but nothing occurred, so we turned round to an unshorn, sallow-looking cobbler who was standing next us with his hands under the bib of his apron, and put the usual question of, "What's the matter?" The cobbler eyed us from head to foot with superlative contempt, and laconically replied, "Nothing." Now, we were perfectly aware that if 2 men stop in the street to look at any given object, or even to gaze in the air, 200 men will be assembled in no time. But as we knew very well that no crowd of people could by possibility remain in a street for 5 minutes without getting up a little amusement among themselves, unless they had some absorbing object in view, the natural inquiry next in order was, "What are all these people waiting here for?" "Her Majesty's carriage," replied the cobbler. This was still more extraordinary. We could not imagine what earthly business Her Majesty's carriage could have at the public office, Bow Street. We were beginning to ruminate on the possible causes of such an uncommon appearance, when a general exclamation from all the boys in the crowd of "Here's the one!" caused us to raise our heads and look up the street. The covered vehicle, in which prisoners are conveyed from the police offices to the different prisons, was coming along at full speed. It then occurred to us, for the first time, that Her Majesty's carriage was merely another name for the prisoner's van, conferred upon it, not only by reason of the superior gentility of the term, but because the aforesaid van is maintained at Her Majesty's expense, having been originally started for the exclusive accommodation of ladies and gentlemen under the necessity of visiting the various houses of call known by the general denomination of Her Majesty's Jails. The van drew up at the office door, and the people thronged round the steps, just leaving a little alley for the prisoners to pass through. Our friend the cobbler and the other stragglers crossed over, and we followed their example. The driver and another man who had been seated by his side in front of the vehicle dismounted and were admitted into the office. The office door was closed after them, and the crowd were on the tiptoe of expectation. After a few minutes' delay the door again opened, and the 2 first prisoners appeared. They were a couple of girls, of whom the elder could not be more than 16, and the younger of whom had certainly not attained her 14th year. That they were sisters was evident, from the resemblance which still subsisted between them, although 2 additional years of depravity had fixed their brand upon the elder girl's features, as legibly as if a red-hot iron had seared them. They were both gaudily dressed, the younger one especially, and, although there was a strong similarity between them in both respects, which was rendered the more obvious by their being handcuffed together, it is impossible to conceive a greater contrast than the demeanour of the two presented. The younger girl was weeping bitterly, not for display or in the hope of producing effect, but for very shame. Her face was buried in her handkerchief, and her whole manner was but too expressive of bitter and unavailing sorrow. "How long are you for, Emily?" screamed a red-faced woman in the crowd. 6 weeks and labour," replied the elder girl with a flaunting laugh. "And that's better than the stone jug, anyhow. The mill's a deal better than the sessions, and here's a Bella a-going too for the first time. Hold up your head, you chicken," she continued, boisterously tearing the other girl's handkerchief away. "Hold up your head, and show 'em your face. I aren't jealous, but I'm blessed if I aren't game." "That's right, old gal," exclaimed a man in a paper cap, who, in common with the greater part of the crowd, had been inexpressibly delighted with this little incident. "Right," replied the girl. "Ah, to be sure, what's the odds, eh?" "Come, in with you," interrupted the driver. "Don't you be in a hurry, coachman," replied the girl, "and recollect I want to be set down in Coldbath Fields. Large house with a high garden wall in front, you can't mistake it. Hello, Bella, where are you going to? You'll pull my precious arm off." This was addressed to the younger girl, who, in her anxiety to hide herself in the caravan, had ascended the steps first, and forgotten the strain upon the handcuff. "Come down, and let's show you the way." And after jerking the miserable girl down with a force which made her stagger on the pavement, she got into the vehicle, and was followed by her wretched companion. These 2 girls had been thrown upon London streets, their vices and debauchery, by a sordid and rapacious mother. What the younger girl was then, the elder had been once, and what the elder then was, the younger must soon become. A melancholy prospect, but how surely to be realised! A tragic drama, but how often acted! Turn to the prisons and police offices of London, nay, look into the very streets themselves. These things pass before our eyes, day after day and hour after hour. They have become such matters of course that they are utterly disregarded. The progress of these girls in crime will be as rapid as the flight of a pestilence, resembling it too in its baneful influence and wide-spreading infection. Step by step, how many wretched females, within the sphere of every man's observation, have become involved in a career of vice, frightful to contemplate, hopeless at its commencement, loathsome and repulsive in its course, friendless, forlorn, and unpitied at its miserable conclusion. There were other prisoners, boys of 10, as hardened in vice as men of 50, a homeless vagrant, going joyfully to prison as a place of food and shelter, handcuffed to a man whose prospects were ruined, character lost, and family rendered destitute by his first offence. Our curiosity, however, was satisfied. The first group had left an impression on our mind we would gladly have avoided, and would willingly have effaced. The crowd dispersed, the vehicle rolled away with its load of guilt and misfortune, and we saw no more of the prisoner's van. End of Chapter 12 of Characters, from Sketches by Boz.
Chapter 1 of The Boarding House, from Sketches by Boz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sketches by Boz, by Charles Dickens. Illustrations by George Cruikshank. Chapter 1 of The Boarding House. Mrs. Tibbs was, beyond all dispute, the most tidy, fidgety, thrifty little personage that ever inhaled the smoke of London. And the house of Mrs. Tibbs was decidedly the neatest in all Great Coram Street. the area and the area steps, and the street door and the street door steps, and the brass handle and the door plate and the knocker and the fanlight were all as clean and bright as indefatigable whitewashing and hearthstoning and scrubbing and rubbing could make them. The wonder was that the brass door plate with the interesting inscription "Mrs. Tibbs" had never caught fire from constant friction, so perseveringly was it polished. There were meat-safe looking blinds in the parlour windows, blue and gold curtains in the drawing-room, and spring roller blinds, as Mrs. Tibbs was wont in the pride of her heart to boast, all the way up. The bell lamp in the passage looked as clear as a soap bubble. You could see yourself in all the tables, and French polish yourself on any one of the chairs. The banisters were beeswaxed, and the very stair wires made your eyes wink, they were so glittering. Mrs. Tibbs was somewhat short of stature, and Mr. Tibbs was by no means a large man. He had, moreover, very short legs, but, by way of indemnification, his face was peculiarly long. He was to his wife what the 0 is in 90. He was of some importance with her. He was nothing without her. Mrs. Tibbs was always talking. Mr. Tibbs rarely spoke, but if it were at any time possible to put in a word, when he should have said nothing at all, he had that talent. Mrs. Tibbs detested long stories, and Mr. Tibbs had one, the conclusion of which had never been heard by his most intimate friends. It always began, "I recollect when I was in the volunteer corps in 1806, but as he spoke very slowly and softly, and his better half very quickly and loudly, he rarely got beyond the introductory sentence." He was a melancholy specimen of the story-teller. He was the wandering Jew of Joe Millerism. Mr. Tibbs enjoyed a small independence from the pension list, about £43 15s. and 10d. a year. His father, mother, and 5 interesting scions from the same stock drew a like sum from the revenue of a grateful country, though for what particular service was never known. But as this said independence was not quite sufficient to furnish 2 people with all the luxuries of this life, it had occurred to the busy little spouse of Tibbs that the best thing she could do with a legacy of £700 would be to take and furnish a tolerable house, somewhere in that partially explored tract of country which lies between the British Museum and a remote village called Somerstown, for the reception of boarders. Great Coram Street was the spot pitched upon. The house had been furnished accordingly. 2 female servants and a boy engaged, and an advertisement inserted in the morning papers, informing the public that 6 individuals would meet with all the comforts of a cheerful musical home in a select private family, residing within 10 minutes' walk of everywhere. Answers out of number were received with all sorts of initials. All the letters of the alphabet seemed to be seized with a sudden wish to go out boarding and lodging. Voluminous was the correspondence between Mrs. Tibbs and the applicants, and most profound was the secrecy observed. E didn't like this, I couldn't think of putting up with that, IOU didn't think the terms would suit him, and GR had never slept in a French bed. The result, however, was that 3 gentlemen became inmates of Mrs. Tibbs' house, on terms which were agreeable to all parties. In went the advertisement again, and a lady with her 2 daughters proposed to increase not their families, but Mrs. Tibbs'. "Charming woman, that Mrs. Mapleson," said Mrs. Tibbs, as she and her spouse were sitting by the fire after breakfast, the gentlemen having gone out on their several avocations. "Charming woman, indeed," repeated little Mrs. Tibbs, more by way of soliloquy than anything else, for she never thought of consulting her husband. "And the 2 daughters are delightful. We must have some fish to day. They'll join us at dinner for the first time." Mr. Tibbs placed the poker at right angles with the fire shovel, and essayed to speak, but recollected he had nothing to say. "The young ladies," continued Mrs. T., "have kindly volunteered to bring their own piano." Tibbs thought of the volunteer story, but did not venture it. A bright thought struck him. "It's very likely," said he. "Pray don't lean your head against the paper," interrupted Mrs. Tibbs, "and don't put your feet on the steel fender. That's worse." Tibbs took his head from the paper and his feet from the fender, and proceeded. "It's very likely that one of the young ladies may set her cap at young Mr. Simpson, and you know a marriage " "A what?" shrieked Mrs. Tibbs. Tibbs modestly repeated his former suggestion. "I beg you won't mention such a thing," said Mrs. T. "A marriage, indeed, to rob me of my boarders! No, not for the world." Tibbs thought in his own mind that the event was by no means unlikely, but as he never argued with his wife, he put a stop to the dialogue by observing it was time to go to business. He always went out at 10 o'clock in the morning, and returned at 5 in the afternoon, with an exceedingly dirty face, and smelling mouldy. Nobody knew what he was, or where he went, but Mrs. Tibbs used to say with an air of great importance that he was engaged in the City. The Miss Maplesones and their accomplished parent arrived in the course of the afternoon in a hackney coach, and accompanied by a most astonishing number of packages: trunks, bonnet boxes, muff boxes, and parasols, guitar cases, and parcels of all imaginable shapes, done up in brown paper, and fastened with pins, filled the passage. Then there was such a running up and down with the luggage, such scampering for warm water for the ladies to wash in, and such a bustle and confusion and heating of servants and curling irons, as had never been known in Great Coram Street before. Little Mrs. Tibbs was quite in her element, bustling about, talking incessantly, and distributing towels and soap like a head nurse in a hospital. The house was not restored to its usual state of quiet repose until the ladies were safely shut up in their respective bedrooms, engaged in the important occupation of dressing for dinner. "Aren't these gals handsome?" inquired Mr. Simpson of Mr. Septimus Hicks, another of the boarders, as they were amusing themselves in the drawing-room before dinner by lolling on sofas and contemplating their pumps. "Don't know," replied Mr. Septimus Hicks, who was a tallish, white-faced young man with spectacles, and a black ribbon around his neck instead of a neckerchief. A most interesting person, a poetical walker of the hospitals, and a very talented young man. He was fond of lugging into conversation all sorts of quotations from Don Juan, without fettering himself by the propriety of their application, in which particular he was remarkably independent. The other, Mr. Simpson, was one of those young men who are in society what walking gentlemen are on the stage, only infinitely worse skilled in his vocation than the most indifferent artist. He was as empty-headed as the great bell of St. Paul's, always dressed according to the caricatures published in the monthly Fashion, and spelt character with a K. "I saw a devilish number of parcels in the passage when I came home," simpered Mr. Simpson. "Materials for the toilette, no doubt," rejoined the Don Juan reader. "Much linen, lace, and several pair of stockings, slippers, brushes, combs, complete, with other articles of ladies' fare, to keep them beautiful or leave them neat." "Is that from Milton?" inquired Mr. Simpson. "No, from Byron," returned Mr. Hicks, with a look of contempt. He was quite sure of his author, because he had never read any other. "Hush! Here come the gals!" and they both commenced talking in a very loud key. Mrs. Maplesone and the Miss Maplesones, Mr. Hicks. "Mr. Hicks, Mrs. Maplesone, and the Miss Maplesones," said Mrs. Tibbs, with a very red face, for she had been superintending the cooking operations below stairs, and looked like a wax doll on a sunny day. "Mr. Simpson, I beg your pardon. Mr. Simpson, Mrs. Maplesone, and the Miss Maplesones," and vice versa. The gentlemen immediately began to slide about with much politeness, and to look as if they wished their arms had been legs, so little did they know what to do with them. The ladies smiled, curtsied, and glided into chairs, and dived for dropped pocket handkerchiefs. The gentlemen leant against two of the curtain pegs. Mrs. Tibbs went through an admirable bit of serious pantomime with a servant who had come up to ask some question about the fish sauce. And then the two young ladies looked at each other, and everybody else appeared to discover something very attractive in the pattern of the fender. "Julia, my love," said Mrs. Maplesone to her youngest daughter, in a tone loud enough for the remainder of the company to hear. "Julia?" "Yes, ma. Don't stoop." This was said for the purpose of directing general attention to Miss Julia's figure, which was undeniable. Everybody looked at her accordingly, and there was another pause. "We had the most uncivil hackney coachman to day, you can imagine," said Mrs. Maplesone to Mrs. Tibbs in a confidential tone. "Dear me," replied the hostess, with an air of great commiseration. She couldn't say more, for the servant again appeared at the door, and commenced telegraphing most earnestly to her missus. "I think hackney coachmen generally are uncivil," said Mr. Hicks, in his most insinuating tone. "Positively, I think they are," replied Mrs. Mapleson, as if the idea had never struck her before. "And cabmen too," said Mr. Simpson. This remark was a failure, for no one intimated by word or sign the slightest knowledge of the manners and customs of cabmen. "Robinson, what do you want?" said Mrs. Tibbs to the servant, who, by way of making her presence known to her mistress, had been giving sundry hems and sniffs outside the door during the preceding 5 minutes. "Please, ma'am, master wants his clean things," replied the servant, taken off her guard. The two young men turned their faces to the window, and went off like a couple of bottles of ginger beer. The ladies put their handkerchiefs to their mouths, and little Mrs. Tibbs bustled out of the room to give Tibbs his clean linen, and the servant warning. Mr. Carlton, the remaining boarder, shortly afterwards made his appearance, and proved a surprising promoter of the conversation. Mr. Carlton was a superannuated beau, an old boy. He used to say of himself that although his features were not regularly handsome, they were striking. They certainly were. It was impossible to look at his face without being reminded of a chubby street-door knocker, half lion, half monkey, and the comparison might be extended to his whole character and conversation. He had stood still while everything else had been moving. He never originated a conversation or started an idea, but if any commonplace topic were broached, or, to pursue the comparison, if anybody lifted him up, he would hammer away with surprising rapidity. He had the tic douloureux occasionally, and then he might be said to be muffled, because he did not make quite as much noise as at other times, when he would go on prosing, rat-a-tat-tat, the same thing over and over again. He had never been married, but he was still on the look-out for a wife with money. He had a life interest worth about £300 a year. He was exceedingly vain and inordinately selfish. He had acquired the reputation of being the very pink of politeness, and he walked around the Park and up Regent Street every day. This respectable personage had made up his mind to render himself exceedingly agreeable to Mrs. Mapleson. Indeed, the desire of being as amiable as possible extended itself to the whole party. Mrs. Tibbs, having considered it an admirable little bit of management to represent to the gentleman that she had some reason to believe the ladies were fortunes, and to hint to the ladies that all the gentlemen were eligible. A little flirtation, she thought, might keep her house full, without leading to any other result. Mrs. Mapleson was an enterprising widow of about 50, shrewd, scheming, and good-looking. She was amiably anxious on behalf of her daughters, in proof whereof she used to remark that she would have no objection to marry again, if it would benefit her dear girls. She could have no other motive. The dear girls themselves were not at all insensible to the merits of a good establishment. One of them was 25, the other 3 years younger. They had been at different watering places for 4 seasons. They had gambled at libraries, read books in balconies, sold at fancy fairs, danced at assemblies, talked sentiment. In short, they had done all that industrious girls could do, but as yet to no purpose. "What a magnificent dresser Mr. Simpson is!" whispered Matilda Mapleson to her sister Julia. "Splendid!" returned the youngest. The magnificent individual alluded to wore a maroon-coloured dress coat, with a velvet collar and cuffs of the same tint, very like that which usually invests the form of the distinguished unknown who condescends to play the swell in the pantomime at Richardson's show. "What whiskers!" said Miss Julia. "Charming!" responded her sister. "And what hair!" His hair was like a wig, and distinguished by that insinuating wave which graces the shining locks of those chefs d'oeuvre of art surmounting the waxen images in Bartellot's window in Regent Street. His whiskers, meeting beneath his chin, seemed strings wherewith to tie it on, ere science had rendered them unnecessary by her patent invisible springs. "Dinner's on the table, ma'am, if you please," said the boy, who now appeared for the first time in a revived black coat of his master's. "Oh, Mr. Carlton, will you lead Mrs. Mapleson? Thank you." Mr. Simpson offered his arm to Miss Julia, Mr. Septimus Hicks escorted the lovely Matilda, and the procession proceeded to the dining room. Mr. Tibbs was introduced, and Mr. Tibbs bobbed up and down to the three ladies like a figure in a Dutch clock, with a powerful spring in the middle of his body, and then dived rapidly into his seat at the bottom of the table, delighted to screen himself behind a soup tureen which he could just see over, and that was all. The boarders were seated, a lady and gentleman alternately, like the layers of bread and meat in a plate of sandwiches. And then Mrs. Tibbs directed James to take off the covers. Salmon, lobster sauce, giblet soup, and the usual accompaniments were discovered. Potatoes like petrifactions, and bits of toasted bread the shape and size of blank dice. "Soup for Mrs. Mapleson, my dear," said the bustling Mrs. Tibbs. She always called her husband "my dear" before company. Tibbs, who had been eating his bread and calculating how long it would be before he could get any fish, helped the soup in a hurry, made a small island on the tablecloth, and put his glass upon it to hide it from his wife. "Miss Julia, shall I assist you to some fish?" "If you please." "Very little. Oh, plenty, thank you." A bit about the size of a walnut put upon the plate. "Julia is a very little eater," said Mrs. Mapleson to Mr. Carlton. The knocker gave a single rap. He was busy eating the fish with his eyes, so he only ejaculated, "Ah!" "My dear," said Mrs. Tibbs to her spouse, after everyone else had been helped, "what do you take?" The inquiry was accompanied with a look intimating that he mustn't say "fish," because there was not much left. Tibbs thought the frown referred to the island on the tablecloth. He therefore coolly replied, "Why, I'll take a little fish, I think." "Did you say fish, my dear?" Another frown. "Yes, dear," replied the villain, with an expression of acute hunger depicted in his countenance. The tears almost started to Mrs. Tibbs' eyes as she helped her wretch of a husband, as she inwardly called him, to the last eatable bit of salmon on the dish. "James, take this to your master, and take away your master's knife." This was deliberate revenge, as Tibbs never could eat fish without one. He was, however, constrained to chase small particles of salmon round and round his plate with a piece of bread and a fork, the number of successful attempts being about 1 in 17. "Take away, James," said Mrs. Tibbs, as Tibbs swallowed the 4th mouthful, and away went the plates like lightning. "I'll take a bit of bread, James," said the poor master of the house, more hungry than ever. "Never mind your master now, James," said Mrs. Tibbs. "See about the meat." This was conveyed in the tone in which ladies usually give admonitions to servants in company, that is to say, a low one, but which, like a stage whisper, from its peculiar emphasis, is most distinctly heard by everybody present. A pause ensued before the table was replenished, a sort of parenthesis in which Mr. Simpson, Mr. Carlton, and Mr. Hicks produced respectively a bottle of Sauterne, Bucellas, and sherry, and took wine with everybody, except Tibbs. No one ever thought of him. Between the fish and an intimated sirloin there was a prolonged interval. Here was an opportunity for Mr. Hicks. He could not resist the singularly appropriate quotation: "But beef is rare within these oxless isles. Goat's flesh there is, no doubt, and kid and mutton. But when a holiday upon them smiles, a joint upon their barbarous spits they put on." Very ungentlemanly behaviour, thought little Mrs. Tibbs, to talk in that way. "Ah," said Mr. Carlton, filling his glass, "Tom Moore is my poet." "And mine," said Mrs. Mapleson. "And mine," said Miss Julia. "And mine," added Mr. Simpson. "Look at his compositions," resumed the knocker. "To be sure," said Simpson, with confidence. "Look at Don Juan," replied Mr. Septimus Hicks. "Julia's Letter," suggested Miss Matilda. "Can anything be grander than the Fire Worshippers?" inquired Miss Julia. "To be sure," said Simpson. "Or Paradise and the Perie," said the old beau. "Yes, or Paradise and the Peer," repeated Simpson, who thought he was getting through it capitally. "It's all very well," replied Mr. Septimus Hicks, who, as we have before hinted, never had read anything but Don Juan. "Where will you find anything finer than the description of the siege at the commencement of the 7th canto?" "Talking of a siege," said Tibbs, with a mouthful of bread, When I was in the Volunteer Corps in 1806, our commanding officer was Sir Charles Rampart, and one day when we were exercising on the ground on which London University now stands, he says he, 'Tibbs,' calling me from the ranks, 'Tibbs.'" "Tell your master, James," interrupted Mrs. Tibbs in an awfully distinct tone, "tell your master, if he won't carve those fowls, to send them to me." The discomfited volunteer instantly set to work and carved the fowls almost as expeditiously as his wife operated on the haunch of mutton. Whether he ever finished the story is not known, but if he did, nobody heard it. As the ice was now broken, and the new inmates more at home, every member of the company felt more at ease. Tibbs himself most certainly did, because he went to sleep immediately after dinner. Mr. Hicks and the ladies discoursed most eloquently about poetry, and the theatres, and Lord Chesterfield's letters, and Mr. Carlton followed up what everybody said with continuous double knocks. Mrs. Tibbs highly approved of every observation that fell from Mrs. Mapleson, and as Mr. Simpson sat with a smile upon his face and said yes, or certainly at intervals of about 5 minutes each, he received full credit for understanding what was going forward. The gentlemen rejoined the ladies in the drawing-room very shortly after they had left the dining parlour. Mrs. Mapleson and Mr. Carlton played cribbage, and the young people amused themselves with music and conversation. The Miss Maplesons sang the most fascinating duets, and accompanied themselves on guitars, ornamented with bits of ethereal blue ribbon. Mr. Simpson put on a pink waistcoat, and said he was in raptures, and Mr. Hicks felt in the seventh heaven of poetry, or the seventh canto of Don Juan. It was the same thing to him. Mrs. Tibbs was quite charmed with the newcomers, and Mr. Tibbs spent the evening in his usual way. He went to sleep, and woke up, and went to sleep again, and woke at supper time. We are not about to adopt the licence of novel writers, and to let years roll on, but we will take the liberty of requesting the reader to suppose that 6 months have elapsed since the dinner we have described, and that Mrs. Tibbs' boarders have, during that period, sang and danced and gone to theatres and exhibitions together, as ladies and gentlemen wherever they board often do. And we will beg them, the period we have mentioned having elapsed, to imagine farther that Mr. Septimus Hicks received in his own bedroom, a front attic, at an early hour one morning, a note from Mr. Carlton, requesting the favour of seeing him as soon as convenient to himself in his, Carlton's, dressing-room on the 2nd floor back. "Tell Mr. Carlton I'll come down directly," said Mr. Septimus to the boy. "Stop! Is Mr. Carlton unwell?" inquired this excited walker of hospitals, as he put on a bed furniture-looking dressing-gown. "Not as I knows on it, sir," replied the boy. "Please, sir, he looked rather rum, as it might be." "Ah, that's no proof of his being ill," returned Hicks unconsciously. "Very well, I'll be down directly." Downstairs ran the boy with the message, and down went the excited Hicks himself, almost as soon as the message was delivered. Tap, tap. "Come in." Door opens, and discovers Mr. Carlton sitting in an easy chair. Mutual shakes of the hand exchanged, and Mr. Septimus Hicks motioned to a seat. A short pause. Mr. Hicks coughed, and Mr. Carlton took a pinch of snuff. It was one of those interviews when neither party knows what to say. Mr. Septimus Hicks broke the silence. "I received a note," he said, very tremulously, in a voice like a punch with a cold. "Yes," returned the other, "you did." "Exactly." "Yes." Now, although this dialogue must have been satisfactory, both gentlemen felt there was something more important to be said. Therefore they did as most men in such a situation would have done. They looked at the table with a determined aspect. The conversation had been opened, however, and Mr. Carlton had made up his mind to continue it with a regular double knock. He always spoke very pompously. "Hicks," said he, "I have sent for you in consequence of certain arrangements which are pending in this house connected with a marriage." "With a marriage?" gasped Hicks, compared with whose expression of countenance Hamlet's, when he sees his father's ghost, is pleasing and composed. "With a marriage," returned the knocker. "I have sent for you to prove the great confidence I can repose in you." "And will you betray me?" eagerly inquired Hicks, who in his alarm had even forgotten to quote. "I betray you? Won't you betray me?" "Never. No one shall know to my dying day that you had a hand in the business," responded the agitated Hicks, with an inflamed countenance, and his hair standing on end as if he were on the stool of an electrifying machine in full operation. "People must know that some time or other. Within a year, I imagine," said Mr. Carlton, with an air of great self-complacency. "We may have a family." "We? That won't affect you, surely?" "The devil it won't." "No, how can it?" said the bewildered Hicks. Carlton was too much enwrapped in the contemplation of his happiness to see the equivoque between Hicks and himself, and threw himself back in his chair. "Oh, Matilda!" sighed the antique beau, in a lackadaisical voice, and applying his right hand a little to the left of the fourth button on his waistcoat, counting from the bottom. "Oh, Matilda!" "What Matilda?" inquired Hicks, starting up. "Matilda Mapleson," responded the other, doing the same. "I marry her to morrow morning," said Hicks. "It's false," rejoined his companion. "I marry her." "You marry her?" "I marry her." "You marry Matilda Mapleson?" "Matilda Mapleson." "Miss Mapleson marry you?" "Miss Mapleson?" "No, Mrs. Mapleson." "Good heaven!" said Hicks, falling into his chair. "You marry the mother, and I the daughter." "Most extraordinary circumstance," replied Mr. Carlton, "and rather inconvenient too. For the fact is, that owing to Matilda's wishing to keep her intentions secret from her daughters until the ceremony had taken place, she doesn't like applying to any of her friends to give her away. I entertain an objection to making the affair known to my acquaintance just now, and the consequence is that I sent to you to know whether you'd oblige me by acting as father." "I should have been most happy, I assure you," said Hicks, in a tone of condolence. "But you see I shall be acting as bridegroom. One character is frequently a consequence of the other, but it is not usual to act in both at the same time. There's Simpson, I have no doubt he'll do it for you." "I don't like to ask him," replied Carlton. "He's such a donkey." Mr. Septimus Hicks looked up at the ceiling and down at the floor. At last an idea struck him. "Let the man of the house, Tibbs, be the father," he suggested. Then he quoted, as peculiarly applicable to Tibbs and the pair: "Oh, powers of heaven, what dark eyes meet she there! 'Tis her father's fixed upon the pair." "The idea has struck me already," said Mr. Carlton. "But you see, Matilda, for what reason I know not, is very anxious that Mrs. Tibbs should know nothing about it till it is all over. It's a natural delicacy, after all, you know." "He's the best natured little man in existence, if you manage him properly," said Mr. Septimus Hicks. "Tell him not to mention it to his wife, and assure him she won't mind it, and he'll do it directly. My marriage is to be a secret one, on account of the mother and my father. Therefore he must be enjoined to secrecy." A small double knock, like a presumptuous single one, was that instant heard at the street door. It was Tibbs. It could be no one else, for no one else occupied 5 minutes in rubbing his shoes. He had been out to pay the baker's bill. "Mr. Tibbs," called Mr. Carlton, in a very bland tone, looking over the banisters. "Sir," replied he of the dirty face. "Will you have the kindness to step upstairs for a moment?" "Certainly, sir," said Tibbs, delighted to be taken notice of. The bedroom door was carefully closed, and Tibbs, having put his hat on the floor, as most timid men do, and been accommodated with a seat, looked as astounded as if he were suddenly summoned before the familiars of the Inquisition. "A rather unpleasant occurrence, Mr. Tibbs," said Carlton, in a very portentous manner, "obliges me to consult you, and to beg you will not communicate what I am about to say to your wife." Tibbs acquiesced, wondering in his own mind what the deuce the other could have done, and imagining that at least he must have broken the best decanters. Mr. Carlton resumed: "I am placed, Mr. Tibbs, in rather an unpleasant situation. Tibbs looked at Mr. Septimus Hicks as if he thought Mr. H's being in the immediate vicinity of his fellow boarder might constitute the unpleasantness of his situation. But as he did not exactly know what to say, he merely ejaculated the monosyllable "Law." "Now," continued the knocker, "let me beg you will exhibit no manifestations of surprise, which may be overheard by the domestics, when I tell you command your feelings of astonishment that 2 inmates of this house intend to be married to-morrow morning." And he drew back his chair several feet to perceive the effect of the unlooked-for announcement. If Tibbs had rushed from the room, staggered downstairs, and fainted in the passage, if he had instantaneously jumped out of the window into the mews behind the house in an agony of surprise, his behaviour would have been much less inexplicable to Mr. Carlton than it was, when he put his hands into his inexpressible pockets, and said with half a chuckle, "Just so." "You are not surprised, Mr. Tibbs?" inquired Mr. Carlton. "Bless you, no, sir," returned Tibbs. "After all, it's very natural, when 2 young people get together, you know." "Certainly, certainly," said Carlton, with an indescribable air of self-satisfaction. "You don't think it's at all an out-of-the-way affair, then?" asked Mr. Septimus Hicks, who had watched the countenance of Tibbs in mute astonishment. "No, sir," replied Tibbs. "I was just the same at his age." He actually smiled when he said this. "How devilishly well I must carry my years," thought the delighted old beau, knowing he was at least 10 years older than Tibbs at that moment. "Well, then, to come to the point at once," he continued, "I have to ask you whether you will object to act as father on the occasion." "Certainly not," replied Tibbs, still without evincing an atom of surprise. "You will not?" "Decidedly not," reiterated Tibbs, still as calm as a pot of porter with the head off. Mr. Carlton seized the hand of the petticoat-governed little man, and vowed eternal friendship from that hour. Hicks, who was all admiration and surprise, did the same. "Now confess," asked Mr. Carlton of Tibbs, as he picked up his hat, "were you not a little surprised?" "I believe you," replied that illustrious person, holding up one hand, "I believe you, when I first heard of it." "So sudden," said Septimus Hicks. "So strange to ask me, you know," said Tibbs. "So odd altogether," said the superannuated love-maker, and then all 3 laughed. "I say," said Tibbs, shutting the door which he had previously opened, and giving full vent to a hitherto corked-up giggle, "what bothers me is what will his father say?" Mr. Septimus Hicks looked at Mr. Carlton. "Yes, but the best of it is," said the latter, giggling in his turn, "I haven't got a father. Ha, ha!" "You haven't got a father, no, but he has," said Tibbs. "Who has?" inquired Septimus Hicks. "Why, him." "Him who? Do you know my secret? Do you mean me?" "You? No, you know who I mean," said Tibbs, with a knowing wink. "For heaven's sake, whom do you mean?" inquired Mr. Carlton, who, like Septimus Hicks, was all but out of his senses at the strange confusion. "Why, Mr. Simpson, of course," replied Tibbs. "Who else could I mean?" "I see it all," said the Byron quoter. "Simpson marries Julia Mapleson to-morrow morning." "Undoubtedly," replied Tibbs, thoroughly satisfied. "Of course he does." It would require the pencil of Hogarth to illustrate our feeble pen is inadequate to describe the expression which the countenances of Mr. Carlton and Mr. Septimus Hicks respectively assumed at this unexpected announcement. Equally impossible is it to describe, although perhaps it is easier for our lady readers to imagine, what arts the 3 ladies could have used so completely to entangle their separate partners. Whatever they were, however, they were successful. The mother was perfectly aware of the intended marriage of both daughters, and the young ladies were equally acquainted with the intention of their estimable parent. They agreed, however, that it would have a much better appearance if each feigned ignorance of the other's engagement, and it was equally desirable that all the marriages should take place on the same day, to prevent the discovery of one clandestine alliance operating prejudicially on the others. Hence the mystification of Mr. Carlton and Mr. Septimus Hicks, and the pre-engagement of the unwary Tibbs. On the following morning Mr. Septimus Hicks was united to Miss Matilda Mapleson. Mr. Simpson also entered into a holy alliance with Miss Julia, Tibbs acting as father. His first appearance in that character. Mr. Culledon, not being quite so eager as the two young men, was rather struck by the double discovery, and as he had found some difficulty in getting any one to give the lady away, it occurred to him that the best mode of obviating the inconvenience would be not to take her at all. The lady, however, appealed, as her counsel said on the trial of the cause, Mapleson versus Culledon, for a breach of promise, with a broken heart, to the outraged laws of her country. She recovered damages to the amount of £1,000, which the unfortunate knocker was compelled to pay. Mr. Septimus Hicks, having walked the hospitals, took it into his head to walk off altogether. His injured wife is at present residing with her mother at Boulogne. Mr. Simpson, having the misfortune to lose his wife 6 weeks after marriage, by her eloping with an officer during his temporary sojourn in the Fleet Prison, in consequence of his inability to discharge her little mantua-maker's bill, and being disinherited by his father, who died soon afterwards, was fortunate enough to obtain a permanent engagement at a fashionable hair-cutter's, hairdressing being a science to which he had frequently directed his attention. In this situation he had necessarily many opportunities of making himself acquainted with the habits and style of thinking of the exclusive portion of the nobility of this kingdom. To this fortunate circumstance are we indebted for the production of those brilliant efforts of genius, his fashionable novels, which, so long as good taste, unsullied by exaggeration, cant, and quackery, continues to exist, cannot fail to instruct and amuse the thinking portion of the community. It only remains to add that this complication of disorders completely deprived poor Mrs. Tibbs of all her inmates, except the one whom she could have best spared, her husband. That wretched little man returned home on the day of the wedding in a state of partial intoxication, and, under the influence of wine, excitement, and despair, actually dared to brave the anger of his wife. Since that ill-fated hour he has constantly taken his meals in the kitchen, to which apartment it is understood his witticisms will be in future confined, a turn-up bedstead having been conveyed there by Mrs. Tibbs' order for his exclusive accommodation. It is possible that he will be enabled to finish, in that seclusion, his story of the Volunteers. The advertisement has again appeared in the morning papers. Results must be reserved for another chapter. End of chapter 1 of The Boarding House, from Sketches by Boz.
Chapter 1, Part 2 of Tales from Sketches by Boz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lazarus. Sketches by Boz, by Charles Dickens. Illustrated by George Cruikshank. Chapter 1, Part 2 of Tales. "Well," said little Mrs. Tibbs to herself, as she sat in the front parlour of the Coram Street mansion one morning, mending a piece of stair-carpet off the first landings, "things have not turned out so badly either, and if I only get a favourable answer to the advertisement, we shall be full again." Mrs. Tibbs resumed her occupation of making worsted lattice work in the carpet, anxiously listening to the twopenny postman, who was hammering his way down the street at the rate of a penny a knock. The house was as quiet as possible. There was only one low sound to be heard. It was the unhappy Tibbs cleaning the gentleman's boots in the back kitchen, and accompanying himself with a buzzing noise in wretched mockery of humming a tune. The postman drew near the house. He paused. So did Mrs. Tibbs. A knock, a bustle, a letter, post paid. T.I. presents Compt to I.T., and T.I. begs to say that I see the advertisement, and she will do herself the pleasure of calling on you at 12 o'clock tomorrow morning. T.I. as to apologize to I.T. for the shortness of the notice, but I hope it will not inconvenience you. I remain yours truly, Wednesday evening. Little Mrs. Tibbs perused the document over and over again, and the more she read it, the more she was confused by the mixture of the first and third person, the substitution of the I for the TI, and the transition from the I.T to the U. The writing looked like a skein of thread in a tangle, and the note was ingeniously folded into a perfect square, with the directions squeezed up into the right-hand corner, as if it were ashamed of itself. The back of the epistle was pleasingly ornamented with a large red wafer, which, with the addition of divers ink stains, bore a marvellous resemblance to a black beetle trodden upon. One thing, however, was perfectly clear to the perplexed Mrs. Tibbs. Somebody was to call at 12. The drawing-room was forthwith dusted for the third time that morning. 3 or 4 chairs were pulled out of their place, and a corresponding number of books carefully upset in order that there might be a due absence of formality. Down went the piece of stair-carpet before noticed, and up ran Mrs. Tibbs to make herself tidy. The clock of New St. Pancras Church struck 12, and the foundling, with laudable politeness, did the same 10 minutes afterwards. St. Something else struck the quarter, and then there arrived a single lady with a double knock, in a pelisse the colour of the interior of a damson pie, a bonnet of the same, with a regular conservatory of artificial flowers, a white veil, and a green parasol with a cobweb border. The visitor, who was also very fat and red-faced, was shown into the drawing-room. Mrs. Tibbs presented herself, and the negotiation commenced. "I called in consequence of an advertisement," said the stranger, in a voice as if she had been playing a set of Pan's pipes for a fortnight without leaving off. "Yes," said Mrs. Tibbs, rubbing her hands very slowly, and looking the applicant full in the face. 2 things she did on such occasions. "Money is no object whatever to me," said the lady, "so much as living in the state of retirement and obtrusion." Mrs. Tibbs, as a matter of course, acquiesced in such an exceedingly natural desire. "I am constantly attended by a medical man," resumed the pelisse-wearer. "I have been a shocking Unitarian for some time. I indeed have very little peace since the death of Mr. Bloss." Mrs. Tibbs looked at the relic of the departed Bloss, and thought he must have had very little peace in his time. Of course she could not say so, so she looked very sympathizing. "I shall be a good deal of trouble to you," said Mrs. Bloss, "but for that trouble I am willing to pay. I am going through a course of treatment which renders attention necessary. I have 1 mutton chop in bed at 8:30, and another at 10 every morning." Mrs. Tibbs, as in duty bound, expressed the pity she felt for anybody placed in such a distressing situation, and the carnivorous Mrs. Bloss proceeded to arrange the various preliminaries with wonderful dispatch. "Now mind," said the lady, after terms were arranged, "I am to have the 2nd floor front for my bedroom?" "Yes, ma'am." "And you'll find room for my little servant Agnes?" "Oh, certainly." "And I can have one of the cellars in the area for my bottled porter?" "With the greatest pleasure. James shall get it ready for you by Saturday." "And I'll join the company at the breakfast table on Sunday morning?" said Mrs. Bloss. "I shall get up on purpose." "Very well," returned Mrs. Tibbs in her most amiable tone, for satisfactory reference had been given and required, and it was quite certain that the newcomer had plenty of money. "It's rather singular," continued Mrs. Tibbs, with what was meant for a most bewitching smile, "that we have a gentleman now with us who is in a very delicate state of health, a Mr. Gobler. His apartment is in the back drawing-room." "The next room?" inquired Mrs. Bloss. "The next room," repeated the hostess. "Oh, how very promiscuous!" ejaculated the widow. "Well, he hardly ever gets up," said Mrs. Tibbs in a whisper. "Law!" cried Mrs. Bloss in an equally low tone. "And when he is up," said Mrs. Tibbs, "we never can persuade him to go to bed again." "Dear me," said the astonished Mrs. Bloss, drawing her chair nearer Mrs. Tibbs. "What is his complaint?" "Why, the fact is," replied Mrs. Tibbs, with a most communicative air, "he has no stomach whatever." "No what?" inquired Mrs. Bloss, with a look of the most indescribable alarm. "No stomach," repeated Mrs. Tibbs, with a shake of the head. "Lord bless us! What an extraordinary case!" gasped Mrs. Bloss, as if she understood the communication in its literal sense, and was astonished at a gentleman without a stomach finding it necessary to board anywhere. "When I say he has no stomach," explained the chatty little Mrs. Tibbs, "I mean that his digestion is so much impaired, and his interior so deranged, that his stomach is not of the least use to him. In fact, it's an inconvenience." "Never heard such a thing in my life!" exclaimed Mrs. Bloss. "Why, he's worse than I am." "Oh, yes," replied Mrs. Tibbs, "certainly." She said this with great confidence, for the damson police suggested that Mrs. Bloss, at all events, was not suffering under Mr. Gobler's complaint. "You have quite incited my curiosity," said Mrs. Bloss, as she rose to depart. "How I long to see him!" "Well, he generally comes down once a week," replied Mrs. Tibbs. "I dare say you'll see him on Sunday." With this consolatory promise, Mrs. Bloss was obliged to be contented. She accordingly walked slowly down the stairs, detailing her complaints all the way, and Mrs. Tibbs followed her, uttering an explanation of compassion at every step. James, who looked very gritty, for he was cleaning the knives, fell up the kitchen stairs and opened the street door, and after mutual farewells, Mrs. Bloss slowly departed down the shady side of the street. It is almost superfluous to say that the lady whom we have just shown out at the street door, and whom the two female servants are now inspecting from the second-floor windows, was exceedingly vulgar, ignorant, and selfish. Her deceased better half had been an eminent cork-cutter, in which capacity he had amassed a decent fortune. He had no relative but his nephew, and no friend but his cook. The former had the insolence one morning to ask for the loan of £15, and by way of retaliation he married the latter next day. He made a will immediately afterwards, containing a burst of honest indignation against his nephew, who supported himself and two sisters on 100 a year, and a bequest of his whole property to his wife. He felt ill after breakfast, and died after dinner. There is a mantelpiece-looking tablet in a civic parish church, setting forth his virtues and deploring his loss. He never dishonoured a bill or gave away a halfpenny. The relict and sole executrix of this noble-minded man was an odd mixture of shrewdness and simplicity, liberality and meanness. Bred up as she had been, she knew no mode of living so agreeable as a boarding-house, and having nothing to do and nothing to wish for, she naturally imagined she must be ill, an impression which was most assiduously promoted by her medical attendant, Dr. Woski, and her handmaid Agnes, both of whom, doubtless for good reasons, encouraged all her extravagant notions. Since the catastrophe recorded in the last chapter, Mrs. Tibbs had been very shy of young lady boarders. Her present inmates were all lords of the creation, and she availed herself of the opportunity of their assemblage at the dinner-table to announce the expected arrival of Mrs. Bloss. The gentleman received the communication with stoical indifference, and Mrs. Tibbs devoted all her energies to prepare for the reception of the valetudinarian. The second-floor front was scrubbed and washed and flannelled till the wet went through to the drawing-room ceiling. Clean white counterpanes and curtains and napkins, water-bottles as clear as crystal, blue jugs and mahogany furniture added to the splendour and increased the comfort of the apartment. The warming-pan was in constant requisition, and a fire lighted in the room every day. The chattels of Mrs. Bloss was forwarded by instalments. First there came a large hamper of Guinness stout, and an umbrella, then a train of trunks, then a pair of clogs and a bandbox, then an easy-chair with an air-cushion, then a variety of suspicious-looking packages, and, though last not least, Mrs. Bloss and Agnes, the latter in a cherry-coloured merino dress, open-work stockings, and shoes with sandals like a disguised columbine. The installation of the Duke of Wellington as Chancellor of the University of Oxford was nothing in point of bustle and turmoil to the installation of Mrs. Bloss in her new quarters. True, there was no bright doctors of civil law to deliver a classical address on the occasion, but there were several other old women present, who spoke quite as much to the purpose, and understood themselves equally well. The chop-eater was so fatigued with the process of removal that she declined leaving her room until the following morning, so a mutton chop, pickle, a pill, a pint bottle of stout, and other medicines were carried upstairs for her consumption. "Why, what do you think, ma'am?" inquired the inquisitive Agnes of her mistress, after they had been in the house some 3 hours. "What do you think, ma'am? The lady of the house is married." "Married?" said Mrs. Bloss, taking the pill and a draught of Guinness. "Married? Impossible." "She is indeed, ma'am," returned the Columbine, "and her husband, ma'am, lives... He lives in the kitchen, ma'am. In the kitchen. Yes, ma'am, and the housemaid says he never goes into the parlour except on Sundays, and that Mrs. Tibbs makes him clean a gentleman's boots, and that he cleans the windows too sometimes, and that one morning early, when he was in the front balcony cleaning the drawing-room windows, he called out to a gentleman on the opposite side of the way, who used to live here. 'Ah, Mr. Carlton, sir, how are you?' Here the attendant laughed till Mrs. Bloss was in serious apprehension of her chuckling herself into a fit. "Well, I never," said Mrs. Bloss. "Yes, and please, ma'am, the servants give him gin and water sometimes, and then he cries, and says he hates his wife and the boarders, and wants to tickle them." "Tickle the boarders?" exclaimed Mrs. Bloss, seriously alarmed. "No, ma'am, not the boarders, the servants." "Oh, is that all?" said Mrs. Bloss, quite satisfied. "He wanted to kiss me as I came up the kitchen stairs just now," said Agnes indignantly, "but I gave it to him, a little wretch." This intelligence was but too true. A long course of snubbing and neglect, his days spent in the kitchen and his nights in the turn-up bedstead, had completely broken the little spirit that the unfortunate volunteer had ever possessed. He had no one to whom he could detail his injuries but the servants, and they were almost of necessity his chosen confidants. It is no less strange than true, however, that the little weaknesses which he had incurred, most probably during his military career, seemed to increase as his comforts diminished. He was actually a sort of journeyman Giovanni of the basement story. The next morning, being Sunday, breakfast was laid in the front parlour at 10 o'clock. 9 was the usual time, but the family always breakfasted an hour later on Sabbath. Tibbs enrobed himself in his Sunday costume, a black coat and exceedingly short, thin trousers, with a very large white waistcoat, white stockings and cravat, and blucher boots, and mounted to the parlour aforesaid. Nobody had come down, and he amused himself by drinking the contents of the milk-pot with a teaspoon. A pair of slippers were heard descending the stairs. Tibbs flew to a chair, and a stern-looking man of about 50, with very little hair on his head and a Sunday paper in his hand, entered the room. "Good morning, Mr. Evanson," said Tibbs, very humbly, with something between a nod and a bow. "How do you do, Mr. Tibbs?" replied he of the slippers, as he sat himself down and began to read his paper without saying another word. "Is Mr. Wisbottle in town to-day, do you know, sir?" inquired Tibbs, just for the sake of saying something. "I shouldn't think he was," replied the stern gentleman. "He was whistling the light guitar in the next room to mine at 5 o'clock this morning." "He was very fond of whistling," said Tibbs, with a slight smirk. "Yes, I ain't," was the laconic reply. Mr. John Evanson was in the receipt of an independent income, arising chiefly from various houses he owned in different suburbs. He was very morose and discontented. He was a thorough radical, and used to attend a great variety of public meetings, for the express purpose of finding fault with everything that was proposed. Mr. Wisbottle, on the other hand, was a high Tory. He was a clerk in the Woods and Forests Office, which he considered rather an aristocratic employment. He knew the peerage by heart, and could tell you off-hand where any illustrious personage lived. He had a good set of teeth and a capital tailor. Mr. Evanson looked on all these qualifications with profound contempt, and the consequence was that the two were always disputing, much to the edification of the rest of the house. It should be added that, in addition to his partiality for whistling, Mr. Wisbottle had a great idea of his singing powers. There were two other boarders besides the gentleman in the back drawing-room, Mr. Alfred Tomkins and Mr. Frederick O'Bleary. Mr. Tomkins was a clerk in a wine-house. He was a connoisseur in paintings, and had a wonderful eye for the picturesque. Mr. O'Bleary was an Irishman, recently imported. He was in a perfectly wild state, and had come over to England to be an apothecary, a clerk in a government office, an actor, a reporter, or anything else that turned up. He was not particular. He was on familiar terms with two small Irish members, and got franks for everybody in the house. He felt convinced that his intrinsic merits must procure him a high destiny. He wore shepherd's plaid inexpressibles, and used to look under all the ladies' bonnets as he walked along the street. His manners and appearance reminded one of Orson. "Here comes Mr. Wisbottle," said Tibbs, and Mr. Wisbottle forthwith appeared in blue slippers and a shawl dressing-gown, whistling "De Piazza." "Good morning, sir," said Tibbs again. It was almost the only thing he ever said to anybody. "How are you, Tibbs?" condescendingly replied the amateur, and he walked to the window and whistled louder than ever. "Pretty air, that," said Evanson, with a snarl, and without taking his eyes off the paper. "I'm glad you liked it," replied Wisbottle, highly gratified. "Don't you think it would sound better if you whistled it a little louder?" inquired the mastiff. "No, I don't think it would," rejoined the unconscious Wisbottle. "I'll tell you what, Wisbottle," said Evanson, who had been bottling up his anger for some hours, "the next time you feel disposed to whistle the light guitar at 5 o'clock in the morning, I'll trouble you to whistle it with your head out of the window. If you don't, I'll learn the triangle. I will by—" The entrance of Mrs. Tibbs, with the keys in a little basket, interrupted the threat, and prevented its conclusion. Mrs. Tibbs apologized for being down rather late. The bell was rung, James brought up the urn, and received an unlimited order for dry toast and bacon. Tibbs sat down at the bottom of the table, and began eating watercresses like a Nebuchadnezzar. Mr. O'Bleary appeared, and Mr. Alfred Tomkins. The compliments of the morning were exchanged, and tea was made. "God bless me!" exclaimed Tomkins, who had been looking out at the window. "Here, Wisbottle, pray come here, make haste." Mr. Wisbottle started from the table, and everyone looked up. "Do you see?" said the connoisseur, placing Wisbottle in the right position. "A little more this way. There. Do you see how splendidly the light falls upon the left side of that broken chimney-pot at number 48? "Dear me, I see," replied Wisbottle in a tone of admiration. "I never saw an object so beautiful against the clear sky in my life," ejaculated Alfred. Everybody except John Evanson echoed the sentiment, for Mr. Tomkins had a great character for finding out beauties which no one else could discover. He certainly deserved it. "I have frequently observed a chimney-pot in College Green, Dublin, which has a much better effect," said the patriotic O'Bleary, who never allowed Ireland to be outdone on any point. The assertion was received with obvious incredulity, for Mr. Tomkins declared that no other chimney-pot in the United Kingdom, broken or unbroken, could be so beautiful as the one at number 48. The room door was suddenly thrown open, and Agnes appeared, leading in Mrs. Bloss, who was dressed in a geranium-coloured muslin gown, and displayed a gold watch of huge dimensions, a chain to match, and a splendid assortment of rings with enormous stones. A general rush was made for the chair, and a regular introduction took place. Mr. John Evanson made a slight inclination of the head. Mr. Frederick O'Bleary, Mr. Alfred Tomkins, and Mr. Wisbottle bowed like the mandarins in a grocer's shop. Tibbs rubbed hands and went round in circles. He was observed to close one eye and to assume a clockwork sort of expression with the other. This had been considered as a wink, and it has been reported that Agnes was its object. We repel the calumny and challenge contradictions. Mrs. Tibbs inquired after Mrs. Bloss's health in a low tone. Mrs. Bloss, with a supreme contempt for the memory of Lindley Murray, answered the various questions in a most satisfactory manner, and a pause ensued, during which the eatables disappeared with awful rapidity. "You must have been very much pleased with the appearance of the ladies going to the drawing-room the other day, Mr. O'Bleary," said Mrs. Tibbs, hoping to start a topic. "Yes," replied Orson, with a mouthful of toast. "Never saw anything like it before, I suppose?" suggested Wisbottle. "No, except the Lord Lieutenant's levees," replied O'Bleary. "Are they at all equal to our drawing-rooms?" "Oh, entirely superior." "Gad, I don't know," said the aristocratic Wisbottle. "The Dowager Marchioness of Public Cash was most magnificently dressed, and so was the Baron Slappen-Backenhausen." "What was he presented on?" inquired Evanson. "On his arrival in England." "I thought so," growled the Radical. "You never hear of these fellows being presented on their going away again. They know better than that." "Unless somebody pervades them with an appointment," said Mrs. Bloss, joining in the conversation in a faint voice. "Well," said Wisbottle, evading the point, "it's a splendid sight." "And did it never occur to you," inquired the Radical, who never would be quiet, "did it never occur to you that you pay for these precious ornaments of society?" "It certainly has occurred to me," said Wisbottle, who thought his answer was a poser. "It has occurred to me, and I am willing to pay for them." "Well, and it has occurred to me too," replied John Evanson, "and I ain't willing to pay for 'em. And why should I? I say, why should I?" continued the politician, laying down the paper and knocking his knuckles on the table. "There are two great principles. Demand—" "A cup of tea, if you please, dear," interrupted Tibbs. "And supply." "May I trouble you to hand this tea to Mr. Tibbs?" said Mrs. Tibbs, interrupting the argument and unconsciously illustrating it. The thread of the orator's discourse was broken. He drank his tea and resumed his paper. "If it's very fine," said Mr. Alfred Tomkins, addressing the company in general, "I shall ride down to Richmond to-day, and come back by the steamer. There are some splendid effects of light and shade on the Thames. The contrast between the blueness of the sky and the yellow water is frequently exceedingly beautiful." Mr. Wisbottle hummed, "Flow on, thou shining river." "We have some splendid steam vessels in Ireland," said O'Bleary. "Certainly," said Mrs. Bloss, delighted to find a subject broached in which she could take part. "The accommodations are extraordinary," said O'Bleary. "Extraordinary indeed," returned Mrs. Bloss. "When Mr. Bloss was alive he was promiscuously obligated to go to Ireland on business. I went with him, and really the manner in which the ladies and gentlemen were accommodated with berths is not creditable." Tibbs, who had been listening to the dialogue, looked aghast, and evinced a long inclination to ask a question, but was checked by a look from his wife. Mr. Wisbottle laughed, and said Tomkins had made a pun, and Tomkins laughed too, and said he had not. The remainder of the meal passed off as breakfast usually do. Conversation flagged, and people played with their teaspoons. The gentlemen looked out at the window, walked about the room, and when they got near the door, dropped off one by one. Tibbs retired to the back parlour by his wife's order to check the greengrocer's weekly account, and ultimately Mrs. Tibbs and Mrs. Bloss were left alone together. "Oh dear," said the latter, "I feel alarmingly faint. It's all very singular." It certainly was, for she had eaten 4 pounds of solids that morning. "By the by," said Mrs. Bloss, "I have not seen Mr. What's-his-name yet." "Mr. Gobler?" suggested Mrs. Tibbs. "Yes." "Oh," said Mrs. Tibbs, "he is a most mysterious person. He has his meals regularly sent upstairs, and sometimes don't leave his room for weeks together." "I haven't seen or heard nothing of him," reported Mrs. Bloss. "I dare say you'll hear him tonight," replied Mrs. Tibbs. "He generally groans a good deal on Sunday evenings." "I never felt such an interest in one in my life," ejaculated Mrs. Bloss. A little double knock interrupted the conversation. Dr. Woski was announced and duly shown in. He was a little man with a red face, dressed, of course, in black, with a stiff white neckerchief. He had a very good practice and plenty of money, which he had amassed by invariably humouring the worst fancies of all females, of all the families he had ever been introduced into. Mrs. Tibbs offered to retire, but was entreated to stay. "Well, my dear ma'am, and how are we?" inquired Woski in a soothing tone. "Oh, very ill, doctor, very ill," said Mrs. Bloss in a whisper. "Ah, we must take care of ourselves, we must indeed," said the obsequious Woski, as he felt the pulse of his interesting patient. "How is our appetite?" Mrs. Bloss shook her head. "Our friend requires great care," said Woski, appealing to Mrs. Tibbs, who of course assented. "I hope, however, with the blessing of Providence, that we shall be enabled to make her quite stout again." Mrs. Tibbs wondered in her own mind what the patient would be when she was made quite stout. "We must take stimulants," said the cunning Woski, "plenty of nourishment, and above all we must keep our nerves quiet. We positively must not give way to our sensibilities. We must take all we can get," concluded the doctor, as he pocketed his fee, "and we must keep quiet." "Dear man!" exclaimed Mrs. Bloss as the doctor stepped into the carriage. "Charming creature indeed. Quite a lady's man," said Mrs. Tibbs, and Dr. Woski rattled away to make fresh gulls of delicate females and pocket fresh fees. As we had occasion in a former paper to describe a dinner at Mrs. Tibbs's, and as one meal went off very like another on all ordinary occasions, we will not fatigue our readers by entering into any other detailed accounts of the domestic economy of the establishment. We will therefore proceed to events, merely premising that the mysterious tenant of the back drawing-room was a lazy, selfish hypochondriac, always complaining and never ill. As his character in many respects closely assimilated to that of Mrs. Bloss, a very warm friendship soon sprung up between them. He was tall, thin, and pale. He always fancied he had a severe pain somewhere or other, and his face invariably wore a pinched, screwed-up expression. He looked indeed like a man who had got his feet in a tub of exceedingly hot water against his will. For 2 or 3 months after Mrs. Bloss's first appearance in Coram Street, John Evanson was observed to become every day more sarcastic and more ill-natured, and there was a degree of additional importance in his manner, which clearly showed that he fancied he had discovered something which he only wanted a proper opportunity of divulging. He found it at last. One evening the different inmates of the house were assembled in the drawing-room, engaged in their ordinary occupations. Mr. Gobler and Mrs. Bloss were sitting at a small card-table near the centre window, playing cribbage. Mr. Wisbottle was describing semicircles on the music-stool, turning over the leaves of a book on the piano, and humming most melodiously. Alfred Tomkins was sitting at the round table, and his elbows duly squared, making a pencil sketch of a head considerably larger than his own. O'Bleary was reading Horace, and trying to look as if he understood it, and John Evanson had drawn his chair close to Mrs. Tibbs's work-table, and was talking to her very earnestly in a low tone. "I can assure you, Mrs. Tibbs," said the Radical, laying his forefinger on the muslin she was at work on, "I can assure you, Mrs. Tibbs, that nothing but the interest I take in your welfare would induce me to make this communication. I repeat, I fear Wisbottle is endeavouring to gain the affections of that young woman, Agnes, and that he is in the habit of meeting her in the storeroom on the first floor, over the leads. From my bedroom I distinctly heard voices there last night. I opened my door immediately and crept very softly onto the landing there. I saw Mr. Tibbs, who, it seems, had been disturbed also. Oh, bless me, Mrs. Tibbs, you changed colour." "Oh, no, it's nothing," returned Mrs. T. in a hurried manner. "It's only the heat of the room." "A flush," ejaculated Mrs. Bloss from the card-table. "That's good for 4. If I thought it was Mr. Wisbottle," said Mrs. Tibbs after a pause, "he should leave this house instantly." "Go," said Mrs. Bloss again. "And if I thought," continued the hostess with a most threatening air, "if I thought he was assisted by Mr. Tibbs—" one for his knob," said Gobler. "Oh," said Evanson in a most soothing tone. He liked to make mischief. "I should hope Mr. Tibbs was not in any way implicated. He always appeared to me very harmless." "I have generally found him so," sobbed poor little Mrs. Tibbs, crying like a watering pot. "Hush, hush, pray, Mrs. Tibbs. Consider. We shall be observed. Pray don't," said John Evanson, fearing his whole plan would be interrupted. "We will set the matter at rest with the utmost care, and I shall be most happy to assist you in doing so." Mrs. Tibbs murmured her thanks. "When you think every one has retired to rest tonight," said Evanson very pompously, "if you'll meet me without a light just outside my bedroom door by the staircase window, I think we can ascertain who the parties really are, and you will afterwards be enabled to proceed as you think proper." Mrs. Tibbs was easily persuaded. Her curiosity was excited, her jealousy was roused, and the arrangement was forthwith made. She resumed her work, and John Evanson walked up and down the room with his hands in his pockets, looking as if nothing had happened. The game of cribbage was over, and conversation began again. "Well, Mr. O'Bleary," said the Humming-Top, turning round on his pivot and facing the company, "what did you think of Vauxhall the other night?" "Oh, it's very fair," replied Orson, who had been enthusiastically delighted with the whole exhibition. "Never saw anything like that Captain Ross's set-out, eh?" "No," returned the Patriot, with his usual reservation, "except in Dublin." "I saw the Count de Canky and Captain Fitz-Thompson in the gardens," said Wisbottle. "They appeared much delighted." "Oh, then it must be beautiful," snarled Evanson. "I think the White Bears is particularly well done," suggested Mrs. Bloss. "In their shaggy white coats they look just like polar bears. Don't you think they do, Mr. Evanson?" "I think they look a great deal more like omnibus cads on all fours," replied the discontented one. "Upon the whole, I should have liked our evening very well," gasped Gobler, "only I caught a desperate cold, which increased my pain dreadfully. I was obliged to have several shower baths before I could leave my room." "Capital things, those shower baths!" ejaculated Wisbottle. "Excellent!" said Tomkins. "Delightful!" exclaimed O'Bleary. He had once seen one outside a tinman's. "Disgusting machines," rejoined Evanson, who extended his dislike to almost every created object, masculine, feminine, or neuter. "Disgusting, Mr. Evanson?" said Gobler, in a tone of strong indignation. "Disgusting? Look at their utility. Consider how many lives they have saved by promoting perspiration." "Promoting perspiration, indeed," growled John Evanson, stopping short in his walk across the large squares in the pattern of the carpet. "I was arse enough to be persuaded some time ago to have one in my bedroom. Gad, I was in it once, and it effectually cured me, for the mere sight of it threw me into a profuse perspiration for 6 months afterwards." A titter followed the announcement, and before it had subsided, James brought up the tray, containing the remains of a leg of lamb, which had made its debut at dinner, bread, cheese, an atom of butter in a forest of parsley, one pickled walnut, and the third of another, and so forth. The boys disappeared and returned again with another tray, containing glasses and jugs of hot and cold water. The gentlemen brought in their spirit bottles. The housemaid placed divers plated bedroom candlesticks under the card table, and the servants retired for the night. Chairs were drawn round the table, and the conversation proceeded in the customary manner. John Evanson, who never ate supper, lolled on the sofa, and amused himself by contradicting everybody. O'Bleary ate as much as he could conveniently carry, and Mrs. Tibbs felt a due degree of indignation thereat. Mr. Gobler and Mrs. Bloss conversed most affectionately on the subject of pill-taking and other innocent amusements, and Tomkins and Wisbottle got into an argument. That is to say, they both talked very loudly and vehemently, each flattering himself that he had got some advantage about something, and neither of them having more than a very indistinct idea of what they were talking about. An hour or two passed away, and the boarders and their plated candlesticks retired in pairs to their respective bedrooms. John Evanson pulled off his boots, locked his door, and determined to sit up until Mr. Gobler had retired. He always sat in the drawing-room an hour after everybody had left it, taking medicine and groaning. Great Coram Street was hushed into a state of profound repose. It was nearly 2:00. A hackney coach now and then rumbled slowly by, and occasionally some stray lawyer's clerk on his way home to Somerstown struck his iron heel on the top of the coal cellar with a noise resembling the click of a smoke-jack. A low, monotonous, gushing sound was heard, which added considerably to the romantic dreariness of the scene. It was the water coming in at number 11. "He must be asleep by this time," said John Evanson to himself, after waiting with exemplary patience for nearly an hour after Mr. Gobler had left the drawing-room. He listened for a few moments. The house was perfectly quiet. He extinguished his rushlight and opened his bedroom door. The staircase was so dark that it was impossible to see anything. "Shh!" whispered the mischief-maker, making a noise like the first indications a Catherine wheel gives of the probability of its going off. "Hush!" whispered somebody else. "Is that you, Mrs. Tibbs?" "Yes, sir." "Where?" "Here." And the misty outline of Mrs. Tibbs appeared at the staircase window, like the ghost of Queen Anne in the tent scene in Richard. "This way, Mrs. Tibbs," whispered the delighted busybody. "Give me your hand. There. Whoever these people are, they're in the storeroom now. For I have been looking down from my window, and I could see that they accidentally upset their candlestick, and are now in darkness. You have no shoes on, have you?" "No," said little Mrs. Tibbs, who could hardly speak for trembling. "Well, I have taken my boots off, so we can go down close to the storeroom and listen over the banisters." And downstairs they both crept accordingly, every board creaking like patent mangle on a Saturday afternoon. "It's Wisbottle and somebody else, I swear," exclaimed the Radical in an energetic whisper, when they had listened for a few moments. "Hush! Pray, let's hear what they say," exclaimed Mrs. Tibbs, the gratification of whose curiosity was now paramount to every other consideration.
"Oh, if I could but believe you,"
said a female voice coquettishly,
"I'd be bound to settle my missus for life."
"What does she say?" inquired Mr. Evanson, who was not quite so well situated as his companion.
"She says she'll settle her missus' life," replied Mrs. Tibbs. "The wretch! They're plotting murder." "I know you want money," continued the voice, which belonged to Agnes, "and if you'd secure me the £500, I warrant she'd take fire soon enough."
"What's that?" inquired Evanson again. He could just hear enough to want to hear more. "I think she says she'll set the house on fire," replied the affrighted Mrs. Tibbs. "But thank goodness I'm insured in the Phoenix." "The moment I have secured your mistress, my dear," said a man's voice in a strong Irish brogue, "you may depend on having the money."
"Oh, bless my soul! It's Mr. O'Bleary!"
exclaimed Mrs. Tibbs in a parenthesis. "The villain!" said the indignant Mr. Evanson. "The first thing to be done," continued the Hibernian, "is to poison Mr. Gobler's mind."
"Oh, certainly," returned Agnes.
"What's that?" inquired Evanson again, in an agony of curiosity and a whisper.
"He says she's to mind and poison Mr. Gobler," replied Mrs. Tibbs, aghast at this sacrifice of human life.
"And in regard of Mrs. Tibbs," continued O'Bleary. Mrs. Tibbs shuddered.
"Hush!"
exclaimed Agnes, in a tone of the greatest alarm, just as Mrs. Tibbs was on the extreme verge of a fainting fit. "Hush! Hush!" exclaimed Evanson at the same moment to Mrs. Tibbs.
"There's somebody coming upstairs," said Agnes to O'Bleary. "There's somebody coming downstairs," whispered Evanson to Mrs. Tibbs. "Go into the parlour, sir," said Agnes to her companion. "You'll get there before whoever it is gets to the top of the kitchen stairs."
"The drawing-room, Mrs. Tibbs," whispered the astonished Evanson to his equally astonished companion, and for the drawing-room they both made, plainly hearing the rustling of two persons, one coming downstairs and one coming up.
"What can it be?" exclaimed Mrs. Tibbs. "It's like a dream. I wouldn't be found in this situation for the world."
"Nor I," returned Evanson, who could never bear a joke at his own expense. "Hush! Here they are at the door." "What fun!" whispered one of the newcomers. It was Wisbottle. "Glorious!" replied his companion in an equally low tone. This was Alfred Tomkins. "Who would have thought it?" "I told you so," said Wisbottle in a low, knowing whisper. "Lord bless you, he has paid her most extraordinary attention for the last 2 months. I saw him when I was sitting at the piano tonight." "Well, do you know I didn't notice it?" interrupted Tomkins. "Not notice it?" continued Wisbottle. "Bless you, I saw him whispering to her, and she crying, and then I swear I heard him say something about tonight when we were all in bed." "They're talking of us!" exclaimed the agonized Mrs. Tibbs, as the painful suspicion and the sense of their situation flashed upon her mind. I know it," replied Evanson, with a melancholy consciousness that there was no mode of escape. "What can be done? We cannot both stop here," ejaculated Mrs. Tibbs, in a state of partial derangement. "I'll get up the chimney," replied Evanson, who really meant what he said. "You can't," said Mrs. Tibbs in despair. "You can't. It's a register stove." "Hush," repeated John Evanson. "Hush, hush," cried somebody downstairs. "What a hushing," said Alfred Tomkins, who had begun to get rather bewildered. "There they are!" exclaimed the sapient Wisbottle, as a rustling noise was heard in the storeroom. "Hark!" whispered both the young men. "Hark!" repeated Mrs. Tibbs and Evanson. "Let me alone, sir," said a female voice in the storeroom. "Oh, Agnes!" cried another voice, which clearly belonged to Tibbs, for nobody else ever owned one like it. "Oh, Agnes, lovely creature!" "Be quiet, sir." A bounce. "Ag!" "Be quiet, sir. I'm ashamed of you. Think of your wife, Mr. Tibbs. Be quiet, sir." "My wife!" exclaimed the valorous Tibbs, who was clearly under the influence of gin and water and a misplaced attachment. "I hate her. Oh, Agnes, when I was in the Volunteer Corps in 1800, and I declare I'll scream. Be quiet, sir, will you?" Another bounce and a scuffle. "What's that?" exclaimed Tibbs with a start. "What's that?" said Agnes, stopping short. "Why, that." "Ah, you have done it nicely now, sir," sobbed the frightened Agnes, as a tapping was heard at Mrs. Tibbs's bedroom door, which would have beaten any dozen woodpeckers hollow. "Mrs. Tibbs, Mrs. Tibbs," called out Mrs. Bloss. "Mrs. Tibbs, pray get up." Here the imitation of a woodpecker was resumed with tenfold violence. "Oh, dear, dear!" exclaimed the wretched partner of the depraved Tibbs. "She's knocking at my door. We must be discovered. What will they think?" "Mrs. Tibbs, Mrs. Tibbs!" screamed the woodpecker again. "What's the matter?" shouted Gobbler, bursting out of the back drawing-room like the dragon at Astley's. "Oh, Mr. Gobbler!" cried Mrs. Bloss, with a proper approximation to hysterics. "I think the house is on fire, or else there's thieves in it. I've heard the most dreadful noises." "The devil you have!" shouted Gobbler again, bouncing back into his den in happy imitation of the aforesaid dragon, and returning immediately with a lighted candle. "Why, what's this? Wisbottle, Tomkins, O'Bleary, Agnes! What the deuce? All up and dressed?" "Astonishing!" said Mrs. Bloss, who had run downstairs and taken Mr. Gobbler's arm. "Call Mrs. Tibbs directly, somebody," said Gobbler, turning into the front drawing-room. "What? Mrs. Tibbs and Mr. Evanson? Mrs. Tibbs and Mr. Evanson?" repeated everybody, as the unhappy pair were discovered. Mrs. Tibbs seated in an armchair by the fireplace, and Mr. Evanson standing by her side. We must leave the scene that ensued to the reader's imagination. We could tell you how Mrs. Tibbs forthwith fainted away, and how it required the united strength of Mr. Wisbottle and Mr. Alfred Tomkins to hold her in her chair, how Mr. Evanson explained, and how his explanation was evidently disbelieved, how Agnes repelled the accusations of Mrs. Tibbs by proving that she was negotiating with Mr. O'Bleary to influence her mistress' affection on his behalf, and how Mr. Gobbler threw a damp counterpane on the hopes of Mr. O'Bleary by avowing that he, Gobbler, had already proposed to and been accepted by Mrs. Bloss, how Agnes was discharged from the ladies' service, how Mr. O'Bleary discharged himself from Mrs. Tibbs's house without going through the form of previously discharging his bill, and how that disappointed young gentleman rails against England and the English, and vows there is no virtue or fine feeling extant except in Ireland. We repeat that we could tell all this, but we love to exercise our self-denial, and we therefore prefer leaving it to be imagined. The lady whom we have hitherto described as Mrs. Bloss is no more. Mrs. Gobler exists. Mrs. Bloss has left us forever, in a secluded retreat in Newington Butts, far, far removed from the noisy strife of that great boarding-house. The world, the enviable Gobler, and his pleasing wife revel in retirement, happy in their complaints, their table, and their medicine, wafted through life by the grateful prayers of all the purveyors of animal food within 3 miles round. We would willingly stop here, but we have a painful duty imposed upon us which we must discharge. Mr. and Mrs. Tibbs have separated by mutual consent, Mrs. Tibbs receiving one moiety of £43, 15 shillings and 10pence, which we before stated to be the amount of her husband's annual income, and Mr. Tibbs the other. He is spending the evening of his days in retirement, and he is spending also annually that small but honourable independence. He resides among the original settlers at Walworth, and it has been stated, on unquestionable authority, that the conclusion of the volunteer story has been heard in a small tavern in that respectable neighbourhood. The unfortunate Mrs. Tibbs has determined to dispose of the whole of her furniture by public auction, and to retire from a residence in which she has suffered so much. Mr. Robbins has been applied to conduct the sale, and the transcendent abilities of the literary gentleman connected with his establishment are now devoted to the task of drawing up the preliminary advertisement. It is to contain, among a variety of brilliant matter, 78 words in large capitals, and 6 original questions in inverted commas. End of Chapter 1, Part 2 of Tales from Sketches by Boz, by Charles Dickens. Recording by David Lazarus.
Chapter 2 of Tales from Sketches by Boz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ken Therio. Sketches by Boz by Charles Dickens. Illustrated by George Cruikshank. Chapter 2 of Tales. Mr. Minns and his cousin. Mr. Augustus Minns was a bachelor of about 40, as he said, of about 48, as his friends said. He was always exceedingly clean, precise, and tidy, perhaps somewhat priggish, and the most retiring man in the world. He usually wore a brown frock-coat without a wrinkle, light inexplicables without a spot, a neat handkerchief with a remarkably neat tie, and boots without a fault. Moreover, he always carried a brown silk umbrella with an ivory handle. He was a clerk in Somerset House, or, as he said himself, he held a responsible situation under government. He had a good and increasing salary, in addition to some £10,000 of his own, invested in the funds, and he occupied a first floor in Tavistock Street, Covent Garden, where he had resided for 20 years, having been in the habit of quarrelling with his landlord the whole time, regularly giving notice of his intention to quit on the first day of every quarter, and as regularly countermanding it on the second. There were 2 classes of created objects which he held in the deepest and most unmingled horror. These were dogs and children. He was not unamiable, but he could at any time have viewed the execution of a dog or the assassination of an infant with the liveliest satisfaction. Their habits were at variance with his love of order, and his love of order was as powerful as his love of life. Mr. Augustus Minns had no relations, in or near London, with the exception of his cousin, Mr. Octavius Budden, to whose son, whom he had never seen, for he disliked the father, he had consented to become godfather by proxy. Mr. Budden, having realized a moderate fortune by exercising the trade or calling of a corn chandler, and having a great predilection for the country, had purchased a cottage in the vicinity of Stamford Hill, whither he retired with the wife of his bosom and his only son, Master Alexander Augustus Budden. One evening, as Mr. and Mrs. B. were admiring their son, discussing his various merits, talking over his education, and disputing whether the classics should be made an essential part thereof, the lady pressed so strongly upon her husband the propriety of cultivating the friendship of Mr. Minns in behalf of their son, that Mr. Budden at last made up his mind that it should not be his fault if he and his cousin were not in future more intimate.
"I'll break the ice, my love,"
said Mr. Budden, stirring up the sugar at the bottom of his glass of brandy and water, and casting a sidelong look at his spouse to see the effect of the announcement of his determination,
"by asking Minns down to dine with us on Sunday."
"Then pray, Budden, write to your cousin at once," replied Mrs. Budden. "Who knows? If we could only get him down here, he might take a fancy to our Alexander, and leave him his property. Alec, my dear, take your legs off the rail of the chair."
"Very true,"
said Mr. Budden, musing. "Very true indeed, my love." On the following morning, as Mr. Minns was sitting at his breakfast table, alternately biting his dry toast and casting a look upon the columns of his morning paper, which he always read from the title to the printer's name, he heard a loud knock at the street door, which was shortly afterwards followed by the entrance of his servant, who put into his hands a particularly small card, on which was engraven immense letters, "Mr. Octavius Budden, Amelia Cottage." Mrs. B.'s name was Amelia. "Poplar Walk, Stamford Hill."
"Budden!"
ejaculated Minns.
"What can bring that vulgar man here? Say I'm asleep, say I'm out, and shall never be home again. Anything to keep him downstairs."
"But please, sir, the gentleman's coming up," replied the servant, and the fact was made evident by an appalling creaking of boots on the staircase, accompanied by a pattering noise, the cause of which Minns could not, for the life of him, divine.
"Show the gentleman in,"
said the unfortunate bachelor. Exit servant, and enter Octavius, preceded by a large white dog, dressed in a suit of fleecy hosiery, with pink eyes, large ears, and no perceptible tail. The cause of the pattering on the stairs was but too plain. Mr. Augustus Minns staggered beneath the shock of the dog's appearance.
"My dear fellow, how are you?"
said Budden as he entered. He always spoke at the top of his voice, and always said the same thing half a dozen times.
"How are you, my hearty?" "How do you do, Mr. Budden? Pray take a chair,"
politely stammered the discomfited Minns.
Thank you, thank you. Well, how are you, eh?" "Uncommonly well, thank you,"
said Minns, casting a diabolical look at the dog, who, with his hind legs on the floor and his forepaws resting on the table, was dragging a bit of bread and butter out of a plate, preparatory to devouring it, with the buttered side next the carpet.
"Ah, you rogue!"
said Budden to his dog.
"You see, Minns, he's like me. Always at home, eh, my boy? Egad, I'm precious hot and hungry. I've walked all the way from Stamford Hill this morning." "Have you had breakfast?" inquired Minns. "Oh, no. Came to breakfast with you. So ring the bell, my dear fellow, will you? And let's have another cup and saucer. And the cold ham. Make myself at home, you see," continued Budden, dusting his boots with a table napkin. "Ha, ha, ha. 'Pon my life, I'm hungry." Minns rang the bell and tried to smile. "I decidedly never was so hot in my life," continued Octavius, wiping his forehead. "Well, but how are you, Minns? 'Pon my soul, you wear capitally." "You think so?" said Minns, and he tried another smile. "'Pon my life, I do. Mrs. B. and what's his name, quite well?" "Alec, my son, you mean, never better, never better. But at such a place as we've got at Poplar Walk, you know, He couldn't be ill if he tried. When I first saw it, by Jove, it looked so knowing, with the front garden, and the green railings, and the brass knocker, and all that. I really thought it was a cut above me." "Don't you think you'd like the ham better," interrupted Minns, "if you cut it the other way?"
He saw, with feelings which it is impossible to describe, that his visitor was cutting, or rather maiming, the ham, in utter violation of all established rules.
"No, thank you,"
returned Budden, with the most barbarous indifference to crime.
"I prefer it this way. It eats short. But I say, Minns, when will you come down and see us? You will be delighted with the place. I know you will. Amelia and I were talking about you the other night, and Amelia said, 'Another lump of sugar, please, thank you.' She said, 'Don't you think you could contrive, my dear, to say to Mr. Minns, in a friendly way, "Come down, sir"?'" "Damn the dog! He's spoiling your curtains, Minns. Ha! Ha! Ha!"
Minns leapt from his seat as though he had received the discharge from a galvanic battery.
"Come out, sir! Go out! Who?"
cried poor Augustus, keeping, nevertheless, at a very respectable distance from the dog, having read of a case of hydrophobia in the paper of that morning. By dint of great exertion, much shouting, and a marvellous deal of poking under the tables with a stick and umbrella, the dog was at last dislodged, and placed in the landing outside the door, where he immediately commenced a most appalling howling, at the same time vehemently scratching the paint off the two nicely varnished bottom panels, until they resembled the interior of a backgammon board.
"A good dog for the country, that," coolly observed Budden to the distracted Minns. "But he's not much used to confinement. But now, Minns, when will you come down? I'll take no denial positively. Let's see, today's Thursday. Will you come on Sunday? We dine at 5. Don't say no, do."
After a great deal of pressing, Mr. Augustus Minns, driven to despair, accepted the invitation, and promised to be at Poplar Walk on the ensuing Sunday, at 5:15 to the minute.
"Now mind the direction," said Budden. "The coach goes from the Flower Pot in Bishopsgate Street every half hour. When the coach stops at the Swan, you'll see immediately opposite you a white house." "Which is your house, I understand,"
said Minns, wishing to cut short the visit, and the story at the same time.
"No, no, that's not mine. That's Grogus's, the great ironmonger's. I was going to say, you turn down by the side of the White House till you can't go another step further. Mind that. And then you'll turn to your right by some stables. Well, close to you, you'll see a wall with 'Beware of the Dog' written on it in large letters."
Minns shuddered.
"Go along by the side of that wall for about 1/4 of a mile, and anybody will show you which is my place." "Very well, thank you. Goodbye." "Be punctual." "Certainly. Good morning." "I say, Mims, you've got a card?"
"Yes, I have, thank you." And Mr. Octavius Budden departed, leaving his cousin looking forward to his visit on the following Sunday with the feelings of a penniless poet to the weekly visit of his Scotch landlady. Sunday arrived. The sky was bright and clear. Crowds of people were hurrying along the streets, intent on their different schemes of pleasure for the day. Everything and everybody looked cheerful and happy, except Mr. Augustus Minns. The day was fine, but the heat was considerable. When Mr. Minns had fagged up the shady side of Fleet Street, Cheapside, and Threadneedle Street, he had become pretty warm, tolerably dusty, and it was getting late into the bargain. By the most extraordinary good fortune, however, a coach was waiting at the Flower Pot, into which Mr. Augustus Minns got, on the solemn assurance of the cad that the vehicle would start in 3 minutes, that being the very utmost extremity of time it was allowed to wait by Act of Parliament. 1/4 of an hour elapsed, and there were no signs of moving. Minns looked at his watch for the 6th time.
"Coachman, are you going or not?" bawled Mr. Minns, with his head and half his body out of the coach window. "Directly, sir," said the coachman, with his hands in his pockets, looking as much unlike a man in a hurry as possible. "Bill, take them cloths off." 5 minutes more elapsed, at the end of which time the coachman mounted the box, from whence he looked down the street and up the street, and hailed all the pedestrians for another 5 minutes. "Coachman, if you don't go this moment, I shall get out," said Mr. Minns, rendered desperate by the lateness of the hour, and the impossibility of being in Poplar Walk at the appointed time. "Going this minute, sir," was the reply, and accordingly the machine trundled on for a couple of 100 yards, and then stopped again. Minns doubled himself up in a corner of the coach, and abandoned himself to his fate, as a child, a mother, a bandbox, and a parasol became his fellow passengers. The child was an affectionate and an amiable infant. The little dear mistook Minns for his other parent, and screamed to embrace him. "Be quiet, dear," said the mamma, restraining the impetuosity of the darling, whose little fat legs were kicking and stamping and twining themselves into the most complicated forms in an ecstasy of impatience. "Be quiet, dear. That's not your papa." "Thank heaven I'm not," thought Minns, as the first gleam of pleasure he had experienced that morning shone like a meteor through his wretchedness. Playfulness was agreeably mingled with affection in the disposition of the boy. When satisfied that Mr. Minns was not his parent, he endeavoured to attract his notice by scraping his drab trousers with his dirty shoes, poking his chest with his mamma's parasol, and other nameless endearments peculiar to infancy, with which he beguiled the tediousness of the ride, apparently very much to his own satisfaction. When the unfortunate gentleman arrived at the Swan, he found to his great dismay that it was 5:15. The White House, the stables, the Beware the Dog, every landmark was passed, with a rapidity not unusual to a gentleman of a certain age when too late for dinner. After the lapse of a few minutes, Mr. Minns found himself opposite a yellow brick house with a green door, brass knocker, and a door-plate, green window frames, and ditto railings with "a garden" in front, that is to say, a small loose bit of gravelled ground, with one round and two scalene triangular beds, containing a fir tree, 20 or 30 bulbs, and an unlimited number of marigolds. The taste of Mr. and Mrs. Budden was further displayed by the appearance of a Cupid on each side of the door, perched upon a heap of large chalk flints, variegated with pink conch shells. His knock at the door was answered by a stumpy boy in drab livery, cotton stockings, and high-lows, who, after hanging his hat on one of the dozen brass pegs which ornamented the passage, denominated by courtesy the hall, ushered him into a front drawing-room commanding a very extensive view of the backs of the neighbouring houses. The usual ceremony of introduction and so forth over, Mr. Minns took his seat, not a little agitated at finding that he was the last comer, and, somehow or other, the lion of about a dozen people, sitting together in a small drawing-room, getting rid of that most tedious of all time, the time preceding dinner. "Well, Brogson,"
said Budden, addressing an elderly gentleman in a black coat, drab knee-breeches, and long gaiters, who, under pretence of inspecting the prints in an annual, had been engaged in satisfying himself on the subject of Mr. Minns' general appearance by looking at him over the tops of the leaves.
"Well, Brogson, what do the ministers mean to do? Will they go out or what?"
"Oh, why, really, you know, I'm the last person in the world to ask for news. Your cousin, from his situation, is the most likely person to answer the question." Mr. Minns assured the last speaker that although he was in Somerset House, he possessed no official communication relative to the projects of His Majesty's ministers. But his remark was evidently received incredulously, and no further conjectures being hazarded on the subject, a long pause ensued, during which the company occupied themselves in coughing and blowing their noses, until the entrance of Mrs. Budden caused a general rise. The ceremony of introduction being over,
Dinner was announced, and downstairs the party proceeded accordingly. Mr. Minns escorting Mrs. Budden as far as the drawing-room door, but being prevented by the narrowness of the staircase from extending his gallantry any farther. The dinner passed off as such dinners usually do, ever and anon, amidst the clatter of knives and forks, and the hum of conversation, Mr. B.'s voice might be heard, asking a friend to take wine, and assuring him he was glad to see him, and a great deal of by-play took place between Mrs. B. and the servants, respecting the removal of the dishes, during which her countenance assumed all the variations of a weather-glass, from stormy to set fair. Upon the dessert and wine being placed on the table, the servant, in compliance with a significant look from Mrs. B., brought down Master Alexander, habited in a sky-blue suit with silver buttons, and possessing hair of nearly the same colour as the metal. After sundry praises from his mother and various admonitions as to his behaviour from his father, he was introduced to his godfather.
"Well, my little fellow, you are a fine boy, ain't you?"
said Mr. Minns, as happy as a tom-tit on birdlime.
Yes.
How old are you?
8, next Wednesday. How old are you? Alexander, interrupted his mother, how dare you ask Mr. Minns how old he is? He asked me how old I was, said the precocious child,
to whom Minns had, from that moment, internally resolved that he would never bequeath 1 shilling. As soon as the titter occasioned by the observation had subsided, a little smirking man with red whiskers, sitting at the bottom of the table, who during the whole of dinner had been endeavouring to obtain a listener to some stories about Sheridan, called out, with a very patronising air,
"Alec, what part of speech is be?"
A verb? That's a good boy, said Mrs. Budden, with all a mother's pride. Now you know what a verb is? A verb is a word which signifies to be, to do, or to suffer, as I am, I rule, I am ruled. Give me an apple, Ma.
I'll give you an apple,
replied the man with the red whiskers, who was an established friend of the family, or in other words, was always invited by Mrs. Budden, whether Mr. Budden liked it or not.
"If you tell me, what is the meaning of bee?"
Bee,
said the prodigy, after a little hesitation.
An insect that gathers honey.
No, dear, frowned Mrs. Budden.
B-double-E is the substantive.
I don't think he knows much yet about common substantives,
said the smirking gentleman, who thought this an admirable opportunity for letting off a joke.
It's clear he's not very well acquainted with proper names. Gentlemen,
called out Mr. Budden from the end of the table in a stentorian voice, and with a very important air,
will you have the goodness to charge your glasses? I have a toast to propose. Hear, hear,
cried the gentleman, passing the decanters. After they had made the round of the table, Mr. Budden proceeded.
Gentlemen, there is an individual present. Hear, hear,
said the little man with red whiskers.
Pray be quiet, Jones,
remonstrated Budden.
I say, gentlemen, there is an individual present,
resumed the host,
in whose society I am sure we must take great delight, and the conversation of that individual must have afforded to every one present the utmost pleasure.
Thank heaven he does not mean me, thought Minns, conscious that his diffidence and exclusiveness had prevented his saying above a dozen words since he entered the house.
Gentlemen, I am but a humble individual myself, and I perhaps ought to apologize for allowing any individual feeling of friendship and affection for the person I allude to induce me to venture to rise, to propose the health of that person, a person that, I am sure, that is to say, a person whose virtues must endear him to those who know him, and those who have not the pleasure of knowing him cannot dislike him. Hear, hear,
said the company in a tone of encouragement and approval.
Gentlemen, continued Budden, my cousin is a man who is a relation of my own. Hear, hear, Minns groaned audibly. "Who I am most happy to see here, and who, if he were not here, would certainly have deprived us of the great pleasure we all feel in seeing him." Loud cries of "Hear." "Gentlemen, I feel that I have already trespassed on your attention for too long a time. With every feeling with every sentiment of
gratification, suggested the friend of the family.
Of gratification, I beg to propose the health of Mr. Minns." "Standing, gentlemen,"
shouted the indefatigable little man with the whiskers.
"And with the honours. Take your time from me, if you please. Hip, 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 zaw! Hip, 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 zaw! Hip, hip, zaw!"
All eyes were now fixed on the subject of the toast, who, by gulping down port wine at the imminent hazard of suffocation, endeavoured to conceal his confusion. After as long a pause as decency would admit, he rose, but, as the newspapers sometimes say in their reports, "We regret that we are quite unable to give even the substance of the honourable gentleman's observations." The words "present company," "honour," "present occasion," and "great happiness," heard occasionally and repeated at intervals, with a countenance expressive of the utmost confusion and misery, convinced the company that he was making an excellent speech, and, accordingly, on his resuming his seat, they cried "Bravo!" and manifested tumultuous applause. Jones, who had been long watching his opportunity, then darted up.
"Budden,"
said he,
"will you allow me to propose a toast?" "Certainly,"
replied Budden, adding in an undertone to Minns right across the table,
"Devilish sharp fellow that you'll be very much pleased with his speech. He talks equally well on any subject."
Minns bowed, and Mr. Jones proceeded.
"It has, on several occasions, in various instances, under many circumstances, and in different companies, fallen to my lot to propose a toast to those by whom, at the time, I have had the honour to be surrounded. I have sometimes, I will cheerfully own, for why should I deny it, felt the overwhelming nature of the task I have undertaken, and my own utter incapability to do justice to the subject. If such have been my feelings, however, on former occasions, what must they be now, under the extraordinary circumstances in which I am placed?" "Hear, hear!" To describe my feelings accurately would be impossible, but I cannot give you a better idea of them, gentlemen, than by referring to a circumstance which happens, oddly enough, to occur to my mind at the moment. On one occasion, when that truly great and illustrious man, Sheridan, was... Now there is no knowing what new villainy in the form of a joke would have been heaped on the grave of that very ill-used man, Mr. Sheridan, if the boy in drab had not at that moment entered the room in a breathless state, to report that, as it was a very wet night, the 9 o'clock stage had come round, to know whether there was anybody going to town, as, in that case, he, the 9 o'clock, had room for one inside. Mr. Minns started up, and, despite countless exclamations of surprise and entreaties to stay, persisted in his determination to accept the vacant place. But the brown silk umbrella was nowhere to be found, and, as the coachman couldn't wait, he drove back to the Swan, leaving word for Mr. Minns to run round and catch him. However, as it did not occur to Mr. Minns for some 10 minutes or so that he had left the brown silk umbrella with the ivory handle in the other coach coming down, and, moreover, as he was by no means remarkable for speed, it is no matter of surprise that when he accomplished the feat of running round to the Swan, the coach, the last coach, had gone without him. It was somewhere about 3 o'clock in the morning when Mr. Augustus Minns knocked feebly at the street door of his lodgings in Tavistock Street, cold, wet, cross, and miserable. He made his will next morning, and his professional man informs us, in that strict confidence in which we inform the public, that neither the name of Mr. Octavius Budden, nor of Mrs. Amelia Budden,
nor of Master Alexander Augustus Budden, appears therein. End of Chapter 2 of Tales from Sketches by Boz. Recording by Ken Therio. www.ravenboyvoicetalent.com.
Chapter 3 of Tales from Sketches by Boz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Clifton. Sketches by Boz by Charles Dickens. Illustrations by George Cruikshank. Chapter 3 of Tales. Sentiment. The Miss Crumptons, or to quote the authority of the inscription on the garden gate of Minerva House, Hammersmith, the Mrs. Crumpton, were two unusually tall, particularly thin and exceedingly skinny personages, very upright and very yellow. Miss Amelia Crumpton owned to 38, and Miss Maria Crumpton admitted she was 40, an admission which was rendered perfectly unnecessary by the self-evident fact of her being at least 50. They dressed in the most interesting manner, like twins, and looked as happy and comfortable as a couple of marigolds run to seed. They were very precise, had the strictest possible ideas of propriety, wore false hair, and always smelt very strongly of lavender. Minerva House, conducted under the auspices of the two sisters, was a finishing establishment for young ladies, where some 20 girls of the ages of from 13 to 19 inclusive acquired a smattering of everything and a knowledge of nothing. Instruction in French and Italian, dancing lessons twice a week, and other necessaries of life. The house was a white one, a little removed from the roadside, with close palings in front. The bedroom windows were always left partly open to afford a bird's-eye view of numerous little bedsteads with very white dimity furniture, and thereby impress the passer-by with a due sense of the luxuries of the establishment. And there was a front parlour hung round with highly varnished maps which nobody ever looked at, and filled with books which no one ever read, appropriated exclusively to the reception of parents who, whenever they called, could not fail to be struck with the very deep appearance of the place. "Amelia, my dear," said Miss Maria Crumpton, entering the schoolroom one morning with her false hair in papers, as she occasionally did in order to impress the young ladies with a conviction of its reality. "Amelia, my dear, here is a most gratifying note I have just received. You needn't mind reading it aloud." Miss Amelia, thus advised, proceeded to read the following note with an air of great triumph. "Cornelius Brooke Dingwall, Esquire, MP, presents his compliments to Miss Crumpton, and will feel much obliged by Miss Crumpton's calling on him, if she conveniently can, to-morrow morning at 1 o'clock, as Cornelius Brooke Dingwall, Esquire, MP, is anxious to see Miss Crumpton on the subject of placing Miss Brooke Dingwall under her charge. Adelphi, Monday morning." "A Member of Parliament's daughter!" ejaculated Amelia in an ecstatic tone. "A Member of Parliament's daughter," repeated Miss Maria with a smile of delight, which, of course, elicited a concurrent titter of pleasure from all the young ladies. "It's exceedingly delightful," said Miss Amelia, whereupon all the young ladies murmured their admiration again. Courtiers are but schoolboys, and court ladies schoolgirls. So important an announcement at once superseded the business of the day. A holiday was declared in commemoration of the great event. The Miss Crumptons retired to their private apartment to talk it over. The smaller girls discussed the probable manners and customs of the daughter of a Member of Parliament, and the young ladies verging on 18 wondered whether she was engaged, whether she was pretty, whether she wore much bustle, and many other whethers of equal importance. The two Miss Crumptons proceeded to the Adelphi at the appointed time next day, dressed, of course, in their best style, and looking as amiable as they possibly could, which, by the by, is not saying much for them. Having sent in their cards through the medium of a red-hot-looking footman in bright livery, they were ushered into the august presence of the profound Dingwall. Cornelius Brooke Dingwall, Esquire, MP, was very haughty, solemn, and portentous. He had, naturally, a somewhat spasmodic expression of countenance, which was not rendered the less remarkable by his wearing an extremely stiff cravat. He was wonderfully proud of the MP attached to his name, and never lost an opportunity of reminding people of his dignity. He had a great idea of his own abilities, which must have been a great comfort to him, as no one else had. And in diplomacy, on a small scale, in his own family arrangements, he considered himself unrivalled. He was a county magistrate, and discharged the duties of his station with all due justice and impartiality, frequently committing poachers, and occasionally committing himself. Miss Brooke Dingwall was one of the numerous class of young ladies who, like adverbs, may be known by their answering to a commonplace question and doing nothing else. On the present occasion, this talented individual was seated in a small library at a table covered with papers, doing nothing but trying to look busy playing at shop. Acts of Parliament and letters directed to Cornelius Brooke Dingwall, Esquire, MP, were ostentatiously scattered over the table, at a little distance from which Mrs. Brooke Dingwall was seated at work. One of those public nuisances, a spoiled child, was playing about the room, dressed after the most approved fashion in a blue tunic with a black belt, a quarter of a yard wide, fastened with an immense buckle, looking like a robber in a melodrama seen through a diminishing glass. After a little pleasantry from the sweet child, who amused himself by running away with Miss Maria Crumpton's chair as fast as it was placed for her, the visitors were seated, and Cornelius Brooke Dingwall, Esquire, opened the conversation. He had sent for Miss Crumpton, he said, in consequence of the high character he had received of her establishment from his friend Sir Alfred Muggs. Miss Crumpton murmured her acknowledgments to him, Muggs, and Cornelius proceeded. "One of my principal reasons, Miss Crumpton, for parting with my daughter is that she has lately acquired some sentimental ideas which it is most desirable to eradicate from her young mind." Here the little innocent before noticed fell out of an armchair with an awful crash. "Naughty boy," said his mamma, who appeared more surprised at his taking the liberty of falling down than at anything else. "I'll ring the bell for James to take him away." "Pray don't check him, my love," said the diplomatist, as soon as he could make himself heard amidst the unearthly howling consequent upon the threat and the tumble. "It all arises from his great flow of spirits." This last explanation was addressed to Miss Crumpton. "Certainly, sir," replied the antique Maria, not exactly seeing, however, the connection between a flow of animal spirits and a fall from an armchair. Silence was restored, and the MP resumed. "Now, I know nothing so likely to affect this object, Miss Crumpton, as her mixing constantly in the society of girls of her own age. And as I know that in your establishment she will meet such as are not likely to contaminate her young mind, I propose to send her to you." The youngest Miss Crumpton expressed the acknowledgments of the establishment generally. Maria was rendered speechless by bodily pain. The dear little fellow, having recovered his animal spirits, was standing upon her most tender foot, by way of getting his face, which looked like a capital O in a red-lettered playbill, on a level with the writing-table. "Of course, Lavinia will be a parlour boarder," continued the enviable father, "and on one point I wish my directions to be strictly observed. The fact is that some ridiculous love affair with a person much her inferior in life has been the cause of her present state of mind. Knowing that, of course, under your care she can have no opportunity of meeting this person, I do not object to, indeed I should rather prefer, her mixing with such society as you see yourself." This important statement was again interrupted by the high-spirited little creature, in the excess of his joyousness, breaking a pane of glass and nearly precipitating himself into an adjacent area. James was rung for, considerable confusion and screaming succeeded. 2 little blue legs were seen to kick violently in the air as the man left the room, and the child was gone. Mr. Brooke Dingwall would like Miss Brooke Dingwall to learn everything, said Mrs. Brooke Dingwall, who hardly ever said anything at all. Certainly, said both the Miss Crumptons together. And as I trust the plan I have devised will be effectual in weaning my daughter from this absurd idea, Miss Crumpton, continued the legislator, I hope you will have the goodness to comply in all respects with any request I may forward to you. The promise was, of course, made, and after a lengthened discussion conducted on behalf of the Dingwalls with the most becoming diplomatic gravity, and on that of the Crumptons with profound respect, it was finally arranged that Miss Lavinia should be forwarded to Hammersmith on the next day but one, on which occasion the half-yearly ball given at the establishment was to take place. It might divert the dear girl's mind. This, by the way, was another bit of diplomacy. Miss Lavinia was introduced to her future governess, and both the Miss Crumptons pronounced her a most charming girl, an opinion which, by a singular coincidence, they always entertained of any new pupil. Courtesies were exchanged, acknowledgments expressed, condescension exhibited, and the interview terminated. Preparations, to make use of theatrical phraseology, on a scale of magnitude never before attempted, were incessantly made at Minerva House to give every effect to the forthcoming ball. The largest room in the house was pleasingly ornamented with blue calico roses, plaid tulips, and other equally natural-looking artificial flowers, the work of the young ladies themselves. The carpet was taken up, the folding doors were taken down, the furniture was taken out, and rout seats were taken in. The linen drapers of Hammersmith were astounded at the sudden demand for blue sarcenet ribbon and long white gloves. Dozens of geraniums were purchased for bouquets, and a harp and 2 violins were bespoke from town, in addition to the grand piano already on the premises. The young ladies who were selected to show off on the occasion, and do credit to the establishment, practised incessantly, much to their own satisfaction, and greatly to the annoyance of the lame old gentleman over the way. And a constant correspondence was kept up between the Mrs. Crumpton and the Hammersmith pastry cook. The evening came, and then there was such a lacing of stays and tying of sandals and dressing of hair as never can take place with a proper degree of bustle out of a boarding school. The smaller girls managed to be in everybody's way and were pushed about accordingly, and the elder ones dressed and tied and flattered and envied one another as earnestly and sincerely as if they had actually come out. "How do I look, dear?" inquired Miss Emily Smithers, the belle of the house, of Miss Caroline Wilson, who was her bosom friend because she was the ugliest girl in Hammersmith, or out of it. "Oh, charming, dear. How do I?" "Delightful. You never looked so handsome," returned the belle, adjusting her own dress and not bestowing a glance on her poor companion. "I hope young Hilton will come early," said another young lady to Miss Somebody else in a fever of expectation. "I'm sure he'd be highly flattered if he knew it," returned the other, who was practising l'été. "Oh, he's so handsome," said the first. "Such a charming person," added a second. "Such a distingué air," said a third. "Oh, what do you think?" said another girl, running into the room. "Miss Crumpton says her cousin's coming." "What, Theodosius Butler?" said everybody in raptures. "Is he handsome?" inquired a novice. "No, not particularly handsome," was the general reply, "but oh, so clever." Mr. Theodosius Butler was one of those immortal geniuses who are to be met with in almost every circle. They have usually very deep, monotonous voices. They always persuade themselves that they are wonderful persons, and that they ought to be very miserable, though they don't precisely know why. They are very conceited, and usually possess half an idea. but with enthusiastic young ladies and silly young gentlemen, they are very wonderful persons. The individual in question, Mr. Theodosius, had written a pamphlet containing some very weighty considerations on the expediency of doing something or other, and as every sentence contained a good many words of 4 syllables, his admirers took it for granted that he meant a good deal. "Perhaps that's he!" exclaimed several young ladies as the first pull of the evening threatened destruction to the bell of the gate. An awful pause ensued. Some boxes arrived, and a young lady, Miss Brooke Dingwall, in full ball costume, with an immense gold chain around her neck, and her dress looped up with a single rose, an ivory fan in her hand, and a most interesting expression of despair in her face. The Miss Crumptons inquired after the family with the most excruciating anxiety, and Miss Brooke Dingwall was formally introduced to her future companions. The Miss Crumptons conversed with the young ladies in the most mellifluous tones, in order that Miss Brooke Dingwall might be properly impressed with their amiable treatment. Another pull at the bell. Mr. Dadson, the writing master, and his wife. The wife in green silk, with shoes and cap trimmings to correspond. The writing master in a white waistcoat, black knee-shorts, and ditto silk stockings, displaying a leg large enough for 2 writing masters. The young ladies whispered one another, and the writing master and his wife flattered the Miss Crumptons, who were dressed in amber with long sashes, like dolls. Repeated pulls at the bell, and arrivals too numerous to particularize. Papas and mammas, and aunts and uncles, the owners and guardians of the different pupils, the singing master, Signor Lobskini, in a black wig, the pianoforte player and the violins, the harp in a state of intoxication, and some 20 young men who stood near the door and talked to one another, occasionally bursting into a giggle. A general hum of conversation, coffee handed round and plentifully partaken of by fat mammas, who looked like the stout people who come on in pantomimes for the sole purpose of being knocked down. The popular Mr. Hilton was the next arrival, and he, having, at the request of the Miss Crumptons, undertaking the office of Master of Ceremonies, the quadrilles commenced with considerable spirit. The young men by the door gradually advanced into the middle of the room, and in time became sufficiently at ease to consent to be introduced to partners. The writing master danced every set, springing about with the most fearful agility, and his wife played a rubber in the back parlour, a little room with 5 bookshelves, dignified by the name of the study. Setting her down to whist was a half-yearly piece of generalship on the part of the Miss Crumptons. It was necessary to hide her somewhere on account of her being a fright. The interesting Lavinia Brooke Dingwall was the only girl present who appeared to take no interest in the proceedings of the evening. In vain was she solicited to dance. In vain was the universal homage paid to her as the daughter of a Member of Parliament. She was equally unmoved by the splendid tenor of the inimitable Lobskini and the brilliant execution of Miss Letitia Parsons, whose performance of The Recollections of Ireland was universally declared to be almost equal to that of Moscheles himself. Not even the announcement of the arrival of Mr. Theodosius Butler could induce her to leave the corner of the back drawing-room in which she was seated. "Now, Theodosius," said Miss Maria Crumpton, after that enlightened pamphleteer had nearly run the gauntlet of the whole company, "I must introduce you to our new pupil." Theodosius looked as if he cared for nothing earthly. "She's the daughter of a Member of Parliament," said Maria. Theodosius started. "And her name is?" he inquired. "Miss Brooke Dingwall." "Great heaven!" poetically exclaimed Theodosius in a low tone. Miss Crumpton commenced the introduction in due form. Miss Brooke Dingwall languidly raised her head. "Edward!" she exclaimed, with a half shriek on seeing the well-known nankeen legs. Fortunately, as Miss Maria Crumpton possessed no remarkable share of penetration, and as it was one of the diplomatic arrangements that no attention was to be paid to Miss Lavinia's incoherent exclamations, she was perfectly unconscious of the mutual agitation of the parties, and therefore, seeing that the offer of his hand for the next quadrille was accepted, she left him by the side of Miss Brooke Dingwall. "Oh, Edward!" exclaimed that most romantic of all romantic young ladies, as the light of science seated himself beside her. "Oh, Edward, is it you?" Mr. Theodosius assured the dear creature in the most impassioned manner that he was not conscious of being anybody but himself. "Then why this disguise? Oh, Edward Neville Walter, what have I not suffered on your account?" "Lavinia, hear me," replied the hero in his most poetic strain. "Do not condemn me unheard. If anything that emanates from the soul of such a wretch as I can occupy a place in your recollection, if any being so vile deserve your notice, you may remember that I once published a pamphlet, and paid for its publication, entitled Considerations on the Policy of Removing the Duty on Beeswax." I do, sobbed Lavinia. "That," continued the lover, "was a subject to which your father was devoted heart and soul." He was, reiterated the sentimentalist. "I knew it," continued Theodosius tragically. "I knew it. I forwarded him a copy. He wished to know me. Could I disclose my real name? Never. No, I assumed that name which you have so often pronounced in tones of endearment. As Neville Walter, I devoted myself to the stirring cause. As Neville Walter, I gained your heart. In the same character, I was ejected from your house by your father's domestics. And in no character at all have I since been enabled to see you. We now meet again, and I proudly own that I am Theodosius Butler." The young lady appeared perfectly satisfied with this argumentative address, and bestowed a look of the most ardent affection on the immortal advocate of beeswax. "May I hope," said he, "that the promise your father's violent behaviour interrupted may be renewed?" "Let us join this set," replied Lavinia, coquettishly, for girls of 19 can coquette. "No," ejaculated he of the nankeens, "I stir not from this spot, writhing under this torture of suspense. May I hope?" "You may. The promise is renewed?" "It is. I have your permission?" "You have. To the fullest extent?" "You know it," returned the blushing Lavinia. The contortions of the interesting butler's visage expressed his raptures. We could dilate upon the occurrences that ensued, how Mr. Theodosius and Miss Lavinia danced and talked and sighed for the remainder of the evening, how the Miss Crumptons were delighted thereat, how the writing master continued to frisk about with 1 horsepower, and how his wife, from some unaccountable freak, left the whist table in the little back parlour, and persisted in displaying her green headdress in the most conspicuous part of the drawing-room. How the supper consisted of small triangular sandwiches in trays, and a tart here and there by way of variety, and how the visitors consumed warm water, disguised with lemon and dotted with nutmeg, under the denomination of negus. These and other matters of as much interest, however, we pass over, for the purpose of describing a scene of even more importance. A fortnight after the date of the ball, Cornelius Brooke Dingwall, Esquire, MP, was seated at the same library table, and in the same room as we have before described. He was alone, and his face bore an expression of deep thought and solemn gravity. He was drawing up a bill for the better observance of Easter Monday. The footman tapped at the door. The legislator started from his reverie, and "Miss Crumpton" was announced. Permission was given for Miss Crumpton to enter the sanctum. Maria came sliding in, and having taken her seat with a due portion of affectation, the footman retired, and the governess was left alone with the MP. Oh, how she longed for the presence of a third party! Even the facetious young gentleman would have been a relief. Miss Crumpton began the duet. She hoped Mrs. Brooke Dingwall and the handsome little boy were in good health. They were. Mrs. Brooke Dingwall and little Frederick were at Brighton. "Much obliged to you, Miss Crumpton," said Cornelius, in his most dignified manner, "for your attention in calling this morning. I should have driven down to Hammersmith to see Lavinia, but your account was so very satisfactory, and my duties in the house occupy me so much, that I determined to postpone it for a week. How has she gone on?" Very well indeed, sir, returned Maria, dreading to inform the father that she had gone off. Ah, I thought the plan on which I proceeded would be a match for her. Here was a favourable opportunity to say that somebody else had been a match for her, but the unfortunate governess was unequal to the task. You have persevered strictly in the line of conduct I prescribed, Miss Crumpton? Strictly, sir. You tell me in your note that her spirits gradually improved. Very much indeed, sir. To be sure, I was convinced they would. But I fear, sir, said Miss Crumpton with visible emotion, I fear the plan has not succeeded quite so well as we could have wished. No, exclaimed the prophet. Bless me, Miss Crumpton, you look alarmed. What's happened? Miss Brooke Dingwall, sir. Yes, ma'am. Has gone, sir, said Maria, exhibiting a strong inclination to faint. Gone? Eloped, sir. Eloped? Who with? When? Where? How? Almost shrieked the agitated diplomatist. The natural yellow of the unfortunate Maria's face changed to all the hues of the rainbow as she laid a small packet on the member's table. He hurriedly opened it, a letter from his daughter, and another from Theodosius. He glanced over their contents. Ere this reaches you, far distant, appeal to feelings, love to distraction, beeswax, slavery, etc., etc. He dashed his hand to his forehead and paced the room with fearfully long strides, to the great alarm of the precise Maria. Now, mind, from this time forward, said Mr. Brooke Dingwall, suddenly stopping at the table and beating time upon it with his hand, from this time forward I never will, under any circumstances whatever, permit a man who writes pamphlets to enter any other room of this house but the kitchen. I'll allow my daughter and her husband £150 a year, and never see their faces again. And dammy, ma'am, I'll bring in a bill for the abolition of finishing schools. Some time has elapsed since this passionate declaration. Mr. and Mrs. Butler are at present rusticating in a small cottage at Ball's Pond, pleasantly situated in the immediate vicinity of a brick field. They have no family. Mr. Theodosius looks very important and writes incessantly. But in consequence of a gross combination on the part of publishers, none of his productions appear in print. His young wife begins to think that ideal misery is preferable to real unhappiness, and that a marriage contracted in haste and repented at leisure is the cause of more substantial wretchedness than she ever anticipated. On cool reflection, Cornelius Brooke Dingwall, Esquire, MP, was reluctantly compelled to admit that the untoward result of his admirable arrangements was attributable not to the Miss Crumptons, but his own diplomacy. He, however, consoles himself, like some other small diplomatists, by satisfactorily proving that if his plans did not succeed, they ought to have done so. Minerva House is in status quo, and the Misses Crumpton remain in the peaceable and undisturbed enjoyment of all the advantages resulting from their finishing school. End of Chapter 3 of Tales from Sketches by Boz.
Chapter 4 of Tales from Sketches by Boz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Sketches by Boz by Charles Dickens. Illustrations by George Cruikshank. Chapter 4 of Tales. The Tuggses at Ramsgate. Once upon a time there dwelt in a narrow street on the Surrey side of the water, within 3 minutes' walk of Old London Bridge, Mr. Joseph Tuggs, a little dark-faced man, with shiny hair, twinkling eyes, short legs, and a body of very considerable thickness, measuring from the centre button of his waistcoat in front to the ornamental buttons of his coat behind. The figure of the amiable Mrs. Tuggs, if not perfectly symmetrical, was decidedly comfortable, and the form of her only daughter, the accomplished Miss Charlotte Tuggs, was fast ripening into that state of luxuriant plumpness which had enchanted the eyes and captivated the heart of Mr. Joseph Tuggs in his earlier days. Mr. Simon Tuggs, his only son, and Miss Charlotte Tuggs's only brother, was as differently formed in body as he was differently constituted in mind from the remainder of his family. There was that elongation in his thoughtful face, and that tendency to weakness in his interesting legs, which tell so forcibly of a great mind and romantic disposition. The slightest traits of character in such a being possess no mean interest to speculative minds. He usually appeared in public in capacious shoes with black cotton stockings, and was observed to be particularly attached to a black glazed stock, without tie or ornament of any description. There is perhaps no profession, however useful, no pursuit, however meritorious, which can escape the petty attacks of vulgar minds. Mr. Joseph Tuggs was a grocer. It might be supposed that a grocer was beyond the breath of calumny, but no. The neighbours stigmatized him as a chandler, and the poisonous voice of envy distinctly asserted that he dispensed tea and coffee by the quartern, retailed sugar by the ounce, cheese by the slice, tobacco by the screw, and butter by the pat. These taunts, however, were lost upon the Tuggses. Mr. Tuggs attended to the grocery department, Mrs. Tuggs to the cheesemongery, and Miss Tuggs to her education. Mr. Simon Tuggs kept his father's books and his own counsel. One fine spring afternoon the latter gentleman was seated on a tub of weekly Dorset behind the little red desk with a wooden rail, which ornamented a corner of the counter, when a stranger dismounted from a cab and hastily entered the shop. He was habited in black cloth, and bore with him a green umbrella and a blue bag. "Mr. Tuggs?" said the stranger inquiringly. "My name is Tuggs," replied Mr. Simon. "It's the other Mr. Tuggs," said the stranger, looking towards the glass door which led into the parlour behind the shop, and on the inside of which the round face of Mr. Tuggs senior was distinctly visible, peeping over the curtain. Mr. Simon gracefully waved his pen, as if in intimation of his wish that his father would advance. Mr. Joseph Tuggs, with considerable celerity, removed his face from the curtain and placed it before the stranger. "I come from the Temple," said the man with the bag. "From the Temple!" said Mrs. Tuggs, flinging open the door of the little parlour and disclosing Miss Tuggs in perspective. "From the Temple!" said Miss Tuggs and Mr. Simon Tuggs at the same moment. "From the Temple!" said Mr. Joseph Tuggs, turning as pale as a Dutch cheese. "From the Temple," repeated the man with the bag. "From Mr. Cowers, the solicitors. Mr. Tuggs, I congratulate you, sir. Ladies, I wish you joy of your prosperity. We have been successful." And the man with the bag leisurely divested himself of his umbrella and glove, as a preliminary to shaking hands with Mr. Joseph Tuggs. Now the words, "We have been successful," had no sooner issued from the mouth of the man with the bag than Mr. Simon Tuggs rose from the tub of weekly Dorset, opened his eyes very wide, gasped for breath, made figures of 8 in the air with his pen, and finally fell into the arms of his anxious mother and fainted away without the slightest ostensible cause or pretence. "Water!" screamed Mrs. Tuggs. "Look up, my son!" exclaimed Mr. Tuggs. "Simon, dear Simon!" shrieked Miss Tuggs. "I'm better now," said Mr. Simon Tuggs. "What? Successful?" And then, as corroborative evidence of his being better, he fainted away again, and was borne into the little parlour by the united efforts of the remainder of the family and the man with the bag. To a casual spectator, or to any one unacquainted with the position of the family, this fainting would have been unaccountable. To those who understood the mission of the man with the bag, and were moreover acquainted with the excitability of the nerves of Mr. Simon Tuggs, it was quite comprehensible. A long pending lawsuit respecting the validity of a will had been unexpectedly decided, and Mr. Joseph Tuggs was the possessor of £20,000. A prolonged consultation took place that night in the little parlour, a consultation that was to settle the future destinies of the Tuggses. The shop was shut up at an unusually early hour, and many were the unavailing kicks bestowed upon the closed door by applicants for quarterns of sugar, or half quarterns of bread, or penn'orths of pepper, which were to have been left till Saturday, but which fortune had decreed were to be left alone altogether. "We must certainly give up business," said Miss Tuggs. "Oh, decidedly," said Mrs. Tuggs. "Simon shall go to the bar," said Mr. Joseph Tuggs. "And I shall always sign myself Cymon in future," said his son. "And I shall call myself Charlotta," said Miss Tuggs. "And you must always call me Ma, and father Pa," said Mrs. Tuggs. "Yes, and Pa must leave off all his vulgar habits," interposed Miss Tuggs. "I'll take care of all that," responded Mr. Joseph Tuggs complacently. He was at that very moment eating pickled salmon with a pocket-knife. "We must leave town immediately," said Mr. Simon Tuggs. Everybody concurred that this was an indispensable preliminary to being genteel. The question then arose, where should they go? "Gravesend?" mildly suggested Mr. Joseph Tuggs. The idea was unanimously scouted. Gravesend was low. "Margate?" insinuated Mrs. Tuggs. Worse and worse. Nobody there but tradespeople. "Brighton?" Mr. Simon Tuggs opposed an insurmountable objection. All the coaches had been upset in turn within the last 3 weeks. Each coach had averaged 2 passengers killed and 6 wounded, and in every case the newspapers had distinctly understood that no blame whatever was attributable to the coachman. "Ramsgate?" ejaculated Mr. Simon thoughtfully. To be sure! How stupid they must have been not to have thought of that before. Ramsgate was just the place of all others. 2 months after this conversation, the City of London Ramsgate steamer was running gaily down the river. Her flag was flying, her band was playing, her passengers were conversing. Everything about her seemed gay and lively. No wonder. The Tuggses were on board. "Charming, ain't it?" said Mr. Joseph Tuggs, in a bottle green greatcoat, with a velvet collar of the same, and a blue travelling cap with a gold band. "Soul-inspiring," replied Mr. Simon Tuggs. He was entered at the bar. "Soul-inspiring." "Delightful morning, sir," said a stoutish military-looking gentleman in a blue surtout buttoned up to his chin, and white trousers chained down to the soles of his boots. Mr. Simon Tuggs took upon himself the responsibility of answering the observation. "Heavenly," he replied. "You are an enthusiastic admirer of the beauties of nature, sir?" said the military gentleman. "I am, sir," replied Mr. Simon Tuggs. "Travelled much, sir?" inquired the military gentleman. "Not much," replied Mr. Simon Tuggs. "You've been on the Continent, of course?" inquired the military gentleman. "Not exactly," replied Mr. Simon Tuggs, in a qualified tone, as if he wished it to be implied that he had gone half-way and come back again. "You, of course, intend your son to make the grand tour, sir?" said the military gentleman, addressing Mr. Joseph Tuggs. As Mr. Joseph Tuggs did not precisely understand what the grand tour was, or how such an article was manufactured, he replied, "Of course." Just as he said the word, there came tripping up from her seat at the stern of the vessel a young lady in a puce-coloured silk cloak, and boots of the same, with long black ringlets, large black eyes, brief petticoats, and unexceptionable ankles. "Walter, my dear," said the young lady to the military gentleman. "Yes, Belinda, my love," responded the military gentleman to the black-eyed young lady. "What have you left me alone so long for?" said the young lady. "I have been stared out of countenance by those rude young men." "What, stared at?" exclaimed the military gentleman, with an emphasis which made Mr. Simon Tuggs withdraw his eyes from the young lady's face with inconceivable rapidity. "Which young men? Where?" And the military gentleman clenched his fist, and glared fearfully on the cigar-smokers around. "Be calm, Walter, I entreat," said the young lady. "I won't," said the military gentleman. "Do, sir," interposed Mr. Simon Tuggs. "They ain't worth your notice." "No, no, they are not indeed," urged the young lady. "I will be calm," said the military gentleman. "You speak truly, sir. I thank you for a timely remonstrance, which may have spared me the guilt of manslaughter." Calming his wrath, the military gentleman wrung Mr. Simon Tuggs by the hand. "My sister, sir," said Mr. Simon Tuggs, seeing that the military gentleman was casting an admiring look towards Miss Charlotta. "My wife, ma'am, Mrs. Captain Waters," said the military gentleman, presenting the black-eyed young lady. "My mother, ma'am, Mrs. Tuggs," said Mr. Simon. The military gentleman and his wife murmured enchanting courtesies, and the Tuggses looked as unembarrassed as they could. "Walter, my dear," said the black-eyed young lady, after they had sat chatting with the Tuggses some half-hour. "Yes, my love," said the military gentleman. "Don't you think this gentleman," with an inclination of the head towards Mr. Simon Tuggs, "is very much like the Marquis Carewini?" "Lord bless me, very," said the military gentleman. "It struck me the moment I saw him," said the young lady, gazing intently, and with a melancholy air, on the scarlet countenance of Mr. Simon Tuggs. Mr. Simon Tuggs looked at everybody, and finding that everybody was looking at him, appeared to feel some temporary difficulty in disposing of his eyesight. "So exactly the air of the Marquis," said the military gentleman. "Quite extraordinary," sighed the military gentleman's lady. "You don't know the Marquis, sir?" inquired the military gentleman. Mr. Simon Tuggs stammered a negative. "If you did," continued Captain Walter Waters, "you would feel how much reason you have to be proud of the resemblance. A most elegant man, with a most prepossessing appearance." He is indeed," exclaimed Belinda Waters energetically. As her eye caught that of Mr. Simon Tuggs, she withdrew it from his features in bashful confusion. All this was highly gratifying to the feelings of the Tuggses, and when, in the course of farther conversation, it was discovered that Miss Charlotta Tuggs was the facsimile of a titled relative of Mrs. Belinda Waters, and that Mrs. Tuggs herself was the very picture of the Dowager Duchess of Dobbleton, their delight in the acquisition of so genteel and friendly an acquaintance knew no bounds. Even the dignity of Captain Walter Waters relaxed to that degree that he suffered himself to be prevailed upon by Mr. Joseph Tuggs to partake of cold pigeon pie and sherry on deck, and a most delightful conversation, aided by these agreeable stimulants, was prolonged until they ran alongside Ramsgate Pier. "Good-bye, dear," said Mrs. Captain Waters to Miss Charlotta Tuggs, just before the bustle of landing commenced. "We shall see you on the sands in the morning, and as we are sure to have found lodgings before then, I hope we shall be inseparables for many weeks to come." "Oh, I hope so," said Miss Charlotta Tuggs emphatically. "Tickets, ladies and gentlemen," said the man on the paddle box. "Want a porter, sir?" inquired a dozen men in smock frocks. "Now, my dear," said Captain Waters. "Good-bye," said Mrs. Captain Waters. "Good-bye, Mr. Simon." And with a pressure of the hand, which threw the amiable young man's nerves into a state of considerable derangement, Mrs. Captain Waters disappeared among the crowd. A pair of puce-coloured boots were seen ascending the steps, a white handkerchief fluttered, a black eye gleamed. The Waterses were gone, and Mr. Simon Tuggs was alone in a heartless world. Silently and abstractedly did that too sensitive youth follow his revered parents and a train of smock-frocks and wheelbarrows along the pier, until the bustle of the scene around recalled him to himself. The sun was shining brightly, the sea, dancing to its own music, rolled merrily in. Crowds of people promenaded to and fro. Young ladies tittered, old ladies talked. Nursemaids displayed their charms to the greatest possible advantage, and their little charges ran up and down and to and fro and in and out, under the feet and between the legs of the assembled concourse, in the most playful and exhilarating manner. There were old gentlemen trying to make out objects through long telescopes, and young ones making objects of themselves in open shirt-collars. Ladies carrying about portable chairs, and portable chairs carrying about invalids. Parties waiting on the pier for parties who had come by the steamboat. And nothing was to be heard but talking, laughing, welcoming, and merriment. "Fly, sir!" exclaimed a chorus of 14 men and 6 boys, the moment Mr. Joseph Tuggs, at the head of his little party, set foot in the street. "Here's the gentleman at last," said one, touching his hat with mock politeness. "Werry glad to see you, sir. Been a-waiting for you these 6 weeks. Jump in, if you please, sir." "Nice light fly and a fast trotter, sir," said another. 14 mile a hour, and surrounding objects rendered invisible by extreme velocity." "Large fly for your luggage, sir," cried a third. "Werry large fly here, sir. Reg'lar bluebottle." "Here's your fly, sir," shouted another aspiring charioteer, mounting the box, and inducing an old grey horse to indulge in some imperfect reminiscences of a canter. "Look at him, sir. Temper of a lamb and haction of a steam-engine." Resisting even the temptation of securing the services of so valuable a quadruped as the last named, Mr. Joseph Tuggs beckoned to the proprietor of a dingy conveyance of a greenish hue, lined with faded striped calico, and the luggage and the family having been deposited therein, the animal in the shafts, after describing circles in the road for a quarter of an hour, at last consented to depart in quest of lodgings. "How many beds have you got?" screamed Mrs. Tuggs out of the fly, to the woman who opened the door of the first house, which displayed a bill intimating that apartments were to be let within. "How many did you want, ma'am?" was of course the reply. "3." "Will you step in, ma'am?" Down got Mrs. Tuggs. The family were delighted. Splendid view of the sea from the front windows. Charming. A short pause. Back came Mrs. Tuggs again. 1 parlour and a mattress. "Why the devil didn't they say so at first?" inquired Mr. Joseph Tuggs, rather pettishly. "Don't know," said Mrs. Tuggs. "Wretches!" exclaimed the nervous Simon. Another bill, another stoppage. Same question, same answer, similar result. "What do they mean by this?" inquired Mr. Joseph Tuggs, thoroughly out of temper. "Don't know," said the placid Mrs. Tuggs. "All this the way here, sir," said the driver, by way of accounting for the circumstance in a satisfactory manner, and off they went again to make fresh inquiries and encounter fresh disappointments. It had grown dusk when the fly, the rate of whose progress greatly belied its name, after climbing up 4 or 5 perpendicular hills, stopped before the door of a dusty house with a bay window, from which you could obtain a beautiful glimpse of the sea, if you thrust half of your body out of it at the imminent peril of falling into the area. Mrs. Tuggs alighted. 1 ground-floor sitting-room and 3 cells with beds in them upstairs. A double house. Family on the opposite side. 5 children milk and watering in the parlour, and 1 little boy expelled for bad behaviour, screaming on his back in the passage. "What's the terms?" said Mrs. Tuggs. The mistress of the house was considering the expediency of putting on an extra guinea, so she coughed slightly and affected not to hear the question. "What's the terms?" said Mrs. Tuggs, in a louder key. 5 guineas a week, ma'am, with attendance," replied the lodging-house keeper. Attendance means the privilege of ringing the bell as often as you like for your own amusement. "Rather dear," said Mrs. Tuggs. "Oh dear no, ma'am," replied the mistress of the house, with a benign smile of pity at the ignorance of manners and customs which the observation betrayed. "Very cheap." Such an authority was indisputable. Mrs. Tuggs paid a week's rent in advance, and took the lodgings for a month. In an hour's time the family were seated at tea in their new abode. "Capital shrimps," said Mr. Joseph Tuggs. Mr. Simon eyed his father with a rebellious scowl, as he emphatically said, "Shrimps." "Well then, shrimps," said Mr. Joseph Tuggs. "Shrimps or shrimps don't much matter." There was pity blended with malignity in Mr. Simon's eye as he replied, "Don't matter, father. What would Captain Waters say if he heard such vulgarity?" "Or what would dear Mrs. Captain Waters say," added Charlotta, "if she saw mother, ma, I mean, eating them whole, heads and all?" "It won't bear thinking of," ejaculated Mr. Simon with a shudder. "How different," he thought, "from the Dowager Duchess of Dobbleton." "Very pretty woman, Mrs. Captain Waters, is she not, Simon?" inquired Miss Charlotta. A glow of nervous excitement passed over the countenance of Mr. Simon Tuggs as he replied, "An angel of beauty." "Hallo!" said Mr. Joseph Tuggs. "Hallo, Simon, my boy, take care. Married lady, you know." And he winked one of his twinkling eyes knowingly. "Why," exclaimed Simon, starting up with an ebullition of fury, as unexpected as alarming. "Why am I to be reminded of that blight of my happiness and ruin of my hopes? Why am I to be taunted with the miseries which are heaped upon my head? Is it not enough to... And the orator paused, but whether for want of words or lack of breath was never distinctly ascertained. There was an impressive solemnity in the tone of this address, and in the air with which the romantic Simon, at its conclusion, rang the bell and demanded a flat candlestick, which effectually forbade a reply. He stalked dramatically to bed, and the Tuggses went to bed too half an hour afterwards, in a state of considerable mystification and perplexity. If the pier had presented a scene of life and bustle to the Tuggses on their first landing at Ramsgate, it was far surpassed by the appearance of the sands on the morning after their arrival. It was a fine, bright, clear day, with a light breeze from the sea. There were the same ladies and gentlemen, the same children, the same nursemaids, the same telescopes, the same portable chairs. The ladies were employed in needlework or watch-guard making, or knitting or reading novels. The gentlemen were reading newspapers and magazines. The children were digging holes in the sand with wooden spades and collecting water therein. The nursemaids, with their youngest charges in their arms, were running in after the waves, and then running back with the waves after them. And now and then a little sailing boat either departed with a gay and talkative cargo of passengers, or returned with a very silent and particularly uncomfortable looking one. "Well, I never!" exclaimed Mrs. Tuggs, as she and Mr. Joseph Tuggs, and Miss Charlotta Tuggs, and Mr. Simon Tuggs, with their 8 feet in a corresponding number of yellow shoes, seated themselves on 4 rush-bottomed chairs, which, being placed in a soft part of the sand, forthwith sunk down some 2 feet and a half. "Well, I never!" Mr. Simon, by an exertion of great personal strength, uprooted the chairs and removed them further back. "Why, I'm blest if there ain't some ladies a-going in!" exclaimed Mr. Joseph Tuggs, with intense astonishment. "Lor, Pa!" exclaimed Miss Charlotta. "There is, my dear," said Mr. Joseph Tuggs; and sure enough, 4 young ladies, each furnished with a towel, tripped up the steps of a bathing machine. In went the horse, floundering about in the water, round turned the machine, down sat the driver, and presently out burst the young ladies aforesaid, with 4 distinct splashes. "Well, that's sing'lar too!" ejaculated Mr. Joseph Tuggs, after an awkward pause. Mr. Simon coughed slightly. "Why, here's some gentlemen a-going in on this side!" exclaimed Mrs. Tuggs, in a tone of horror. 3 machines, 3 horses, 3 flounderings, 3 turnings round, 3 splashes, 3 gentlemen, disporting themselves in the water like so many dolphins. "Well, that's sing'lar," said Mr. Joseph Tuggs again. Miss Charlotta coughed this time, and another pause ensued. It was agreeably broken. "How do you do, dear? We have been looking for you all the morning," said a voice to Miss Charlotta Tuggs. Mrs. Captain Waters was the owner of it. "How do you do?" said Captain Walter Waters, all suavity, and a most cordial interchange of greetings ensued. "Belinda, my love," said Captain Walter Waters, applying his glass to his eye, and looking in the direction of the sea. "Yes, my dear," replied Mrs. Captain Waters. "There's Harry Thompson." "Where?" said Belinda, applying her glass to her eye. bathing."
"Lor, so it is. He don't see us, does he?"
"No, I don't think he does," replied the captain. "Bless my soul, how very singular!"
"What?"
inquired Belinda. "There's Mary Golding, too."
"Lor, where?"
Up went the glass again. "There!" said the captain, pointing to one of the young ladies before noticed, who, in her bathing costume, looked as if she was enveloped in a patent mackintosh of scanty dimensions.
"So it is, I declare!"
exclaimed Mrs. Captain Waters.
"How very curious we should see them both!"
"Very," said the captain, with perfect coolness. "It's the reg'lar thing here, you see," whispered Mr. Simon Tuggs to his father. "I see it is," whispered Mr. Joseph Tuggs in reply. "Queer though, ain't it?" Mr. Simon Tuggs nodded assent. "What do you think of doing with yourself this morning?" inquired the captain. "Shall we lunch at Pegwell?" "I should like that very much indeed," interposed Mrs. Tuggs. She had never heard of Pegwell, but the word lunch had reached her ears, and it sounded very agreeably. "How shall we go?" inquired the captain. "It's too warm to walk." "A shay?" suggested Mr. Joseph Tuggs. "Chaise," whispered Mr. Simon. "I should think one would be enough," said Mr. Joseph Tuggs aloud, quite unconscious of the meaning of the correction. "However, 2 shays if you like."
"I should like a donkey so much," said Belinda.
"Oh, so should I," echoed Charlotta Tuggs. "Well, we can have a fly," suggested the captain, "and you can have a couple of donkeys." A fresh difficulty arose. Mrs. Captain Waters declared it would be decidedly improper for 2 ladies to ride alone. The remedy was obvious. Perhaps young Mr. Tuggs would be gallant enough to accompany them. Mr. Simon Tuggs blushed, smiled, looked vacant, and faintly protested that he was no horseman. The objection was at once overruled. A fly was speedily found, and 3 donkeys, which the proprietor declared on his solemn asseveration to be 3 parts blood and the other corn, were engaged in the service. "Kim up!" shouted one of the 2 boys who followed behind to propel the donkeys, when Belinda Waters and Charlotta Tuggs had been hoisted and pushed and pulled into their respective saddles. "Hi, hi, hi!" groaned the other boy behind Mr. Simon Tuggs. Away went the donkey, with the stirrups jingling against the heels of Simon's boots, and Simon's boots nearly scraping the ground.
"Way, way, woo!"
cried Mr. Simon Tuggs, as well as he could, in the midst of the jolting.
"Don't make it gallop!"
screamed Mrs. Captain Waters behind.
"My donkey will go into the public house!"
shrieked Miss Tuggs in the rear.
"Hi, hi, hi!"
groaned both the boys together, and on went the donkeys as if nothing would ever stop them. Everything has an end, however. Even the galloping of donkeys will cease in time. The animal which Mr. Simon Tuggs bestrode, feeling sundry uncomfortable tugs at the bit, the intent of which he could by no means divine, abruptly sidled against a brick wall, and expressed his uneasiness by grinding Mr. Simon Tuggs's leg on the rough surface. Mrs. Captain Waters' donkey, apparently under the influence of some playfulness of spirit, rushed suddenly head first into a hedge, and declined to come out again; and the quadruped on which Miss Tuggs was mounted expressed his delight at this humorous proceeding by firmly planting his 4 feet against the ground, and kicking up his hind legs in a very agile but somewhat alarming manner. This abrupt termination to the rapidity of the ride naturally occasioned some confusion. Both the ladies indulged in vehement screaming for several minutes, and Mr. Simon Tuggs, besides sustaining intense bodily pain, had the additional mental anguish of witnessing their distressing situation without having the power to rescue them, by reason of his leg being firmly screwed in between the animal and the wall. The efforts of the boys, however, assisted by the ingenious expedient of twisting the tail of the most rebellious donkey, restored order in a much shorter time than could have reasonably been expected, and the little party jogged slowly on together. "Now let 'em walk," said Mr. Simon Tuggs. "It's cruel to overdrive 'em." "Werry well, sir," replied the boy, with a grin at his companion, as if he understood Mr. Simon to mean that the cruelty applied less to the animals than to their riders. "What a lovely day, dear," said Charlotta. "Charming, enchanting, dear," responded Mrs. Captain Waters. "What a beautiful prospect, Mr. Tuggs." Simon looked full in Belinda's face as he responded, "Beautiful indeed." The lady cast down her eyes, and suffered the animal she was riding to fall a little back. Simon Tuggs instinctively did the same. There was a brief silence, broken only by a sigh from Mr. Simon Tuggs. "Mr. Simon," said the lady suddenly, in a low tone, "Mr. Simon, I am another's." Mr. Simon expressed his perfect concurrence in a statement which it was impossible to controvert. "If I had not been," resumed Belinda, and there she stopped. "What?" said Mr. Simon earnestly. "Do not torture me. What would you say?" "If I had not been," continued Mrs. Captain Waters, "if in earlier life it had been my fate to have known and been beloved by a noble youth, a kindred soul, a congenial spirit, one capable of feeling and appreciating the sentiments which—" "Heavens! What do I hear?" exclaimed Mr. Simon Tuggs. "Is it possible? Can I believe my— Come up!" This last unsentimental parenthesis was addressed to the donkey, who, with his head between his forelegs, appeared to be examining the state of his shoes with great anxiety. "Hi, hi, hi!" said the boys behind. "Come up!" expostulated Simon Tuggs again. "Hi, hi, hi!" repeated the boys. And whether it was that the animal felt indignant at the tone of Mr. Tuggs's command, or felt alarmed by the noise of the deputy proprietor's boots running behind him, or whether he burned with a noble emulation to outstrip the other donkeys, certain it is that he no sooner heard the second series of hi-hi's than he started away with a celerity of pace which jerked Mr. Simon's hat off instantaneously and carried him to the Pegwell Bay Hotel in no time, where he deposited his rider, without giving him the trouble of dismounting, by sagaciously pitching him over his head into the very doorway of the tavern. Great was the confusion of Mr. Simon Tuggs when he was put right end uppermost by two waiters. Considerable was the alarm of Mrs. Tuggs in behalf of her son. Agonizing were the apprehensions of Mrs. Captain Waters on his account. It was speedily discovered, however, that he had not sustained much more injury than the donkey. He was grazed, and the animal was grazing. And then it was a delightful party, to be sure. Mr. and Mrs. Tuggs and the captain had ordered lunch in the little garden behind. Small saucers of large shrimps, dabs of butter, crusty loaves, and bottled ale. The sky was without a cloud. There were flower-pots and turf before them. The sea, from the foot of the cliff, stretching away as far as the eye could discern anything at all. Vessels in the distance with sails as white and as small as nicely got up cambric handkerchiefs. The shrimps were delightful, the ale better, and the captain even more pleasant than either. Mrs. Captain Waters was in such spirits after lunch, chasing first the captain across the turf and among the flower pots, and then Mr. Simon Tuggs, and then Miss Tuggs, and laughing too, quite boisterously. But as the captain said, it didn't matter, who knew what they were there? For all the people of the house knew they might be common people. To which Mr. Joseph Tuggs responded, "To be sure." And then they went down the steep wooden steps a little further on, which led to the bottom of the cliff, and looked at the crabs and the seaweed and the eels, till it was more than fully time to go back to Ramsgate again. Finally Mr. Simon Tuggs ascended the steps last, and Mrs. Captain Waters last but one. And Mr. Simon Tuggs discovered that the foot and ankle of Mrs. Captain Waters were even more unexceptionable than he had at first supposed. Taking a donkey towards his ordinary place of residence is a very different thing, and a feat much more easily to be accomplished than taking him from it. It requires a great deal of foresight and presence of mind in the one case to anticipate the numerous flights of his discursive imagination, whereas in the other all you have to do is to hold on and place a blind confidence in the animal. Mr. Simon Tuggs adopted the latter expedient on his return, and his nerves were so little discomposed by the journey that he distinctly understood they were all to meet again at the library in the evening. The library was crowded. There were the same ladies and the same gentlemen who had been on the sands in the morning and on the pier the day before. There were young ladies in maroon-coloured gowns and black velvet bracelets, dispensing fancy articles in the shop, and presiding over games of chance in the concert-room. There were marriageable daughters and marriage-making mammas, gaming and promenading and turning over music and flirting. There was some male beau doing the sentimental in whispers, and others doing the ferocious in moustache. There were Mrs. Tuggs in amber, Miss Tuggs in sky blue, Mrs. Captain Waters in pink. There was Captain Waters in a braided surtout. There was Mr. Simon Tuggs in pumps and a gilt waistcoat. There was Mr. Joseph Tuggs in a blue coat and a shirt frill.
"Numbers 3, 8, and 11,"
cried one of the young ladies in the maroon-coloured gowns.
"Numbers 3, 8, and 11,"
echoed another young lady in the same uniform.
"Number 3 is gone,"
said the first young lady.
"Numbers 8 and 11." "Numbers 8 and 11,"
echoed the second young lady.
"Number 8's gone, Mary Ann,"
said the first young lady.
"Number 11,"
screamed the second.
"The numbers are all taken now, ladies, if you please,"
said the first. The representatives of numbers 3, 8, and 11, and the rest of the numbers, crowded round the table.
"Will you throw, ma'am?"
said the presiding goddess, handing the dice-box to the eldest daughter of a stout lady with 4 girls. There was a profound silence among the lookers-on. "Throw, Jane, my dear," said the stout lady. An interesting display of bashfulness, a little blushing in a cambric handkerchief, a whispering to a younger sister. "Amelia, dear, throw for your sister," said the stout lady. And then she turned to a walking advertisement of Rowland's Macassar oil, who stood next to her, and said, "Jane is so very modest and retiring, but I can't be angry with her for it. An artless and unsophisticated girl is so truly amiable that I often wish Amelia was more like her sister." The gentleman with the whiskers whispered his admiring approval. "Now, my dear," said the stout lady. Miss Amelia threw, 8 for her sister, 10 for herself. "Nice figure, Amelia," whispered the stout lady to a thin youth beside her. "Beautiful." "And such a spirit! I am like you in that respect. I cannot help admiring that life and vivacity. Ah, I wish I could make poor Jane a little more like my dear Amelia." The young gentleman cordially acquiesced in the sentiment. Both he and the individual first addressed were perfectly contented. "Who's this?" inquired Mr. Simon Tuggs of Mrs. Captain Waters, as a short female, in a blue velvet hat and feathers, was led into the orchestra by a fat man in black tights and cloudy berlins. "Mrs. Tippin, of the London Theatres," replied Belinda, referring to the programme of the concert. The talented Tippin, having condescendingly acknowledged the clapping of hands and shouts of bravo which greeted her appearance, proceeded to sing the popular cavatina of Bid Me Discourse, accompanied on the piano by Mr. Tippin; after which Mr. Tippin sang a comic song, accompanied on the piano by Mrs. Tippin, the applause consequent upon which was only to be exceeded by the enthusiastic approbation bestowed upon an air with variations on the guitar by Miss Tippin, accompanied on the chin by Master Tippin. Thus passed the evening. Thus passed the days and evenings of the Tuggses and the Waterses for 6 weeks. Sands in the morning, donkeys at noon, pier in the afternoon, library at night, and the same people everywhere. On that very night 6 weeks, the moon was shining brightly over the calm sea, which dashed against the feet of the tall, gaunt cliffs, with just enough noise to lull the old fish to sleep without disturbing the young ones, when 2 figures were discernible, or would have been if anybody had looked for them, seated on one of the wooden benches which are stationed near the verge of the western cliff. The moon had climbed higher into the heavens by 2 hours' journeying since those figures first sat down, and yet they had moved not. The crowd of loungers had thinned and dispersed, the noise of itinerant musicians had died away, light after light had appeared in the windows of the different houses in the distance. Blockade man after blockade man had passed the spot, wending his way towards his solitary post, and yet those figures had remained stationary. Some portions of the 2 forms were in deep shadow, but the light of the moon fell strongly on a puce-coloured boot and a glazed stock. Mr. Simon Tuggs and Mrs. Captain Waters were seated on that bench. They spoke not, but were silently gazing on the sea. "Walter will return to-morrow," said Mrs. Captain Waters, mournfully breaking silence. Mr. Simon Tuggs sighed like a gust of wind through a forest of gooseberry bushes as he replied, "Alas, he will." "Oh, Simon," resumed Belinda, "the chaste delight, the calm happiness of this 1 week of platonic love is too much for me." Simon was about to suggest that it was too little for him, but he stopped himself and murmured unintelligibly, "And to think that even this gleam of happiness, innocent as it is," exclaimed Belinda, "is now to be lost for ever." "Oh, do not say for ever, Belinda," exclaimed the excitable Simon, as 2 strongly defined tears chased each other down his pale face. It was so long that there was plenty of room for a chase. "Do not say for ever." "I must," replied Belinda. "Why?" urged Simon. "Oh, why?
Such platonic acquaintance as ours is so harmless that even your husband can never object to it." "My husband!" exclaimed Belinda. "You little know him. Jealous and revengeful, ferocious in his revenge, a maniac in his jealousy. Would you be assassinated before my eyes?" Mr. Simon Tuggs, in a voice broken by emotion, expressed his disinclination to undergo the process of assassination before the eyes of anybody. "Then leave me," said Mrs. Captain Waters. "Leave me this night, for ever. It is late. Let us return." Mr. Simon Tuggs sadly offered the lady his arm, and escorted her to her lodgings. He paused at the door. He felt a platonic pressure of his hand. "Good night," he said, hesitating. "Good night," sobbed the lady. Mr. Simon Tuggs paused again. "Won't you walk in, sir?" said the servant. Mr. Tuggs hesitated. Oh, that hesitation! He did walk in. "Good night," said Mr. Simon Tuggs again, when he reached the drawing-room. "Good night," replied Belinda, "and if at any period of my life I—" "Hush!" The lady paused, and stared with a steady gaze of horror on the ashy countenance of Mr. Simon Tuggs. There was a double knock at the street door. "It is my husband," said Belinda, as the captain's voice was heard below. "And my family," added Simon Tuggs, as the voices of his relatives floated up the staircase. "The curtain!" gasped Mrs. Captain Waters, pointing to the window, before which some chintz hangings were closely drawn. "But I have done nothing wrong," said the hesitating Simon. "The curtain!" reiterated the frantic lady. "You will be murdered!" This last appeal to his feelings was irresistible. The dismayed Simon concealed himself behind the curtain with pantomimic suddenness. Enter the captain, Joseph Tuggs, Mrs. Tuggs, and Charlotta. "My dear," said the captain, "Lieutenant Slaughter." Two iron-shod boots and one gruff voice were heard by Mr. Simon to advance and acknowledge the honour of the introduction. The sabre of the lieutenant rattled heavily upon the floor as he seated himself at the table. Mr. Simon's fears almost overcame his reason. "The brandy, my dear," said the captain. Here was a situation. They were going to make a night of it, and Mr. Simon Tuggs was pent up behind the curtain and afraid to breathe. "Slaughter," said the captain, "a cigar?" Now, Mr. Simon Tuggs never could smoke without feeling it indispensably necessary to retire immediately, and never could smell smoke without a strong disposition to cough. The cigars were introduced. The captain was a professed smoker, so was the lieutenant, so was Joseph Tuggs. The apartment was small, the door was closed, the smoke powerful. It hung in heavy wreaths over the room, and at length found its way behind the curtain. Simon Tuggs held his nose, his mouth, his breath. It was all of no use. Out came the cough. "Bless my soul," said the captain. "I beg your pardon, Miss Tuggs. You dislike smoking?" "Oh, no, I don't indeed," said Charlotta. "It makes you cough." "Oh, dear, no." "You coughed just now." "Me, Captain Waters? Lor, how can you say so?"
"Somebody coughed," said the captain.
"I certainly thought so,"
said Slaughter. No, everybody denied it. "Fancy," said the captain.
"Must be,"
Echoed Slaughter. Cigars resumed. More smoke. Another cough. Smothered, but violent.
"Demmed odd,"
said the captain, staring about him.
"Sing'lar,"
ejaculated the unconscious Mr. Joseph Tuggs. Lieutenant Slaughter looked first at one person mysteriously, then at another, then laid down his cigar, then approached the window on tiptoe and pointed with his right thumb over his shoulder in the direction of the curtain.
"Slaughter,"
ejaculated the captain, rising from table,
"what do you mean?"
The lieutenant, in reply, drew back the curtain and discovered Mr. Simon Tuggs behind it, pallid with apprehension and blue with wanting to cough.
"Aha!"
exclaimed the captain furiously.
"What do I see? Slaughter, your sabre!"
"Simon!" screamed the Tuggses.
"Mercy!"
said Belinda.
"Platonic!"
gasped Simon.
"Your sabre!"
roared the captain.
"Slaughter, unhand me the villain's life!"
"Murder!" screamed the Tuggses.
"Hold him fast, sir,"
faintly articulated Simon.
"Water!"
exclaimed Joseph Tuggs, and Mr. Simon Tuggs and all the ladies forthwith fainted away and formed a tableau. Most willingly would we conceal the disastrous termination of the 6 weeks' acquaintance. A troublesome form and an arbitrary custom, however, prescribe that a story should have a conclusion in addition to a commencement. We have therefore no alternative. Lieutenant Slaughter brought a message. The captain brought an action. Mr. Joseph Tuggs interposed. The lieutenant negotiated. When Mr. Simon Tuggs recovered from the nervous disorder into which misplaced affection and exciting circumstances had plunged him, he found that his family had lost their pleasant acquaintance, that his father was minus £1,500, and the captain plus the precise sum. The money was paid to hush the matter up, but it got abroad notwithstanding, and there are not wanting some who affirm that 3 designing impostors never found more easy dupes than did Captain Waters, Mrs. Waters, and Lieutenant Slaughter in the Tuggses at Ramsgate. End of Chapter 4 of Tales from Sketches by Boz. Chapter 5 of Tales from Sketches by Boz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Sketches by Boz by Charles Dickens. Illustrations by George Cruikshank. Chapter 5 of Tales. Horatio Sparkins. Indeed, my love, he paid Teresa very great attention on the last assembly night, said Mrs. Malderton, addressing her spouse, who, after the fatigues of the day in the city, was sitting with a silk handkerchief over his head and his feet on the fender, drinking his port. Very great attention, and I say again, every possible encouragement ought to be given him. He positively must be asked down here to dine.
"Who must?"
inquired Mr. Malderton.
Why, you know whom I mean, my dear. The young man with the black whiskers and the white cravat who has just come out at our assembly, and whom all the girls are talking about. Young, dear me, what's his name? Marianne, what is his name?" continued Mrs. Malderton, addressing her youngest daughter, who was engaged in netting a purse, and looking sentimental. "Mr. Horatio Sparkins, ma," replied Miss Marianne, with a sigh. "Oh, yes, to be sure, Horatio Sparkins," said Mrs. Malderton. "Decidedly the most gentlemanlike young man I ever saw. I am sure in the beautifully made coat he wore the other night he looked like Prince Leopold, ma, so noble, so full of sentiment," suggested Marianne, in a tone of enthusiastic admiration. "You should recollect, my dear," resumed Mrs. Malderton, "that Teresa is now 28, and that it really is very important that something should be done." Miss Teresa Malderton was a very little girl, rather fat, with vermilion cheeks, but good-humoured, and still disengaged, although, to do her justice, the misfortune arose from no lack of perseverance on her part. In vain had she flirted for 10 years. In vain had Mr. and Mrs. Malderton assiduously kept up an extensive acquaintance among the young eligible bachelors of Camberwell, and even of Wandsworth and Brixton, to say nothing of those who dropped in from town. Miss Malderton was as well known as the lion on the top of Northumberland House, and had an equal chance of going off. "I am quite sure you'd like him," continued Mrs. Malderton. "He is so gentlemanly." "So clever," said Miss Marianne. "And has such a flow of language," added Miss Teresa. "He has a great respect for you, my dear," said Mrs. Malderton to her husband. Mr. Malderton coughed and looked at the fire. "Yes, I'm sure he's very much attached to Pa's society," said Miss Marianne. "No doubt of it," echoed Miss Teresa. "Indeed, he said as much to me in confidence," observed Mrs. Malderton. "Well, well," returned Mr. Malderton, somewhat flattered. "If I see him at the assembly to-morrow, perhaps I'll ask him down. I hope he knows we live at Oak Lodge, Camberwell, my dear?" "Of course, and that you keep a one-horse carriage." "I'll see about it," said Mr. Malderton, composing himself for a nap. "I'll see about it." Mr. Malderton was a man whose whole scope of ideas was limited to Lloyd's, the Exchange, the India House, and the Bank. A few successful speculations had raised him from a situation of obscurity and comparative poverty to a state of affluence. As frequently happens in such cases, the ideas of himself and his family became elevated to an extraordinary pitch as their means increased. They affected fashion, taste, and many other fooleries in imitation of their betters, and had a very decided and becoming horror of anything which could, by possibility, be considered low. He was hospitable from ostentation, illiberal from ignorance, and prejudiced from conceit. Egotism and the love of display induced him to keep an excellent table. Convenience and a love of good things of this life ensured him plenty of guests. He liked to have clever men, or what he considered such, at his table, because it was a great thing to talk about. But he never could endure what he called sharp fellows.
Probably he cherished this feeling out of compliment to his two sons, who gave their respected parent no uneasiness in that particular. The family were ambitious of forming acquaintances and connections in some sphere of society superior to that in which they themselves moved, and one of the necessary consequences of this desire, added to their utter ignorance of the world beyond their own small circle, was that any one who could lay claim to an acquaintance with people of rank and title had a sure passport to the table at Oak Lodge, Camberwell. The appearance of Mr. Horatio Sparkins at the assembly had excited no small degree of surprise and curiosity among its regular frequenters. Who could he be? He was evidently reserved and apparently melancholy. Was he a clergyman? He danced too well. A barrister? He said he was not called. He used very fine words, and talked a great deal. Could he be a distinguished foreigner, come to England for the purpose of describing the country, its manners and customs, and frequenting public balls and public dinners with a view of becoming acquainted with high life, polished etiquette, and English refinement? No, he had not a foreign accent. Was he a surgeon, a contributor to the magazines, a writer of fashionable novels, or an artist? No, to each and all of these surmises there existed some valid objection. Then, said everybody, he must be somebody. I should think he must be, reasoned Mr. Malderton within himself, because he perceives our superiority and pays us so much attention. The night succeeding the conversation we have just recorded was assembly night. The double fly was ordered to be at the door of Oak Lodge at 9 o'clock precisely. The Miss Maldertons were dressed in sky blue satin, trimmed with artificial flowers, and Mrs. M., who was a little fat woman, in ditto ditto, looked like her eldest daughter multiplied by 2. Mr. Frederick Malderton, the eldest son, in full dress costume, was the very beau ideal of a smart waiter, and Mr. Thomas Malderton, the youngest, with his white dress stock, blue coat, bright buttons, and red watch ribbon, strongly resembled the portrait of that interesting but rash young gentleman, George Barnwell. Every member of the party had made up his or her mind to cultivate the acquaintance of Mr. Horatio Sparkins. Miss Teresa, of course, was to be as amiable and interesting as ladies of 8 and 20 on the look-out for a husband usually are. Mrs. Malderton would be all smiles and graces. Miss Marianne would request the favour of some verses for her album. Mr. Malderton would patronize the great unknown by asking him to dinner. Tom intended to ascertain the extent of his information on the interesting topics of snuff and cigars. Even Mr. Frederick Malderton himself, the family authority on all points of taste, dress, and fashionable arrangement, who had lodgings of his own in town, who had a free admission to Covent Garden Theatre, who always dressed according to the fashions of the months, who went up the water twice a week in the season, and who actually had an intimate friend who once knew a gentleman who formerly lived in the Albany, even he had determined that Mr. Horatio Sparkins must be a devilish good fellow, and that he would do him the honour of challenging him to a game at billiards. The first object that met the anxious eyes of the expectant family on their entrance into the ballroom was the interesting Horatio, with his hair brushed off his forehead, and his eyes fixed on the ceiling, reclining in a contemplative attitude on one of the seats. "There he is, my dear," whispered Mrs. Malderton to Mr. Malderton. "How like Lord Byron!" murmured Miss Teresa. "Or Montgomery," whispered Miss Marianne. "Or the portraits of Captain Cook," suggested Tom. "Tom, don't be an ass," said his father, who checked him on all occasions, probably with a view to prevent his becoming sharp, which was very unnecessary. The elegant Sparkins attitudinised with admirable effect until the family had crossed the room. He then started up with the most natural appearance of surprise and delight, accosted Mrs. Malderton with the utmost cordiality, saluted the young ladies in the most enchanting manner, bowed to and shook hands with Mr. Malderton with a degree of respect amounting almost to veneration, and returned the greetings of the two young men in a half gratified, half patronising manner, which fully convinced them that he must be an important and at the same time condescending personage. "Miss Malderton," said Horatio, after the ordinary salutations, and bowing very low, "may I be permitted to presume to hope that you will allow me to have the pleasure—"
"I don't think I am engaged," said Miss Teresa, with a dreadful affectation of indifference. "But really, so many—"
Horatio looked handsomely miserable.
"I shall be most happy,"
simpered the interesting Teresa at last. Horatio's countenance brightened up like an old hat in a shower of rain. "A very genteel young man, certainly," said the gratified Mr. Malderton, as the obsequious Sparkins and his partner joined the quadrille which was just forming. "He has a remarkably good address," said Mr. Frederick. "Yes, he's a prime fellow," interposed Tom, who always managed to put his foot in it. "He talks just like an auctioneer." "Tom," said his father solemnly, "I think I desired you before not to be a fool." Tom looked as happy as a cock on a drizzly morning. "How delightful!" said the interesting Horatio to his partner as they promenaded the room at the conclusion of the set. "How delightful, how refreshing it is to retire from the cloudy storms, the vicissitudes, and the troubles of life, even if it be but for a few short fleeting moments, and to spend those moments, fading and evanescent though they be, in the delightful, the blessed society of one individual, whose frowns would be death, whose coldness would be madness, whose falsehood would be ruin, whose constancy would be bliss, the possession of whose affection would be the brightest and best reward that heaven could bestow on man."
"What feeling! What sentiment!"
thought Miss Teresa, as she leaned more heavily on her companion's arm. "But enough, enough!" resumed the elegant Sparkins with a theatrical air. "What have I said? What have I to do with sentiments like these, Miss Malderton?" Here he stopped short. "May I hope to be permitted to offer the humble tribute of—"
"Really, Mr. Sparkins,"
returned the enraptured Teresa, blushing in the sweetest confusion,
"I must refer you to papa. I never can, without his consent, venture to—"
"Surely he cannot object—"
"Oh, yes, indeed, you know him not,"
interrupted Miss Teresa, well knowing there was nothing to fear, but wishing to make the interview resemble a scene in some romantic novel. "He cannot object to my offering you a glass of negus," returned the adorable Sparkins, with some surprise. "Is that all?" thought the disappointed Teresa.
What a fuss about nothing!"
"It will give me the greatest pleasure, sir, to see you to dinner at Oak Lodge, Camberwell, on Sunday next at 5 o'clock, if you have no better engagement," said Mr. Malderton at the conclusion of the evening, as he and his sons were standing in conversation with Mr. Horatio Sparkins. Horatio bowed his acknowledgments and accepted the flattering invitation. "I must confess," continued the father, offering his snuff-box to his new acquaintance, "that I don't enjoy these assemblies half so much as the comfort, I had almost said the luxury, of Oak Lodge. They have no great charms for an elderly man." "And after all, sir, what is man?" said the metaphysical Sparkins. "I say, what is man?" "Ah, very true," said Mr. Malderton, "very true." "We know that we live and breathe," continued Horatio, "that we have wants and wishes, desires and appetites." "Certainly," said Mr. Frederick Malderton, looking profound. "I say, we know that we exist," repeated Horatio, raising his voice, "but there we stop. There is an end to our knowledge. There is the summit of our attainments. There is the termination of our ends. What more do we know?" "Nothing," replied Mr. Frederick, than whom no one was more capable of answering for himself in that particular. Tom was about to hazard something, but, fortunately for his reputation, he caught his father's angry eye, and slunk off like a puppy convicted of petty larceny. "Upon my word," said Mr. Malderton the elder, as they were returning home in the fly, "that Mr. Sparkins is a wonderful young man. Such surprising knowledge, such extraordinary information, and such a splendid mode of expressing himself."
"I think he must be somebody in disguise," said Miss Marianne. "How charmingly romantic!"
"He talks very loud and nicely," timidly observed Tom, "but I don't exactly understand what he means." "I almost begin to despair of your understanding anything, Tom," said his father, who, of course, had been much enlightened by Mr. Horatio Sparkins's conversation.
"It strikes me, Tom," said Miss Teresa, "that you have made yourself very ridiculous this evening."
"No doubt of it," cried everybody, and the unfortunate Tom reduced himself into the least possible space. That night Mr. and Mrs. Malderton had a long conversation respecting their daughter's prospects and future arrangements. Miss Teresa went to bed, considering whether, in the event of her marrying a title, she could conscientiously encourage the visits of her present associates, and dreamed all night of disguised noblemen, large routs, ostrich plumes, bridal favours, and Horatio Sparkins. Various surmises were hazarded on the Sunday morning as to the mode of conveyance which the anxiously expected Horatio would adopt. Did he keep a gig? Was it possible he could come on horseback? Or would he patronize the stage? These and other various conjectures of equal importance engrossed the attention of Mrs. Malderton and her daughters during the whole morning after church. "Upon my word, my dear, it's a most annoying thing that vulgar brother of yours should have invited himself to dine here to-day," said Mr. Malderton to his wife. "On account of Mr. Sparkins's coming down, I purposely abstained from asking anyone but Flamwell. And then to think of your brother, a tradesman! It's insufferable. I declare I wouldn't have him mention his shop before our new guest. No, not for £1,000.
I wouldn't care if he had the good sense to conceal the disgrace he is to the family, but he's so fond of his horrible business that he will let people know what he is."
Mr. Jacob Barton, the individual alluded to, was a large grocer, so vulgar and so lost to all sense of feeling that he actually never scrupled to avow that he wasn't above his business. He'd made his money by it, and he didn't care who knowed it.
"Ah, Flamwell, my dear fellow, how d'ye do?" said Mr. Malderton, as a little spoffish man with green spectacles entered the room. "You got my note?"
"Yes, I did, and here I am in consequence."
"You don't happen to know this Mr. Sparkins by name? You know everybody."
Mr. Flamwell was one of those gentlemen of remarkably extensive information whom one occasionally meets in society, who pretend to know everybody, but in reality know nobody. At Malderton's, where any stories about great people were received with a greedy ear, he was an especial favourite, and knowing the kind of people he had to deal with, he carried his passion of claiming acquaintance with everybody to the most immoderate length. He had rather a singular way of telling his greatest lies in a parenthesis, and with an air of self-denial, as if he feared being thought egotistical.
"Why, no, I don't know him by that name,"
returned Flamwell in a low tone, and with an air of immense importance.
"I have no doubt I know him, though. Is he tall?"
"Middle-sized," said Miss Teresa.
"With black hair?"
inquired Flamwell, hazarding a bold guess.
"Yes,"
returned Miss Teresa eagerly.
"Rather a snub nose?"
"No," said the disappointed Teresa. "He has a Roman nose."
"I said a Roman nose, didn't I?"
inquired Flamwell.
"He's an elegant young man?"
"Oh, certainly."
"With remarkably prepossessing manners?"
"Oh, yes," said all the family together. "You must know him."
"Yes, I thought you knew him, if he was anybody," triumphantly exclaimed Mr. Malderton. "Who do you think he is?"
"Why, from your description,"
said Flamwell, ruminating and sinking his voice almost to a whisper,
"he bears a strong resemblance to the Honourable Augustus Fitz-Edward Fitz-John Fitz-Osborne. He's a very talented young man, and rather eccentric. It's extremely probable he may have changed his name for some temporary purpose."
Teresa's heart beat high. Could he be the Honourable Augustus Fitz-Edward Fitz-John Fitz-Osborne? What a name to be elegantly engraved upon 2 glazed cards, tied together with a piece of white satin ribbon. The Honourable Mrs. Augustus Fitz-Edward Fitz-John Fitz-Osborne. The thought was transport.
"It's 5 minutes to 5," said Mr. Malderton, looking at his watch. "I hope he's not going to disappoint us."
"There he is!" exclaimed Miss Teresa, as a loud double knock was heard at the door. Everybody endeavoured to look, as people when they particularly expect a visitor always do, as if they were perfectly unsuspicious of the approach of anybody. The room door opened. "Mr. Barton," said the servant.
"Confound the man!" murmured Malderton. "Ah, my dear sir, how do you do? Any news?" "Why, no,"
returned the grocer in his usual bluff manner.
"No, none particular. None that I am much aware of. How do you do, gals and boys? Mr. Flamwell, sir, glad to see you."
"Here's Mr. Sparkins," said Tom, who had been looking out at the window, "on such a black horse." There was Horatio, sure enough, on a large black horse, curveting and prancing along like an Astley's supernumerary. After a great deal of reining in and pulling up, with the accompaniments of snorting, rearing, and kicking, the animal consented to stop at about 100 yards from the gate, where Mr. Sparkins dismounted and confided him to the care of Mr. Malderton's groom. The ceremony of introduction was gone through in all due form. Mr. Flamwell looked from behind his green spectacles at Horatio with an air of mysterious importance, and the gallant Horatio looked unutterable things at Teresa.
Is he the Honourable Mr. Augustus What's-his-name?
Whispered Mrs. Malderton to Flamwell, as he was escorting her to the dining-room.
Why, no, at least not exactly,
returned that great authority.
Not exactly.
Who is he, then?
Hush,
said Flamwell, nodding his head with a grave air, importing that he knew very well, but was prevented, by some grave reasons of state, from disclosing the important secret. It might be one of the ministers making himself acquainted with the views of the people.
Mr. Sparkins, said the delighted Mrs. Malderton, pray divide the ladies. John, put a chair for the gentleman between Miss Teresa and Miss Marianne. This was addressed to a man who, on ordinary occasions, acted as half groom, half gardener, but who, as it was important to make an impression on Mr. Sparkins, had been forced into a white neckerchief and shoes, and touched up and brushed to look like a second footman. The dinner was excellent. Horatio was most attentive to Miss Teresa, and every one felt in high spirits, except Mr. Malderton, who, knowing the propensity of his brother-in-law, Mr. Barton, endured that sort of agony which the newspapers inform us is experienced by the surrounding neighbourhood when a pot-boy hangs himself in a hayloft, and which is much easier to be imagined than described.
"Have you seen your friend Sir Thomas Noland lately, Flamwell?" inquired Mr. Malderton, casting a sidelong look at Horatio to see what effect the mention of so great a man had upon him.
Why, no, not very lately. I saw Lord Gubbleton the day before yesterday.
Ah, I hope his lordship is very well, said Malderton in a tone of the greatest interest. It is scarcely necessary to say that until that moment he had been quite innocent of the existence of such a person.
Why, yes, he was very well indeed. He's a devilish good fellow. I met him in the city, and had a long chat with him. Indeed, I'm rather intimate with him. I couldn't stop to talk to him as long as I could wish, though, because I was on my way to a banker's, a very rich man, and a member of Parliament, with whom I am also rather, indeed I may say very intimate.
I know whom you mean, returned the host consequentially, in reality knowing as much about the matter as Flamwell himself. He has a capital business. This was touching on a dangerous topic. Talking of business, interposed Mr. Barton from the centre of the table, a gentleman whom you knew very well, Malderton, before you made that first lucky speck of yours, called at our shop the other day, and— Barton, may I trouble you for a potato? Interrupted the wretched master of the house, hoping to nip the story in the bud. Certainly, returned the grocer, quite insensible of his brother-in-law's object. And he said in a very plain manner— Flowery, if you please, interrupted Malderton again, dreading the termination of the anecdote, and fearing a repetition of the word shop.
He said, says he," continued the culprit, after dispatching the potato, "says he, how goes on your business? So I said, jokingly, you know my way, says I'm never above my business, and I hope my business will never be above me. Ha ha! Mr. Sparkins," said the host, vainly endeavouring to conceal his dismay, "a glass of wine?"
With the utmost pleasure, sir.
"Happy to see you."
Thank you.
"We were talking the other evening," resumed the host, addressing Horatio, partly with the view of displaying the conversational powers of his new acquaintance, and partly in the hope of drowning the grocer's stories. "We were talking the other night about the nature of man. Your argument struck me very forcibly." "And me," said Mr. Frederick. Horatio made a graceful inclination of the head.
Pray, what is your opinion of women, Mr. Sparkins? Inquired Mrs. Malderton. The young ladies simpered. Man, replied Horatio, man, whether he ranged the bright, gay, flowery plains of a second Eden, or the more sterile, barren, and, I may say, commonplace regions to which we are compelled to accustom ourselves in times such as these, man, under any circumstances, or in any place, whether he were bending beneath the withering blasts of the frigid zone, or scorching under the rays of a vertical sun, man, without woman, would be alone.
"I am very happy to find you entertain such honourable opinions, Mr. Sparkins," said Mrs. Malderton. "And I," added Miss Teresa. Horatio looked his delight, and the young lady blushed. "Now it's my opinion," said Mr. Barton. "I know what you're going to say," interposed Malderton, determined not to give his relation another opportunity, "and I don't agree with you." "What?" inquired the astonished grocer. "I am sorry to differ from you, Barton," said the host, in as positive a manner as if he really were contradicting a position which the other had laid down, "but I cannot give my assent to what I consider a very monstrous proposition. But I meant to say—" "You never can convince me," said Malderton, with an air of obstinate determination. "Never." "And I," said Mr. Frederick, following up his father's attack, "cannot entirely agree in Mr. Sparkins's argument."
What?
said Horatio, who became more metaphysical and more argumentative as he saw the female part of the family listening in wondering delight.
What? Is effect the consequence of cause? Is cause the precursor of effect?
"That's the point," said Flamwell. "To be sure," said Mr. Malderton.
Because if effect is the consequence of cause, and if cause does precede effect, I apprehend you are wrong," added Horatio.
"Decidedly," said the toad-eating Flamwell.
"At least I apprehend that to be the just and logical deduction,"
said Sparkins, in a tone of interrogation. "No doubt of it," chimed in Flamwell again. "It settles the point." "Well, perhaps it does," said Mr. Frederick. "I didn't see it before." "I don't exactly see it now," thought the grocer, "but I suppose it's all right."
"How wonderfully clever he is!" whispered Mrs. Malderton to her daughters, as they retired to the drawing-room.
"Oh, he's quite a love," said both the young ladies together. "He talks like an oracle. He must have seen a great deal of life." The gentlemen being left to themselves, a pause ensued, during which everybody looked very grave, as if they were quite overcome by the profound nature of the previous discussion. Flamwell, who had made up his mind to find out who and what Mr. Horatio Sparkins really was, first broke silence. "Excuse me, sir," said that distinguished personage. "I presume you have studied for the bar. I thought of entering once myself. Indeed, I'm rather intimate with some of the highest ornaments of that distinguished profession." "No," said Horatio, with a little hesitation. "Not exactly." "But you have been much among the sultans, or I mistake?" inquired Flamwell deferentially. "Nearly all my life," returned Sparkins. The question was thus pretty well settled in the mind of Mr. Flamwell. He was a young gentleman about to be called. "I shouldn't like to be a barrister," said Tom, speaking for the first time, and looking round the table to find somebody who would notice the remark. No one made any reply. "I shouldn't like to wear a wig," said Tom, hazarding another observation. "Tom, I beg you will not make yourself ridiculous," said his father. "Pray listen and improve yourself by the conversation you hear, and don't be constantly making these absurd remarks." "Very well, father," replied the unfortunate Tom, who had not spoken a word since he had asked for another slice of beef at 5:15 p.m., and it was then 8. "Well, Tom," observed his good-natured uncle, "never mind. I think with you. I shouldn't like to wear a wig. I'd rather wear an apron." Mr. Malderton coughed violently. Mr. Barton resumed, "For if a man's above his business—" The cough returned with tenfold violence, and did not cease until the unfortunate cause of it, in his alarm, had quite forgotten what he intended to say.
"Mr. Sparkins," said Flamwell, returning to the charge, "do you happen to know Mr. de la Fontaine of Bedford Square?"
"I have exchanged cards with him, since which, indeed, I have had an opportunity of serving him considerably," replied Horatio, slightly colouring, no doubt at having been betrayed into making the acknowledgment.
"You are very lucky if you have had an opportunity of obliging that great man,"
observed Flamwell, with an air of profound respect.
"I don't know who he is,"
he whispered to Mr. Malderton confidentially, as they followed Horatio up to the drawing-room.
"It's quite clear, however, that he belongs to the law, and that he is somebody of great importance, and very highly connected."
"No doubt, no doubt," returned his companion. The remainder of the evening passed away most delightfully. Mr. Malderton, relieved from his apprehensions by the circumstance of Mr. Barton's falling into a profound sleep, was as affable and gracious as possible. Miss Teresa played the Fall of Paris, as Mr. Sparkins declared, in a most masterly manner, and both of them, assisted by Mr. Frederick, tried over glees and trios without number, they having made the pleasing discovery that their voices harmonized beautifully. To be sure, they all sang the first part, and Horatio, in addition to the slight drawback of having no ear, was perfectly innocent of knowing a note of music. Still, they passed the time very agreeably, and it was past 12 before Mr. Sparkins ordered the mourning-coach-looking steed to be brought out. an order which was only complied with on the distinct understanding that he was to repeat his visit on the following Sunday. "But perhaps Mr. Sparkins will form one of our party to-morrow evening," suggested Mrs. M. "Mr. Malderton intends taking the girls to see the pantomime." Mr. Sparkins bowed, and promised to join the party in box 48 in the course of the evening.
"We will not tax you for the morning," said Miss Teresa bewitchingly, "for Ma is going to take us to all sorts of places shopping. I know that gentlemen have a great horror of that employment."
Mr. Sparkins bowed again, and declared that he should be delighted, but business of importance occupied him in the morning. Flamwell looked at Malderton significantly. "It's term time," he whispered. At 12 o'clock on the following morning the fly was at the door of Oak Lodge, to convey Mrs. Malderton and her daughters on their expedition for the day. They were to dine and dress for the play at a friend's house. First, driving thither with their bandboxes, they departed on their first errand, to make some purchases at Messrs. Jones, Spruggins, and Smith's, of Tottenham Court Road. After which they were to go to Redmayne's in Bond Street, thence to innumerable places that no one ever heard of. The young ladies beguiled the tediousness of the ride by eulogizing Mr. Horatio Sparkins, scolding their mamma for taking them so far to save a shilling, and wondering whether they should ever reach their destination. At length the vehicle stopped before a dirty-looking ticketed linen-draper's shop, with goods of all kinds and labels of all sorts and sizes in the window. There were dropsical figures of 7 with a little 3 farthings in the corner, perfectly invisible to the naked eye. 350,000 ladies' boas, from 1 shilling and a penny halfpenny. Real French kid shoes at 2 and 9pence per pair. Green parasols at an equally cheap rate, and every description of goods, as the proprietors said, and they must know best, 50% under cost price.
"Law, Ma, what a place you have brought us to!" said Miss Teresa. "What would Mr. Sparkins say if he could see us?"
"Ah, what indeed?"
said Miss Marianne, horrified at the idea.
"Pray be seated, ladies. What is the first article?"
inquired the obsequious master of the ceremonies of the establishment, who, in his large white neckcloth and formal tie, looked like a bad portrait of a gentleman in the Somerset House exhibition. "I want to see some silks," answered Mrs. Malderton.
"Directly, ma'am. Mr. Smith? Where is Mr. Smith?"
"Here, sir," cried a voice at the back of the shop.
"Pray make haste, Mr. Smith," said the M.C. "You never are to be found when you're wanted, sir."
Mr. Smith, thus enjoined to use all possible dispatch, leapt over the counter with great agility, and placed himself before the newly arrived customers. Mrs. Malderton uttered a faint scream. Miss Teresa, who had been stooping down to talk to her sister, raised her head, and beheld Horatio Sparkins. We will draw a veil, as novel writers say, over the scene that ensued. The mysterious, philosophical, romantic, metaphysical Sparkins, he who, to the interesting Teresa, seemed like the embodied idea of the young dukes and poetical exquisites in blue silk dressing-gowns and ditto slippers, of whom she had read and dreamed, but had never expected to behold, was suddenly converted into Mr. Samuel Smith, the assistant at a cheap shop. the junior partner in a slippery firm of some 3 weeks' existence. The dignified evanishment of the hero of Oak Lodge on this unexpected recognition could only be equalled by that of a furtive dog with a considerable kettle at his tail. All the hopes of the Maldertons were destined at once to melt away like the lemon ices at a company's dinner. Almack's was still to them as distant as the North Pole, and Miss Teresa had as much chance of a husband as Captain Ross had of the North West Passage. Years have elapsed since the occurrence of this dreadful morning. The daisies have thrice bloomed on Camberwell Green. The sparrows have thrice repeated their vernal chirps in Camberwell Grove. But the Miss Maldertons are still unmated. Miss Teresa's case is more desperate than ever, but Flamwell is yet in the zenith of his reputation, and the family have the same predilection for aristocratic personages, with an increased aversion to anything low. End of chapter 5 of Tales from Sketches by Boz.
Chapter 6 of Tales from Sketches by Boz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. Sketches by Boz by Charles Dickens. Illustrations by George Cruikshank. Chapter 6 of Tales. The Black Veil. One winter's evening towards the close of the year 1800, or within a year or two of that time, a young medical practitioner, recently established in business, was seated by a cheerful fire in his little parlour, listening to the wind which was beating the rain in pattering drops against the window, or rumbling dismally in the chimney. The night was wet and cold. He had been walking through mud and water the whole day, and was now comfortably reposing in his dressing-gown and slippers, more than half asleep and less than half awake, revolving 1,000 matters in his wandering imagination. First he thought how hard the wind was blowing, and how the cold, sharp rain would be at that moment beating in his face, if he were not comfortably housed at home. Then his mind reverted to his annual Christmas visit to his native place and dearest friends. He thought how glad they would all be to see him, and how happy it would make Rose if he could only tell her that he had found a patient at last, and hoped to have more, and to come down again in a few months' time and marry her, and take her home to gladden his lonely fireside and stimulate him to fresh exertions. Then he began to wonder when his first patient would appear, or whether he was destined, by a special dispensation of Providence, never to have any patients at all. And then he thought about Rose again, and dropped to sleep and dreamed about her, till the tones of her sweet merry voice sounded in his ears, and her soft tiny hand rested on his shoulder. There was a hand upon his shoulder, but it was neither soft nor tiny, its owner being a corpulent, round-headed boy, who, in consideration of the sum of 1 shilling per week and his food, was let out by the parish to carry medicine and messages. As there was no demand for the medicine, however, and no necessity for the messages, he usually occupied his unemployed hours, averaging 14 a day, in abstracting peppermint drops, taking animal nourishment, and going to sleep. "A lady, sir, a lady!" whispered the boy, rousing his master with a shake. "What lady?" cried our friend, starting up, not quite certain that his dream was an illusion, and half expecting that it might be Rose herself. "What lady? Where?" "There, sir," replied the boy, pointing to the glass door leading into the surgery, with an expression of alarm which the very unusual apparition of a customer might have tended to excite. The surgeon looked towards the door, and started himself for an instant on beholding the appearance of his unlooked-for visitor. It was a singularly tall woman, dressed in deep mourning, and standing so close to the door that her face almost touched the glass. The upper part of her figure was carefully muffled in a black shawl, as if for the purpose of concealment, and her face was shrouded by a thick black veil. She stood perfectly erect. Her figure was drawn up to its full height, and though the surgeon felt that the eyes beneath the veil were fixed on him, she stood perfectly motionless, and evinced by no gesture whatever the slightest consciousness of his having turned towards her. "Do you wish to consult me?" he inquired, with some hesitation, holding open the door. It opened inwards, and therefore the action did not alter the position of the figure, which still remained motionless on the same spot. She slightly inclined her head in token of acquiescence. "Pray walk in," said the surgeon. The figure moved a step forward, and then turning its head in the direction of the boy, to his infinite horror, appeared to hesitate. "Leave the room, Tom," said the young man, addressing the boy, whose large round eyes had been extended to their utmost width during this brief interview. "Draw the curtain and shut the door." The boy drew a green curtain across the glass part of the door, retired into the surgery, closed the door after him, and immediately applied one of his large eyes to the keyhole on the other side. The surgeon drew a chair to the fire, and motioned to the visitor to a seat. The mysterious figure slowly moved towards it. As the blaze shone upon the black dress, the surgeon observed that the bottom of it was saturated with mud and rain. "You are very wet," he said. "I am," said the stranger in a low, deep voice. "And you are ill?" added the surgeon compassionately, for the tone was that of a person in pain. "I am," was the reply, "very ill, not bodily, but mentally. It is not for myself or on my own behalf," continued the stranger, "that I come to you. If I laboured under bodily disease, I should not be out alone at such an hour or on such a night as this. And if I were afflicted with it 24 hours hence, God knows how gladly I would lie down and pray to die. It is for another that I beseech your aid, sir. I may be mad to ask it for him, I think I am, but night after night, through the long dreary hours of watching and weeping, the thought has been ever present to my mind, and though even I see the hopelessness of human assistance availing him, the bare thought of laying him in his grave without it makes my blood run cold." And a shudder, such as the surgeon well knew art could not produce, trembled through the speaker's frame. There was a desperate earnestness in this woman's manner that went to the young man's heart. He was young in his profession, and had not yet witnessed enough of the miseries which are daily presented before the eyes of its members to have grown comparatively callous to human suffering. "If," he said, rising hastily, "the person of whom you speak be in so hopeless a condition as you describe, not a moment is to be lost. I will go with you instantly. Why did you not obtain medical advice before?" "Because it would have been useless before, because it is useless even now," replied the woman, clasping her hands passionately. The surgeon gazed for a moment on the black veil, as if to ascertain the expression of the features beneath it. Its thickness, however, rendered such a result impossible. "You are ill," he said gently, "although you do not know it. The fever which has enabled you to bear, without feeling it, the fatigue you have evidently undergone, is burning within you now. Put that to your lips," he continued, pouring out a glass of water. "Compose yourself for a few moments, and then tell me as calmly as you can what the disease of the patient is, and how long he has been ill. When I know what it is necessary I should know, to render my visit serviceable to him, I am ready to accompany you." The stranger lifted the glass of water to her mouth without raising the veil, put it down again untasted, and burst into tears. "I know," she said, sobbing aloud, "that what I say to you now seems like the ravings of fever. I've been told so before, less kindly than by you. I am not a young woman, and they do say that as life steals on towards its final close, the last short remnant, worthless as it may seem to all beside, is dearer to its possessor than all the years that have gone before, connected though they may be with the recollection of old friends long since dead, and young ones, children perhaps who have fallen off from, and forgotten one as completely as if they had died too. My natural term of life cannot be many years longer, and should be dear on that account. But I would lay it down without a sigh, with cheerfulness, with joy, if what I tell you now were only false or imaginary. To-morrow morning he of whom I speak will be, I know, though I would fain think otherwise, beyond the reach of human aid. And yet to-night, though he is in deadly peril, you must not see and could not serve him. I am unwilling to increase your distress, said the surgeon, after a short pause, by making any comment on what you have just said, or appearing desirous to investigate a subject you are so anxious to conceal. But there is an inconsistency in your statement which I cannot reconcile with probability. This person is dying to-night, and I cannot see him when my assistance might possibly avail. You apprehend it will be useless to-morrow, and yet you would have me see him then. If he be indeed as dear to you as your words and manner would imply, why not try to save his life before delay and the progress of his disease render it impracticable? God help me! exclaimed the woman, weeping bitterly. How can I hope strangers will believe what appears incredible even to myself? You will not see him then, sir? She added, rising suddenly. I did not say that I declined to see him, replied the surgeon, but I warn you that if you persist in this extraordinary procrastination, and the individual dies, a fearful responsibility rests with you. The responsibility will rest heavily somewhere, replied the stranger bitterly. Whatever responsibility rests with me, I am content to bear, and ready to answer. As I incur none, continued the surgeon, by acceding to your request, I will see him in the morning, if you leave me the address. At what hour can he be seen? 9, replied the stranger. You must excuse my pressing these inquiries, said the surgeon, but is he in your charge now? He is not, was the rejoinder. Then, if I gave you instructions for his treatment through the night, you could not assist him. The woman wept bitterly as she replied, I could not. Finding that there was but little prospect of obtaining more information by prolonging the interview, and anxious to spare the woman's feelings, which, subdued at first by a violent effort, were now irrepressible and most painful to witness, the surgeon repeated his promise of calling in the morning at the appointed hour. His visitor, after giving him a direction to an obscure part of Walworth, left the house in the same mysterious manner in which he had entered it. It will be readily believed that so extraordinary a visit produced a considerable impression on the mind of the young surgeon, and that he speculated a great deal and to very little purpose on the possible circumstances of the case. In common with the generality of people, he had often heard and read of singularly instances in which a presentiment of death at a particular day or even minute had been entertained and realized. At one moment he was inclined to think that the present might be such a case, but then it occurred to him that all the anecdotes of the kind he had ever heard were of persons who had been troubled with a foreboding of their own death. This woman, however, spoke of another person, a man, and it was impossible to suppose that a mere dream or delusion of fancy would induce her to speak of his approaching dissolution with such terrible certainty as she had spoken. It could not be that the man was to be murdered in the morning, and that the woman, originally a consenting party and bound to secrecy by an oath, had relented, and though unable to prevent the commission of some outrage on the victim, had determined to prevent his death, if possible, by the timely interposition of medical aid. The idea of such things happening within 2 miles of the metropolis appeared too wild and preposterous to be entertained beyond the instant. Then his original impression that the woman's intellects were disordered recurred, and as it was the only mode of solving the difficulty with any degree of satisfaction, he obstinately made up his mind to believe that she was mad. Certain misgivings upon this point, however, stole upon his thoughts at the time, and presented themselves again and again through the long, dull course of a sleepless night, during which, in spite of all his efforts to the contrary, he was unable to banish the black veil from his disturbed imagination. The back part of Walworth, at its greatest distance from town, is a straggling, miserable place enough, even in these days. But 35 years ago the greater portion of it was little better than a dreary waste, inhabited by a few scattered people of questionable character, whose poverty prevented their living in any better neighbourhood, or whose pursuits and mode of life rendered its solitude desirable. Very many of the houses which had since sprung up on all sides were not built until some years afterwards, and the great majority even of those which were sprinkled about at irregular intervals were of the rudest and most miserable description. The appearance of the place through which he walked in the morning was not calculated to raise the spirits of the young surgeon, or to dispel any feeling of anxiety or depression which the singular kind of visit he was about to make had awakened. Striking off from the high road, his way lay across a marshy common through irregular lanes, with here and there a ruinous and dismantled cottage fast falling to pieces with decay and neglect. A stunted tree or pool of stagnant water, roused into a sluggish action by the heavy rain of the preceding night, skirted the path occasionally, and now and then a miserable patch of garden ground, with a few old boards knocked together for a summer-house, and old palings imperfectly mended with stakes pilfered from the neighbouring hedges, bore testimony at once to the poverty of the inhabitants, and the little scruple they entertained in appropriating the property of other people to their own use. Occasionally a filthy-looking woman would make her appearance from the door of a dirty house, to empty the contents of some cooking utensil into the gutter in front, or to scream after a little slipshod girl who contrived to stagger a few yards from the door under the weight of a sallow infant almost as big as herself. But scarcely anything was stirring around, and so much of the prospect as could be faintly traced through the cold, damp mist which hung heavily over it, presented a lonely and dreary appearance, perfectly in keeping with the objects we have described. After plodding wearily through the mud and mire, making many inquiries of the place to which he had been directed, and receiving as many contradictory and unsatisfactory replies in return, the young man at length arrived before the house which had been pointed out to him as the object of his destination. It was a small, low building, 1 story above the ground, with even a more desolate and unpromising exterior than any he had yet passed. An old yellow curtain was closely drawn across the window upstairs, and the parlour shutters were closed, but not fastened. The house was detached from any other, and as it stood at an angle of a narrow lane, there was no other habitation in sight. When we say that the surgeon hesitated, and walked a few paces beyond the house before he could prevail upon himself to lift the knocker, we say nothing that need raise a smile upon the face of the boldest reader. The police of London were a very different body in that day. The isolated position of the suburbs, when the rage for building and the progress of improvement had not yet begun to connect them with the main body of the city and its environs, rendered many of them, and this in particular, a place of resort for the worst and most depraved characters. Even the streets in the gayest parts of London were imperfectly lighted at that time, and such places as these were left entirely to the mercy of the moon and stars. The chances of detecting desperate characters, or of tracing them to their haunts, were thus rendered very few, and their offences naturally increased in boldness, as the consciousness of comparative security became the more impressed upon them by daily experience. Added to these considerations, it must be remembered that the young man had spent some time in the public hospitals of the metropolis, and although neither Burke nor Bishop had then gained a horrible notoriety, his own observation might have suggested to him how easily the atrocities to which the former has since given his name might be committed. Be this as it may, whatever reflection made him hesitate, he did hesitate. But being a young man of strong mind and great personal courage, it was only for an instant. He stepped briskly back and knocked gently at the door. A low whispering was audible immediately afterwards, as if some person at the end of the passage were conversing stealthily with another on the landing above. It was succeeded by the noise of a pair of heavy boots upon the bare floor. The door-chain was softly unfastened, the door opened, and a tall, ill-favoured man with black hair and a face, as the surgeon often declared afterwards, as pale and haggard as the countenance of any dead man he ever saw, presented himself. "Walk in, sir," he said in a low tone. The surgeon did so, and the man, having secured the door again by the chain, led the way to a small back parlour at the extremity of the passage. "Am I in time?" "Too soon," replied the man. The surgeon turned hastily round with a gesture of astonishment not unmixed with alarm, which he found it impossible to repress. "If you'll step in here, sir," said the man, who had evidently noticed the action. "If you'll step in here, sir, you won't be detained 5 minutes, I assure you." The surgeon at once walked into the room. The man closed the door and left him alone. It was a little cold room with no other furniture than 2 deal chairs and a table of the same material. A handful of fire, unguarded by any fender, was burning in the grate, which brought out the damp if it served no more comfortable purpose, for the unwholesome moisture was stealing down the walls in long, slug-like tracks. The window, which was broken and patched in many places, looked into a small enclosed piece of ground almost covered with water. Not a sound was to be heard, either within the house or without. The young surgeon sat down by the fireplace to await the result of his first professional visit. He had not remained in this position many minutes when the noise of some approaching vehicle struck his ear. It stopped. The street door was opened. A low talking succeeded, accompanied with a shuffling noise of footsteps along the passage and on the stairs, as if 2 or 3 men were engaged in carrying some heavy body to the room above. The creaking of the stairs, a few seconds afterwards, announced that the newcomers, having completed their task, whatever it was, were leaving the house. The door was again closed, and the former silence was restored. Another 5 minutes had elapsed, and the surgeon had resolved to explore the house in search of someone to whom he might make his errand known, when the room door opened, and his last night's visitor, dressed in exactly the same manner, with the veil lowered as before, motioned him to advance. The singular height of her form, coupled with the circumstance of her not speaking, caused the idea to pass across his brain for an instant that it might be a man disguised in woman's attire. The hysteric sobs which issued from beneath the veil, and the convulsive attitude of grief of the whole figure, however, at once exposed the absurdity of the suspicion, and he hastily followed. The woman led the way upstairs to the front room, and paused at the door to let him enter first. It was scantily furnished with an old deal box, a few chairs, and a tent bedstead, without hangings or cross-rails, which was covered with a patchwork counterpane. The dim light admitted through the curtain which he had noticed from the outside rendered the objects in the room so indistinct, and communicated to all of them so uniform a hue, that he did not at first perceive the object on which his eye had once rested, when the woman rushed frantically past him and flung herself on her knees by the bedside. Stretched upon the bed, closely enveloped in a linen wrapper and covered with blankets, lay a human form, stiff and motionless. The head and face, which were those of a man, were uncovered, save by a bandage which passed over the head and under the chin. The eyes were closed, the left arm lay heavily across the bed, and the woman held the passive hand. The surgeon gently pushed the woman aside and took the hand in his. "My God!" he exclaimed, letting it fall involuntarily. "The man is dead!" The woman started to her feet and beat her hands together. "Oh, don't say so, sir!" she exclaimed, with a burst of passion amounting almost to frenzy. "Oh, don't say so, sir! I can't bear it! Men have been brought to life before when unskilful people have given them up for lost, and men have died who might have been restored if proper means had been resorted to. Don't let him lie here, sir, without one effort to save him. This very moment life may be passing away. Do try, sir! Do, for heaven's sake!" And while speaking she hurriedly chafed first the forehead and then the breast of the senseless form before her, and then wildly beat the cold hands which, when she ceased to hold them, fell listlessly and heavily back on the coverlet. "It is no use, my good woman," said the surgeon soothingly, as he withdrew his hand from the man's breast. "Stay, Undraw that curtain." "Why?" said the woman, starting up. "Undraw that curtain," repeated the surgeon in an agitated tone. "I darkened the room on purpose," said the woman, throwing herself before him as he rose to undraw it. "Oh, sir, have pity on me. If it can be of no use, and he is really dead, do not expose that form to other eyes than mine." "This man died no natural or easy death," said the surgeon. "I must see the body." With a motion so sudden that the woman hardly knew that he had slipped from beside her, he tore open the curtain, admitted the full light of day, and returned to the bedside. "There has been violence here," he said, pointing towards the body, and gazing intently on the face from which the black veil was now, for the first time, removed. In the excitement of a minute before, the female had thrown off the bonnet and veil, and now stood with her eyes fixed upon him. Her features were those of a woman about 50 who had once been handsome. Sorrow and weeping had left traces upon them which had not time itself would ever have produced without their aid. Her face was deadly pale, and there was a nervous contortion of the lip and an unnatural fire in her eye, which showed too plainly that her bodily and mental powers had nearly sunk beneath an accumulation of misery. "There has been violence here," said the surgeon, preserving his searching glance. "There has," replied the woman. "This man has been murdered." "That I call to witness he has," said the woman passionately, "pitilessly, inhumanly murdered." "By whom?" said the surgeon, seizing the woman by the arm. "Look at the butcher's marks, and then ask me," she replied. The surgeon turned his face towards the bed, and bent over the body, which now lay full in the light of the window. The throat was swollen, and a livid mark encircled it. The truth flashed suddenly upon him. "This is one of the men who were hanged this morning!" he exclaimed, turning away with a shudder. "It is," replied the woman, with a cold, unmeaning stare. "Who was he?" inquired the surgeon. "My son," rejoined the woman, and fell senseless at his feet. It was true. A companion, equally guilty with himself, had been acquitted for want of evidence, and this man had been left for death and executed. To recount the circumstances of the case at this distant period must be unnecessary, and might give pain to some persons still alive. The history was an everyday one. The mother was a widow without friends or money, and had denied herself necessaries to bestow them on her orphan boy. That boy, unmindful of her prayers, and forgetful of the sufferings she had endured for him, incessant anxiety of mind and voluntary starvation of body, had plunged into a career of dissipation and crime. And this was the result: his own death by the hangman's hands, and his mother's shame and incurable insanity. For many years after this occurrence, and when profitable and arduous avocations would have led many men to forget that such a miserable being existed, the young surgeon was a daily visitor at the side of the harmless mad woman, not only soothing her by his presence and kindness, but alleviating the rigour of her condition by pecuniary donations for her comfort and support, bestowed with no sparing hand. In the transient gleam of recollection and consciousness which preceded her death, a prayer for his welfare and protection, as fervent as mortal ever breathed, rose from the lips of this poor, friendless creature. That prayer flew to heaven, and was heard. The blessings he was instrumental in conferring have been repaid to him 1,000-fold. But, amid all the honours of rank and station which have since been heaped upon him, and which he has so well earned, he can have no reminiscence more gratifying to his heart than that connected with the black veil. End of Chapter 6 of Tales from Sketches by Boz. Recording by Simon Evers.